Hypocrisy.
Fucking hell. Muted. Motherfucker. What's up, guys? Welcome to Law Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, small law firm in central Minnesota. Here we are for the trial of Alec Murdaugh. Closing arguments. Yes, I know they've already started, but I have not started them. I've got them backed up to where they're just getting going. So we'll pick up. We're actually going to start at the beginning of the prosecution's closing argument, and we'll catch up. And then if there's a break, we'll skip the break and just go and catch up at that point. So, yes, I've got to get everybody. I know. Give me a fucking second. I've been scrambling. I was supposed to be available this morning, but Lady Rackets is not feeling well, so I had to do some stuff going with one of my kids. I had to get them to their activity and back home, and I am just really scrambling to get there. So give me just a minute to send out some invites. Oh my gosh. While we do that, and then we'll get everything. Like I said, we'll get everything going. Jeez. Want to show and Bronca for now. Okay. I don't know if anyone's going to join me because these things are already in progress. So let's get them fucking started. How about that? How about that? How about we just do that? Would that be okay? Would that be fine? All right. Today we get to find out if this prosecution can do anything fucking right in their lives.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please
put together a real case.
Good morning.
There we go.
It's been a long trial, hasn't it? On June 7th, 2021, at the Moselle property in Colleton County, Maggie Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh were brutally and maliciously murdered at the kennels by Alec Murdaugh. Paul, as you know, suffered 2 shotgun blasts. Maggie suffered 5 blackout rifle wounds. No, I'm not doing 1.5
speed. We'll catch up on the fucking break.
And after an exhaustive investigation,
God, how many times?
There is only one person who had the motive, who had the means, who had the opportunity.
I will not put the court on 1.5 speed. If you want it faster,
whose guilty conduct after these crimes betrays him.
Vamonos. I will not do it.
The defendant is the one person who is living a lie.
I will.
The defendant is the person on which a storm was descending.
No. Fuck off. No.
The defendant is a person where his own storm would actually mean consequences for Maggie and Paul, and consequences for those who trusted him. And that person is the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh. I know this has been a long trial because it's a complicated case.
I just got back from Vegas.
And I'm not going to talk
forever. I'm in a good fucking mood. I'm a happy man. And I am
going to try to distill this down.
I have been a little too fucking lenient on how I treat the chat.
And the first thing I want to do is set the stage.
Fucking demands and questions. So if you ask
And
me
to set
do
the
something,
stage, we have to understand a little bit
no.
about
Period. Done.
Alec Murdaugh and who he was and who he is. He was a person of singular prominence and respect in this community. But he's also a person who's been able to avoid accountability for all of his life. While he was outwardly giving the illusion of wealth and a very lucrative law practice, some bad land deals and that sort of thing, exacerbated by the economic recession,
Noob and friends, no, I won't be your friend.
led to some financial problems.
Go
And then
buy
he
a
had
friend.
some big cases
You buy him in
in
Vegas.
the early 2011, 2012. And all his partners, and you've heard testimony to this, thought that that had taken care of things. You've heard cases like the Thomas case and the Pinckney case and the Plower case and the Badger case. But the evidence that you've heard shows that the defendant became so addicted and so dependent on the velocity of money
Brother.
that the millions of dollars in fees that he was
Holy
receiving
shit, you're quiet.
was not enough. And so he started to steal. And how did he steal?
Why are you so
He
quiet?
stole
Joe?
by billing personal expenses to the firm. He stole by stealing from his own family.
I got
You
you
heard the
cranked up to
testimony
like
about
180.
the check he stole
And you're
from
still
his
silent.
brother Randy. But then the main ways were two schemes that he developed. And the first one was to get checks made out from the client trust account to Palmetto State Bank, to fast talk the staff and fast talk the clients with those disbursements, and then take it to Palmetto State Bank, where his buddy Russell Lafitte would convert those and use those to pay personal expenses.
Dropping the court down a little bit.
And
'cause
each
I had it
time,
really high.
until the end, it worked because the client was also getting a big check. And they were walking out of there thinking
I think it's my fault.
that everything had been fine when it was not. But then in 2015, he opened up the fake Forge account. And then all he had to do was get disbursements made out to the Forge account. And once he did that, he would convert those to his personal use. And to do that, though, he also had to fast talk staff and fast talk clients. And that scheme continued up until everything fell apart in the end. The other thing you have to understand is during this time,
Welcome
he's
to the
earning
Vice's
millions of
raid.
dollars,
Thank you all.
stealing millions of dollars. He's also borrowing millions of dollars from wherever he can. The bank, his law partners, his father, and it still wasn't enough. And this slow burn was continuing and continuing until the boat crash happened in February of 2019. And that changed everything. That set in motion things that were going to happen because of the criminal charges related to that case, as well as the civil charges related to that case. And in the aftermath of the boat case, things changed. The pace of his stealing increased. In fact, that's when he stole the money from Tony Satterfield that you heard from. Ultimately stole about $4.5 million between the Satterfields and others. And unlike other cases, Tony Satterfield, who was the son of his longtime housekeeper, he took all the money, took every bit of it. And that was coming to a head as we move into the spring of 2021, because there had been some publicity, and you heard from Tony Satterfield that he was, the defendant reached out in the spring of 2021 because there had been publicity and saying, hey, I'm still working on the case. Everything's fine. I'm still working on the case. It's good. But the reality is the defendant didn't have that money to pay it back. And he had one saving grace, because as you've heard, they don't get paid until the end of the year. And his saving grace was the Ferris case, which they tried in December. They get the verdict and get paid in March. And that's when he convinces Chris Wilson to send those $792,000 of fees to him. But the problem is that only lasted for about 2 months. $792,000 only lasted for about 2 months.
How?
And then he's running out of money again. Meanwhile, you've heard in the boat case,
I could blow through 790 grand in 2 months.
Mark Tinsley was seeking to get a large personal recovery from Alec Murdaugh of $10 million, because he thought, as many people did, that he was wealthy and had a lot of money. And when they said he didn't, he filed a motion to compel. And you've heard testimony about whether or not that had been granted, but it doesn't change the fact that that's what Mark Tinsley was seeking to do. And that boat case hearing had been scheduled for June.
You think he's going to give a theory as to why he killed him?
In May of 2021.
Yeah. Well, you know, you got to buy yourself a month of time. So what you do is you logically murder your family.
Paralegal got the expense check for the Ferris case, but not the fee check.
So that's what he's going with.
And tried to raise that.
I mean, I get it. My kid's a dick sometimes. I get it.
Tried to raise it to Chris Wilson and couldn't get a straight answer.
Sorry, son, if you ever see this.
And so it goes to Jeannie Seconder, and Jeannie Seconder goes to the partners, and they can't get an answer about that either. And they want an answer to that because they're worried, because Alec has been talking about structuring fees, and they're worried he may be trying to hide assets because of the boat case, and they don't want to be a part of that. All of these things are coming to a head, and his finances are falling apart. And you heard from the banker there. You heard where his finances were at on June 7th, 2021. And you saw what happened in the wake of that. Within a short period of time, he was negative $347,000. On June 7th, 2021, he was in the office. He was working on the boat case, working on those financial disclosures, when Jeannie Seconder came in and confronted him about those fees that he no longer had and couldn't pay back.
And told him to kill his son.
And
God told him to kill his son.
On June 7th, 2021,
that's my
he tells this to Jeannie Seconder. His father, Randolph, is having a very difficult time. And while they might have said it was some positive news, the reality is that he was very, very sick. And he had always been someone that the defendant could go to, that he could borrow money from. And so that pressure is happening as well. And on June 7th, 2021, as all these pressures were mounting, the defendant killed Maggie and Paul.
For the people joining late, we'll be catching up on the break.
How do we know that? We're going to talk in detail about
between the opening and closing. I'll skip ahead and we'll get up to live. But I wanted to see the whole opening argument, which so far he's given us no reason why this happened. Just that it's happened.
The use of his family weapons corroborates that.
Whoa! What family weapons were used?
And his lies and guilty actions afterwards confirms it.
How do we know it was family weapons?
And we'll go over each of those.
Literally don't. Not in a objection.
Before we
Facts, not in
get
evidence.
to that, though, I want to finish
Objection
out.
Waters is a little
because
bitch.
in the wake of this, everything changes. All those things that were coming to a head immediately go away. It's a different world now. They're not asking about the Ferris fees anymore. And you heard testimony to that. Mark Tinsley doesn't believe the case is going to have the same value anymore because the sympathies of the case have changed after this tragedy. And you heard that.
Who cares what Mark Tinsley
understand
thinks?
that than Alec Murdaugh, who does the same work. The boat case hearing goes away. And everyone immediately rallies around Alec Murdaugh. And it worked. Because it allowed him to borrow $250,000 from Johnny Parker, his law partner, who of course wouldn't have loaned him that money if he knew what Alec was up to, and allowed him to go to Palmetto State Bank and get $350,000 and an off-the-books loan that hadn't even been applied for, and to send that money to Chris Wilson and convince Chris Wilson to pay another $192,000 of his own money, and to send an email to the firm that everything was okay. And that made it another month or so until Annette Griswold found that Ferris check in his office, and Jeannie Seconder looked up the forged accounts.
Plot twist. Chris Wilson's
What happened
Attorney
in
General
the wake
Al
of that?
Wilson's brother.
What was the reaction
And that's why
of Alec Murdaugh?
What's
Within
up, brother?
the day of September 3rd of him being forced to resign, his buddy Chris Wilson,
How far in are they?
trying to see him, comes and sees him on September 4th,
6
10
minutes.
minutes.
confronts him about what he's been doing,
you're supposed
and
to
then
bring a
within
tie
2
for us.
hours, the side of the road happens. And Alec is a victim again. When accountability was at his door, he was a victim again.
When accountability was at his door. I
And he
love
told
that.
a
Well, if he would just, if he would have just,
detailed
admitted to the
lie,
murders that he didn't
went
commit.
so far as to draw a composite sketch with the police of this assailant. And the
I want everybody
accountability
to think
that
about
arrived
that.
at his doorstep again.
Whenever a prosecutor says
Try
when,
to get it. Try
when
to get it to go away, and
accountability
it
was
worked for a little
there,
while.
they literally mean when the
People thought, "Oh my
unconstitutional
gosh,
requirement to
what's
self-incriminate
happened here?"
presented itself. He could have taken that opportunity.
Should we be
That's what they're
suspicious
asking.
of Alec
It's
anymore?
not your job to turn
This
yourself
time
in.
it fell apart a little
Never
quicker
was.
because his own brother
I'll allow it.
figured out that he was trying to buy drugs.
The state has
fell
a
apart
theme
pretty
without a case, and the defense has a case without a theme.
This is the setup for what we look at and what's going on. And it seems like a story that's far removed from most people's experience because it is.
Also for
It's
murder.
a different story like has never been seen before. But the reason is that he is a different man than the kind of stories that we've seen before.
And that's why we have 4 trials in one.
This is a different set of circumstances than we've seen before. And it's certainly easy to understand when you have a middle-aged man who's outwardly successful, who has a strong family legacy, who has a prominence in the community and a reputation, but is living
God, I've only
alone.
heard 2 minutes and it's so boring.
Yeah, it actually is really boring.
Is living alone.
He's lucky that Alan Wilson
That
isn't doing
leads
it
to-
because Alan would do a
can
better
lead
job.
to those pressures being overwhelming
I'm surprised he's not.
and actions like this happening. Husbands have been killing wives, unfortunately, for years, and husbands killing sons goes back as far as King Herod, probably for
So that means he must have done it.
and those pressures mount, and someone becomes a family.
Guess what
member.
else happens? Husbands don't kill wives and sons. That also happens.
Wait, well, like, how does it? Guess what happens? That's when husbands kill wives and sons. Wait, what? Wait,
When accountability comes knocking.
where is that? Where is that? That's what happens.
Yeah, the
Because-
jury of the third one was some wife who's thinking, my husband owes 10 grand. I'm dead. Like,
Could you imagine? Third world. that's just in outside of a suburb, in a rural county. Oh my
What about
God.
in the Bible where the dog kills the chicken?
Eaty chicken. You know what sucks the
All right.
most for Paul Murdaugh is that that's the last words
Gotta do
anyone
a
will
little
remember him
law
saying.
school.
Like your entire life
I'm
is
certainly
summed
not
up
a
in one
professor, but
sentence. What is
you
it?
go through
I don't know if that's the part that
concepts
sucks the
here.
most
One
for
of the most
Paul Murdaugh.
important concepts.
Maybe
is
having his brain
fundamental
ejected
role.
from his body
One of the fundamental
was
roles by
worse.
the
I'm just
Okay,
saying.
second
judge
second.
has told you, he's
Have
the
you
judge of the
considered
law,
though,
he's
Joe,
also
that
the judge of
his
the
dad
facts.
was in
What does judge
debt,
of
which
the
was
facts
way
do?
worse than that,
Oh, that's
obviously,
true.
which is why the murder
That
was.
It was a
why
mercy
you-
kill. It was a mercy kill.
Credibility. You determine
Oh,
You determine
Whoa.
which witnesses you want to rely on or not rely on. You can rely on a part of a witness's testimony, all the witnesses' testimony, one against many, many against one. It's up to each one of you individually to make that determinations and decisions, and then to collectively discuss those into
and then be
You've heard
pressured by your friends.
credibility is important.
All for one and one for all.
Here's what somebody's telling you believable.
That's the reality. Get
There's
pressured by the
many
rest of the
things you
jury.
Consider in credibility, but a few of those are the demeanor of the witness on the witness stand, whether the witness has a reason to be biased, whether the testimony of the witness was contradicted on one hand or supported or corroborated on another,
Or
Alex's
perjury in a
demeanor
grand
on
jury.
cross.
whether the witness has been dishonest.
All the
Whether the
reasons to
prosec-
ignore the state's testimony.
Whether the prosecution ever made a case.
You can
How
believe
about that one.
witnesses all against one against others. And you
Yeah,
can
how about that cell phone
believe
flipper guy?
portions of a witness's testimony as you see fit. Same thing goes for experts. Expert is a legal determination that allows them to give an opinion. Just because someone's qualified as an expert doesn't mean that you have to accept their opinion.
No shit.
You
Don't tell him
judge
that. Don't tell him you have
based on
yours.
your assessment of the credibility and the relevance and the believability of that testimony. There's nothing different about that when someone's an expert. Beyond a reasonable
it's so
doubt. I
bad.
talked about this at the beginning of the case. And it's our burden. It's a burden we welcome. It's how this system works, that we have to prove the guilt
I have confidence
beyond
the
a
jury's
reasonable doubt. And what is a reasonable doubt?
It's not going to put a lot of faith in a tosser.
That makes a
I'm just
reasonable,
saying.
honest, sincere
Sorry, you go in, Drew.
juror.
No, I was just going to say, how's
Hesitate
this
to
guy an
act.
assistant AG? He's awful.
It's proof that a reasonable person would not hesitate to rely on in their affairs.
It's practically a
The
monitor.
reasonable doubt is not and leaves you firmly convinced of the guilt of the defendant, but it doesn't have to overcome every possible doubt. It doesn't have to overcome every possible doubt.
No, it just
I
has
used
to
to-
overcome every possible reasonable doubt.
For a case against the defense
I mean,
attorney,
that's
and
really
he
critical.
would pull up a picture or something. Right here, I have the Mona Lisa,
What?
and he would
Wait, what?
tear off a piece like that and say, "Ladies and gentlemen, that's reasonable doubt."
That is because you don't have the
My
Mona Lisa.
response to that is, you still know what this is, right?
A
still know what it
photocopy
is,
of the
and that's
Mona
reasonable
Lisa,
doubt,
a
okay? You still
simulacrum
know
that
what it is.
resembles the thing
You're
that you
firmly
wish it was.
convinced.
That's a terrible
That it's your-
demonstrative.
Duty under the oath that you've taken, as the law, as the judge will give you the law to convict the defendant.
This is
Direct the
And
circumstance.
bonus points for simulacrum.
Directly proves the existence of the fact, and circumstantial evidence
That's just a
is
D&D.
proof of a chain of
I've
facts
got the Mona Lisa. No, you got a
and circumstances
photocopy.
indicating the existence of that fact.
talking
We talked a little bit about that at the beginning.
This image
Sometimes
is as much the
people in
Mona
common
Lisa as they have a case.
Discussions will say, "Oh, the case is just circumstantial," but the law says that doesn't matter. The circumstantial evidence can be just as good as direct evidence. It is just as good. It makes no,
No, can
distinction
be.
between that.
Can
and the
be
judge
was
will
right.
charge you.
Is not the
There's
same.
no greater degree of certainty.
It really
required for
depends on the nature of the
circumstantial
circumstantial
evidence than the direct evidence. The circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the defendant. And I gave you all an illustration at the beginning. I'm not going to redo the whole thing, but about being inside. And you go outside and it starts raining, and then you know it's raining, okay?
You
Because you
said
got
you
direct
weren't going
evidence.
to
You're
do it.
getting wet.
Please stop.
But if you go inside
Bad
and you're in
then,
a
it's
closed
bad
room,
now.
and all of a sudden it gets
Actually, it was
dark,
fine,
and you
but
hear thunder,
annoying.
and you hear the wind rustling, and you hear the rain coming down on top of the roof.
He's doing the
And-
whole thing.
Then after an hour or so, you go outside and the sun's shining, but there's limbs all down in the yard, and it's wet as far as the eye can see, and there are puddles in the yard and puddles in the driveway. Is there any reasonable doubt what happened, that it rained?
similarly. If he lied about being at the kennels, he must have blown away the head
Say it
of
again.
his son.
Supposedly, I guess somebody could have sprayed the whole neighborhood with a hose and
The exact same thing.
blown a fan to blow the
Yeah,
wind
this is
down.
Vegas. They sprayed
blow
that
the
whole
limbs
neighborhood
down,
with hose.
simulate
This is like
uh,
beginner
wind, but that's not
beginner
reasonable.
attorney reasonable doubt and
Circumstantial evidence
expression. This
just
is like
as strong as direct
cut
The
and
analogy
paste.
would be if the cop showed up and he was covered in blood. That would be the analogy.
That would be my.
All right, let's talk about murder. Murder is the willful killing of someone with malice aforethought. It's the unlawful and willful killing of any person by one with malice aforethought. The crime of murder is really, as far as the elements go, fairly simple.
Have you also noticed that murder rhymes
The-
kinda
the
with
operative
Murdaugh?
terms here, the most
Kinda like a
important
little
terms
bit,
are malice,
a
which is the
near
mental
rhyme.
state that the person
And that's
must have,
circumstantial
and
evidence right
forethought.
there.
Let's
Reasonable.
talk about those. What exactly do they mean? Malice, and it could be any of these. It can be the hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another, but it also can be the intentional doing of a wrongful act with an intent to inflict an injury under the circumstances that the law would infer an evil intent. It could be a general malignant recklessness of the lives and safety of others. It could be a wicked or depraved spirit intent on doing wrong.
Was this a reckless killing?
Could be using
Ah,
firearms, shotgun in a blackout
damn it.
to blow somebody away.
You're messing with me on that
could be
cut
malice,
cage.
ladies and gentlemen, if that's what you decide. A forethought sounds like it has to be
Creighton
planned,
Waters
and
wanted to
certainly
stop that
planning
sentence
would
to blow
account for
somebody.
a forethought, but it can may be conceived at the very moment, a split second, or in conjunction with the act. So a forethought doesn't require planning for that.
What we usually call
malice to occur.
premeditation.
All it has to do is exist in the moment, just a split second or in the moment that the act occurs. So when that trigger's pulled, as long as there's that intentional doing of a wrongful act,
What's wrong with this guy?
intent
Did he have a
to
stroke?
inflict an injury. That would be an
This is the
evil
biggest
intent,
gift Alex Murdaugh could ever have asked for. This
a malignant
prosecutor.
recklessness, which you can infer from the circumstances of the case, then that's all you need. And how do you do that? I said infer, because people don't always yell out what their intentions are. You have to infer it from the circumstances of the case itself. Look at the crime scene, look at what happened, look at the backstory, look at all the circumstances that come together, and you can infer malice from those. Last little bit of law school. Malice and drugs. Voluntary intoxication does not impair a person's ability to act with
Has
malice
anyone
and
raised this
forethought.
as a
That's a
defense?
legal principle. If you voluntarily get intoxicated, it is not a defense to a crime, and it does not negate the
This is
malicious
like a
nature
bad law
of
school
that crime.
student just filling in a slide presentation to the required
One
number of
voluntarily
slides.
intoxicates themselves.
It's like he has too
they are
much
just
time,
as responsible for
and you
their
would think
actions
that
as
he
when they
needs
are
every
not
minute he can
intoxicated.
get.
And the judge,
And he has a judge who will give him as many
take what
hours
the
as he
law comes
wants.
from the judge, but this is a legal principle that
Okay,
you
is the
will-
voluntary intoxication
Voluntary
in the
intoxication.
instructions?
is not a defense to a crime.
How did that get in there?
And why does the law say that?
They're the ones
Well,
who raised the
you
drug
can't
issue
Take whatever it is and deny
like a million
responsibility
times.
for what you've done.
Now they're like, oh
under
shit.
the law.
We may have just created a
All right.
drugged out, strung out killer. We better tell him that that doesn't stop it.
I'm gonna move through this quickly because we've already talked about it.
I highly doubt it.
And just for scheduling,
I doubt
I'll
it.
stop my argument so that we can all eat. But I'll give you all a chance to
Why didn't they eat on the damn
get away
bus?
from this for a little bit.
Get some Jimmy
But, I'm
Johns.
going to go ahead and go through some of this that we just talked about, but very quickly. Gathering storm in Alex's life. We talked about the family legacy. You heard
Gathering
how
Storm.
important
This-
that was to him and how
This
important that
trial
was
is
to
now a
this family
Warhammer novel.
and how
Thank you.
That is the worst
danger
slide I've ever
because
seen in my
of the
entire
baby.
life. That is horrific.
criminal charges as well as
Warhammer, the Gathering Storm.
And it was
I have that
threatening
book.
also to expose him for who he really was,
As
which
a
would
successful
totally
lawyer.
destroy his part of that legacy.
When I just put it in 8-point type,
Lose his career, lose his bar license, face consequences like he's never seen.
Yeah, why was the font so small? Like you have a ton
He's
of
also-
white space down there.
Well, I'm not losing my bar license.
And a part-time prosecutor. And as we go through and talk about the circumstances of this case and talk about the crime scene and the timeline and all the rest of it, think of it with that in mind.
I hope it fills the bottom
This
with
is
just
an
he
individual
killed
who is
them.
trained
Giant letters.
to understand how to put
it
together.
just flashes in for
cases.
microseconds like a subliminal.
Complex cases.
Guilty, guilty, guilty.
He's been a prosecutor. He's done complex car wrecks. He understands the law. He's given closing arguments.
Don't put
to
that on
juries
lawyers'
before.
shoulders, you bastard.
So when you have
do that to
a
us.
defendant like that, be thinking about whether or not this individual is constructing.
Creighton, you're a full-time prosecutor who
Defenses
doesn't
and
understand the law.
constructing
Why would we
alibis.
expect a part-time prosecutor to do it? That'd be in my closing argument. If I
Thought
was
about his law
completely-
practice. You've heard how
That's
lucrative
a
it's
lie.
here.
You wouldn't
It
know.
is. I had to struggle with him to get him to admit that he was wealthy, making more
Did
than $1
you?
million a year.
Why'd you have to struggle to do that?
I'll let y'all decide whether or not that's wealthy, but he admitted ultimately that, that was not uncommon for him to make that much money on top of stealing and borrowing on top of that. The important thing though to remember again, and I want to highlight this, is that they get
Wait, uninterested in firm
they
management.
get
That's
their
a
money
feature,
at the
not a
end of the year.
glitch.
And then it's up to them to make it last. And that's the big problem that he had. That's why he had to get the Ferris fees. He can't, if he's out of money in May, he's not going to, unless he can borrow it or steal it, he's out of luck.
Well, he's pretty good at
The
stealing.
hounds were at the gate.
The hound's at a chicken.
All right, we talked about this. He's got, you heard, I think Jeannie described him as having intentional chaos. We
And the
had the
colors
land
of the
deals.
slides
He's
keep
serving
varying.
this huge debt load. He constantly needs new money coming in.
No,
and
we
this
can
has
make
been
our
going on
slide
for
better.
more than a
We use a
decade. A
gradient.
constant hamster wheel.
Different bullet points.
We'll put a red tab in the corner just for people staring at it.
Of that would be extreme because it's been going on.
And I'll bet
for
there's
so
a
long.
copyright sign
Always
in there
having to
somewhere
stay
because they're
one
proud
step
of
ahead
it.
the game. Always having to beg, literally beg, borrow, or steal for over a decade
Successfully.
to have the truth from being exposed. That's been going on all that time.
Oh, it was
Big
great
cases
because it's
is
gathering
He
storm.
straightened it
That
out.
one. This is
Paid
finances,
off his
so
debts,
it's
but
green.
he's getting paid millions of
Oh.
dollars, but he's stealing on top of that. It's not enough to keep that hamster wheel going.
They should have at least gotten his face
Borrows
in
and
there.
steals.
They used a stock
The methods I
photo.
mentioned, you
Did
got
you
the
pay
PSP
Getty
checks,
Images for that, you asshole?
you got the
Oh my
fake
God.
forge,
Clip art from
There's a
1979.
Somebody let the old man into the clip art file again.
running the firm
photos
card
have his face on the slide, like they're as important as the
and from
words.
his family. And
I want to become
his
stock photo.
Come on, we
Each
can
one
all
of
do it.
those depends on him being able to sit down
You know, they
look
picked
someone in the
firm
eye
because there's a firm handshake.
and convince them
Oh my God,
that
I
what
may
they're
have to
doing
start
is
dating.
right.
This
In
is
reality,
bad.
that wasn't
This is
happening.
If that
bad.
slide was made on 4chan,
All
they would have
those clients
photoshopped Murdoch's head onto
trusted
the
him
guy into
based
the
on
gerbil
those.
wheel.
And he sat there and went through that, and it may have been exhausting, and I apologize for that, but he couldn't tell you about one conversation that he had that stuck with him.
Okay.
That's how easily it came to him.
Can you imagine last night him looking through the PowerPoint thinking,
That's what we got from
Great,
4
man.
hours of that cross.
I got it. I got this nailed.
Just had that same
Human on a
answer
hamster wheel.
first. And didn't want to talk about any of those individuals who trusted him. As he looked you in the eye and asked you to do the same.
It's like the world's
See?
most
Looked you
overconfident
in the
LSAT
eye?
student.
Yeah, this whole thing's been racist. I
Down to
can't
the
tell you,
bottom.
but
It's not just the
Go ahead,
clients,
do.
too.
Are
it's
you
the
going to
staff.
tolerate that?
They're doing paperwork. They're filling all that out. He had to fast talk them as well.
Joe, I need you to adopt Creighton Waters and then borrow $80 million so you have a reason to murder him.
Alex's situation, I think, is akin to a Ponzi.
oh, this is
Ponzi's kind of like a pyramid scheme where it depends on
Well,
new
it
money
is
coming in to
a pyramid
pay
scheme.
old
Kind of.
investors. And it
Kind of.
works. It'll work for a long time. As long
Ponzi
as you
is
can
like a
keep that money
pyramid
coming
scheme. A
in. The
pansy
second
is like
you
a
can't,
Murdaugh prosecutor.
The second that you're out of options, it crashes and burns. That's how every Ponzi crashes and burns. And that's the situation fundamentally his finances were like. And that's the situation that was arriving in June of 2021 when he
check out that Rumble rant.
was at the scene
Touch the riot says, "Hi, I'm
with the
Clippy.
victims.
I see you're writing a suicide note. Would you like some help?"
minutes before they died.
Poor Clippy.
A gathering storm. The boat case.
Oh, there's a storm.
That were rising, each
Here
one
comes the storm.
leading to that inevitable day of reckoning. At the Call Lawyers Conference, where
That was the worst thing I've ever seen.
This is so good.
Mark Tinsley was confronted by Alec.
I love this
denied it.
closing.
Everybody's lying on Alec. Alec's telling you the truth, even though everyone
now
who
the
knew
storm
him had
slides
no
are
idea
green.
who he was. Everyone.
I guess it's an ocean storm.
No one knew who he really was. People who came in here and said we thought this about him, not a single person knew who he
Dragon's Treasure candy cane tea feels great in your
No,
lungs.
they
Very
actually
refreshing.
denies this
Actually,
confrontation.
Rogan Gibson
Mark
said,
Tinsley
"Yeah,
was
I
like-
know him.
he goes
Yeah,
up to
I
Mark
know him.
Tinsley, he's like, "What you doing,
Did
man?"
you really
about the
know?
boat
Yeah, I did.
case?" And Mark says, "You didn't have to pay money.
Did you really? Yes.
Millions of dollars.
Storm.
Have that.
That was so
Barely
bad.
one step ahead of the
Oh
game."
man, A.G. Wilson's going to fire Waters after this.
Oh my god.
Gosney,
He doesn't
don't
have
you disparage that slide. That
insurance
was not a
coverage
storm.
anymore.
That was a
Or
gathering.
at least not a
storm.
big
They had
umbrella
not
policy.
started
And
rating
why?
that.
Because his
You should have
insurance
put Alex's
company
face in the
dropped him
clouds there,
after
like Hurricane Alex or something.
the Satterfield case. Insurance company thinks the money went to the Satterfield boys, but it didn't. They don't know that he's stolen it all, but they don't want to insure him anymore. So he doesn't have that to help him pay the beach case.
Is Waters going to close with
So
the
what's the
light
one
on
hope he has, and that's the Ferris case. And it's tried, and you get a verdict in
I want
February
more
of
clip
2021, $792,000. And eventually,
So here comes the pictures of the boats.
he tells Chris
Boat in the
Wilson, I'm going to
storm.
structure
Boat in the
those,
storm.
which is a lie,
Show it.
and gets the fees sent to him in March. And is spent in 2 months. But the boat case isn't going away. Mark says, show us your books if you're telling me you're broke. I think his testimony was, they said that he could probably cobble together $1 million, which I guess that's broke for him, but it wasn't enough.
Look, I can only,
And
I can just
so
cobble together
they
$1 million
refuse,
bucks.
and that's what leads to the motion to compel.
Cash.
And there's been a lot of argument about, oh, is that going to be granted or not? Will the judge have granted it? What we do know is that Mark Tinsley said that's what he was seeking to do. And he was seeking to do it because he had been told by the defense that he didn't have money. So he's like, prove it. None of us believe that. Knowing what you
And
know
he
about
had
your
no way of
misdemeanor,
compelling that.
Prove it.
Zero chance of
I would've-
compelling that.
now it can't have anybody.
The defense is seeking to
Standing
show that he's not
substantially.
guilty. I guess that's going to happen too.
Because
By
it's
that
all
logic,
to be
Jesus.
apparent. That Ford account is going to open right up.
They would like you to believe someone else did it.
Can't have that happen. It will all end. He'll lose his career. He will lose his livelihood. He will face investigations and consequences.
And murdering his family
Never-
stops what part of that?
Like he's been able to avoid his entire life. But if he can just stay one step ahead, just 1 month longer, 1 day longer.
Let's see the running guy
then
flip
he's
art
never gonna have
again.
to face that accountability.
That was the best of all.
He has to face.
I want to see some outright memes.
The hearing is scheduled for June 10th, 2021.
Isn't this default?
No one's here to
background?
argue to you that it's definitely going to be granted. All we're arguing to you is what the witnesses said they were intending to do.
So, again, it doesn't matter what the
And
witness is
as you've
intended
seen
to do
court
in a
over
trial.
the past 6 weeks, things happen.
You think that goofy?
And once that
The
process
question is what
starts,
impact that would likely have on Alex's mindset.
There's a conclusion to that.
You think that goofy state expert witness with all the certificates put this slide deck together?
Oh, God.
And then you heard from Tony Satterfield, who got up on the stand and talked about the fact that there was
I'm picturing this is what
coverage
Dr. Cat
about
Lady's notes
this
look like.
case as we move into the spring of 2021. And he hears from Alec, and Alec lies to him and says, yeah, we're hoping to get this case moving. And you saw the text message to that effect when the reality was that it had already been stolen. How's he going to pay that, ladies and gentlemen? That's millions of dollars.
So kill your son.
Well, what he's going to do is murder his
Millions
family.
of dollars.
Again,
And eventually, they're going to figure out that this money's already been paid.
has this guy not heard of bankruptcy? Like, tons of people have owed millions and
Insurance
millions of
company thinks
dollars.
it's gone the right place. At some point, the question is going to get asked, and that alone is going to break everything apart.
Okay.
He was going to be
Ferris case,
disgraced.
this
He's
is
going
when
to
his
disgrace his family
paralegal
name by
finds the expense
owing
check
money.
and not the fee
But He won't
check.
disgrace his family name by being a
And
fucking
I've already told
murderer.
you this part of the story, and y'all have heard the testimony, but it sets off that inquiry from the second juror. So now we have this on top of everything else that we're mentioning. This is like nothing he's ever experienced. He's always been able to stay step ahead of the game. But after the boat case, his appetite's increased greatly. He started stealing millions of dollars, and now he's running out of options, and all these factors are converging. All they're converging. And they're converging on 1 week, 1 day.
What's the likelihood this guy's never had a civil case?
That
in his
arrives.
Hi.
His father's in the hospital.
Oh, here we
There's
go.
confrontation with
Well,
Jesus.
What is this?
Damocles.
The sword of Damocles.
Ellen
That is
Taylor manages to ward off the
Oh, for
conversation by saying
fuck's
this man
sake.
off his terminal. He, of course, denies
What's the
that,
weight
so I guess Genie's
distribution
lying
on
on
that
him too.
sword and rope is all wrong. The knot was on the side. The
But
sword
that's
would be
what she
hanging
says
at a
happened.
little
Yeah.
bit of an angle.
He's working
Garbage
on the
clip
boat
art.
case.
I want to see him accidentally pull up his internet search history.
And it works. It's
Oh,
not
man.
the only reason.
Locals is dropping the memes
Yeah.
on the slides whenever
The
there's
worst
open
part,
space.
the guy that was running,
On this
that's
man,
so wildly inappropriate.
unbearable, and they were all reaching a crescendo the day his wife and son were murdered by him. All on that day. And in the wake of this, everything changes. People
No, it
stop
doesn't.
asking about these things. The community has changed like you would expect. People are concerned. They're scared. They're worried. And everything's changed. The backlash from the boat case has gone away, and all of that has changed. And that's why Mark Tinsley thought his case was over. This may seem like, really? But
I figured Mark Tinsley thought his case was over because he got a giant settlement out of it, didn't he?
His skills as a lawyer were understanding the emotional value of a case, understanding the sympathies of a case. If you have a sympathetic plaintiff and an unsympathetic defendant, that is, in the civil world, that's a big case. But if those get reversed, if those change, if all of a sudden your defendant is more sympathetic, it changes it.
How would any of this be relevant?
Reality of what Mark Tinsley's position on this case was for the Beach family, that Alec was going to have to pay money. And that's what he told you
God,
from the stand.
I would
He
want to
said the
stand up and
second
be like,
if Alec
my
had been
closing.
the victim of some
He hinged a lot of his argument on Mark
random
Tinsley, right? You
vigilante,
guys remember that?
the entirety
Remember how
of
much
the
of a
case is
bitch
changed.
that guy was?
And I'm not taking the same position. I'm not trying to demand that level of recovery.
Oh my God.
Normally, like the
He
dad
gets
does
a
the homework
750.
for the kid. In this case,
Well,
Creighton Waters'
he gets
kid put
600
together
of
the
it.
slideshow for his dad.
Ultimately gets a 750 loan. He convinces Chris Wilson. That heads off to Ferris. That's pretty much the main thing he did after this, was to make sure he could get that money, enough of it to Chris Wilson so that he would send
Do
an
you think
email
he's
to the
gonna
law firm saying, hey,
do the
everything's
actual
cool. I got it.
murder night?
And that's what the
At
law
any
firm
point?
thought.
This is like
The main thing he did in the wake of the murders of his wife and son was he made sure to
This button
stay
and then
again
this-
one step ahead of the game because he had more time now. He had time he didn't have on June 7th, but he had it now. And that's the first thing he did.
See, this is a conflation because just because
First
your
thing he
wife
did.
and kid get
It's the
murdered
main thing he did
doesn't mean you didn't commit
was keep
years
the
and years
hamster
of
wheel going.
felonies that you're trying to get around. Like those things can
I
be
know it
exclusive.
seems like a lot, but you have to consider the unique circumstances of this particular man. This particular man who has proven over and over again that he will do anything to keep that hamster wheel going and to avoid accountability.
Let's have the hamster wheel. Come on, bring back the hamster wheel graphic.
Please bring it back.
He just finally reached.
I want to know who stole the buttons from Creighton Waters' jacket.
Kind of looks slovenly, doesn't he? Just standing
Of
up
course,
there,
the hearing
hunched
on
over.
the motion to compel gets canceled.
It looks like a morning after a long night
Go
in
forward
Vegas.
with that in the wake of what's happened. That goes away.
I guess the state doesn't pay enough for a tie clip either.
Doesn't, I think you heard from the testimony up there, doesn't get
Tie
rescheduled
clips are
to
for heathens.
long after everything
Who the hell was
crashes
a tie
and burns
clip?
in September. Doesn't even
Tie
get
clip-
rescheduled.
You wouldn't need a tie clip if he just buttoned his
In the way.
fucking jacket.
You don't have to worry about that either. And the potential that had.
I've worn a tie clip 0 times in my life.
The second somebody
Me
looks
too,
at his
because I
accounts,
buttoned
the
my
second
jacket.
his own partner
I've buttoned my jacket twice in my
looks at
life.
his accounts.
That's
as
when I had
represented,
double breasted
says, let me
suits.
see him. He can't do that. He can't do that. He can't even show them to his own partner.
Joe only buttons his jacket when he's about to get out the
Because what's gonna
baseball
happen?
bat to collect on those debts.
They're gonna see it too. He can't let that happen.
He does look like Richard Dreyfuss.
Everything
That's
falls
funny.
apart.
Yeah.
When did this?
All right, we're going to need a bigger case.
Bronca, man, that was
I'm not going
great.
to go through all of this, but this is the timeline, and you can see as we, and I'll let y'all look at
No,
that.
we're
and
back
you
to
can
this, the
see
microtext.
How this develops, how this
Thanks
hamster
for-
wheel continues,
thanks for
how he
showing-
always has to be one step ahead of the game.
We're back to the timeline,
You know,
and I'm
we've
going to
talked
let you
about-
look at this. Oh, thank you.
The Redbeard and the Zero United, those are the land deals that went bad. They get charged off, but yet Palmetto State Bank, still dealing with him. He then appoints Russell Lafitte a conservator and borrows up to $1 million from the Plowler girls' accounts without their knowledge.
This
9
all
years
began
ago,
back in
his
May
accounts got
90,
charged
2000
off.
Yeah.
And then he has
May
to steal money
2007,
from
he
the Badger
hatched his
case,
plan.
where he's already making a huge amount of legal fees. He has to steal money from the Badger case to pay off the Plowler girls before they turn 18. And then there's an accounting
What,
for
he's
that.
plowing girls under 18? What?
Yeah, wait till the girls turn 18.
And then he opens up the Forge account.
That's the real crime.
And it continues. $338,000 from Deion Martin. Johnny Bush, Manuel Sanders, and Richard, $225. He's maxing out $1 million line of credit.
Surprised he doesn't have the
The only
adoption
way
of
to
the
stay
U.S.
afloat
Constitution,
is to
1787.
beg, borrow, and steal. He's maxing out $1 million line of credit. He steals some more money, but he's right back to where he was. March of 2018, he's now maxed out not only $1 million line of credit, but also a $600,000 line of credit. A line of credit, almost like a credit card, maxed out.
It's kind
Everybody
of
in
what
the
credit
jury's
is.
like, mine
Then the
too.
boat crash happens, and look what happens to the figures. 3.7 million, 1.1 million, $1 million. And then you have the
So was he
double-
rich or was he $8 million in debt? I'm confused.
Yeah. Who the hell knows? He's rich, so you should
This
hate
is
him.
some of the exhibits.
But he's in debt, so he's killing people.
All the statements, and they're in evidence
Look
showing
at
the
this. Look at
defendant's
these. Look at the micro numbers on the right.
The jury's just going to soak this one up.
assets on June 7th, 2021, and the
You may as well
reds
be holding
are
a piece of
his
microphone.
liabilities. That one's green, but it's negative. And then over here,
Oh, the green one's negative. Good
that's
work.
where he was.
Good work, Creighton.
A couple months later, he borrowed $750,000.
I have a 53-inch TV I'm using as a monitor, and on full screen, I can almost make out the numbers.
All that had to cover.
Wow.
I think it was called the most
Guys,
generous
did you see
overdraft
that
policy
overdraft
ever
fees?
conceived.
I guess Palmetto really was a small bank.
Fairness, though, he did get a $5 overdraft charge. So,
Oh,
I
hold
wasn't
on.
funny waters, dude.
Whack-a-whack.
The
All right, what else do we
shittiest part
have?
of this is that this
We talked
guy
about a
is,
lot of things about
like,
the finances,
bringing this
and I
much
know
money into the
there's
bank
been a
and
lot
he's
of
still
that.
getting
But
charged
it's really
overdraft.
the only way to
fees.
understand
Like, what a
all
garbage
the things
bank.
that were affecting this
You're
middle-aged,
rich and
outwardly
still getting
successful
overdraft
professional
fees,
man
not because you overdraft,
all
but
these
because your bank
pressures
charges them. You need to change banks immediately.
like no one had ever seen. Well, we've got the pills. He claims he's had a pill addiction for 20 years. What does he say about that? He says it makes him paranoid. He says it makes him agitated. He says opiates give him energy. Use your common sense about that.
Opiates give him energy.
He
Yeah, he
also
said he
says-
practices law better.
He even said this
when
in the
he's on
telephone interview
pain-
after the side of the
on pain
road.
pills.
Withdrawals will make you
He's
do
an opiate
anything,
anomaly.
anything.
Yeah, use your common sense on that. Clearly, a man who's never touched an
That's
opiate in
common
his
sense
life.
as well. We know how powerful.
A few of my
opiates
viewers
can be.
actually agreed with them there. They're
How
more
the addiction
focused
of
when they
opiates
take
can
that
be
stuff.
extremely powerful. The
Well,
withdrawal,
more focused and more
not
energy are
being dosed,
different.
it can be extremely powerful.
Opiates always
And
make
he's
me
also
feel like
saying he's taking
shit.
1,000 milligrams a day.
I've only taken 2 ever after surgery. I hate them.
And he's trying to blame all his theft on that.
How does
So
he
that's
know he
not
lied
what-
about taking 1,000 milligrams a day? How would
These records reflect. They reflect an insatiable desire for money and a hamster wheel that's been going on for a long time. And
So how does
you don't
that
really
get
see
to
the
murder?
escalation from his drug dealer until March of 2021.
If his insatiable desire for money, the murder doesn't get him money.
I would ask you also, one of the tenets of juries.
One of these slides
is
better be like from
common
Murdaugh
sense.
to
That's what
murder.
you're
It's
here
like
for,
changing
for
one letter
individual
each
and
time.
collective common sense. Common sense, 1,000
really
milligrams
sucks
a
for this-
day. Does that sound survivable?
It really sucks for the state that there's no life
He sat there on
insurance.
that stand.
If there was life
and told you
insurance,
that's
he'd be
what he was
cooked.
taking. And as
He'd
we're
be
going to go
totally
through this
cooked.
process, we're going to talk
I'm
about
surprised
what
he's
he said
not
on
using the
stand and how
typewriter
many
effect on each of
times
these
on the
slides so the letters
fly
fill in one by one.
that he looked you in your eyes and didn't tell you the truth. He's very good at it. His own partner said that. He's very, very good at it. Now,
That is a
leave
good
it to
line
you
by
to
the state.
decide
That he's a good liar.
1,000 milligrams a day is survivable with opiates. And if it was, that you could still engage in work, have a successful practice, and then on top of that, engage in these complex conspiracies to steal and fool everyone and live a life and have people outwardly think that you're, who you profess to be in public. If you were taking 1,000 milligrams a day.
Was there evidence on
Does
that?
make
I don't
common
remember that.
sense? I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen.
He said he was. That was his own
No, I
testimony.
know, but was
I have
there
no
evidence that you
doubt
can't do
He was
that?
taking
Oh, no.
opiate pills. But I think he looked you, and I would submit to you to decide whether or not he looked you in the eye and claimed them out as inconsistent with whatever else we know about this man. It's really inconsistent with survivability
What does it matter?
as a matter of common sense.
It's
Well,
not
if he
a
lied
drug
about
case.
if he overstated the amount of opium he was
He can never
taking, he
function
definitely
at
murdered
the
his
level he's
family.
been functioning.
Again,
Keeping up with these pressures, staying one step ahead for over a decade, if he was taking that much dope.
the only thing he was taking one step ahead of on 1,000 milligrams of opium is just coming down. I mean,
Yeah.
Just one other lie that I would submit to you as a lie that he's trying to get you to believe, to feel sympathetic for him, as if the dope was the cause of the money and the cause of his issues, when the reality is it wasn't. This had been going on for a long time.
Well, what was the cause of his money issues then?
it had
What
been
do you
going on
think it
for a
was?
long time, but so was the
The
dope.
dope went
Well, what
all
else
back to
about
2005.
You've seen the interviews.
Actually, to
We're
his
gonna
college
play some
football
clips of
days.
these interviews, but I'm not going to play them all for you again. You've watched them. But if you have any question, go back and watch them. He talks about being paranoid. Listen, watch those interviews when he's with Dave Owen. He doesn't look like he's withdrawing from any drugs. His
Well, he's
responses
still
are
on 'em.
appropriate. He's
He
Why
actually
would he be
in-
withdrawing?
he
displaying
admitted he had
paranoia.
drugs in his pocket during the interview.
He's smooth. He's focused on the events. He's focused on trying to get information about the case from law enforcement officers,
Like a
which is
dead,
interesting in
like
its own
a spouse,
right.
like a
Why is he so
widow.
focused on that. And in Savannah, where supposedly he was detoxing, he sat down, as you've heard the testimony, with a composite sketch artist and went through the whole process to come out with this picture.
Which I think looks like Mallory
Which I
Beach's
swear is not
dad.
me.
Tear off the corner of that.
How do you do that? How do you do that if you're on that much dope? So why did he tell you that, ladies and gentlemen? Why did he look you in the eye and tell you that as he sat there on that stand trying to explain what was going on? It's interesting also that in one of the interviews with law
It's so
enforcement,
pointless. Even the states
Three
conceded he was an
interviews,
addict.
three
His
nights,
wife and son
310,
found pills. That was a stressor for
before we
him.
get to the side of the road, that he mentions that Paul was a little detective. That's very interesting for him to mention that, because you heard from Marion Proctor, Maggie's sister, that Maggie called Paul that, the little detective, specifically in reference to Paul paying attention and trying to keep Alec from taking pills.
So was he a drug addict or not? What's your storyline here?
That's an interesting thing to bring
Now
up.
he killed
Because that was what
Paul
that was in reference to. And what do we know?
to silence
We
him.
know that in May, if we talk about all the pressures that are coming upon him, all these financial things that we've talked about, this exhausting hamster wheel that's been going on forever, the need to beg, borrow, and steal to stay one step ahead, and he's running out of options there. On top of that, we know in May that Paul sends a text to him saying, "Mom found some pills. We need to talk."
So he was an addict.
Mom found some pills, and we need to talk.
In May.
Talking to my son, that sounds terrible.
Another pressure from Paul and Maggie on him.
Waters reminds me
If
of
you
the
look at the text-
Agent Johnson in Die
The
Hard.
weekend,
You know, he's like
the
so
ball
cocky
game,
and confident.
and those are in evidence.
We're in charge now. We're taking over.
Johnson and Johnson, no relation. Two dicks.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
they're so
It's not a
cocky.
gang.
I love
He's
that
texting
one.
back and
The
forth,
one
and
Johnson
Maggie's
guy
like,
who's like the Vietnam
"Don't
vet.
come if you feel bad."
Right.
And he's
I'd be
like,
a psycho.
Oh, it's 12.
"Well, I think I can get a late check out." And then
Yeah,
he's like,
it's
"At 1 o'clock, they made me leave." I'll submit to you, it's a reasonable inference they were on him at this time. They were watching him like
a
a
month
hawk.
earlier. Literally May 7th is when he did that Google search.
I think somebody needs to check Waters' basement for a deep
Opiates.
pit and a senator's
The most
daughter in the bottom.
powerful of withdrawals, and everything's coming to a head.
Creighton Waters
including
has a
this.
$5,000 a month
well.
lotion addiction. Not all.
Run out of money, running out of options, doesn't get paid in any significant way until December, already stole the Ferris fees and spent that money in 2 months, has an expensive pill habit, and accountability and consequences will undo everything in his life, everything that is his self-identity, everything, the only things that he cares about. he doesn't care about lying to his partners and
doesn't care about his family?
his friends, his clients.
Really? He doesn't care about his family?
Well,
Because everyone from the state said he did.
Delay accountability for him.
Just because he did lie doesn't mean he doesn't care about lying. Like
All of
addicts
that.
don't necessarily like lie because they're like, oh, I don't
Yeah.
care about you. They lie because they're addicted. That's the addiction doing it. They're often ashamed of that lie.
He paused.
right.
He almost said he didn't care about his family. He
Ladies and
paused.
gentlemen, we'll take 1 hour and 15 minutes
Wow.
for
All right.
lunch. Please do not discuss the case.
That's not it.
Is that his closing?
No. This
Can't
is
be.
just, they're breaking in the middle of it because it's lunchtime.
And
Oh
because
my
it
God.
sucks.
That's weird.
And because it sucks, he needs help.
But, you know,
Yeah.
think about take a break. Why
Now
don't
it's time
you
for
get
the
to
phone a friend.
Oh my
Sorry.
God.
Well, I don't know if he says anything on this break. I'll catch it up to live in just a second because if we've gotten out, I started about 10, 12 minutes late, something like that. So it should catch up and we'll have plenty of time to hit some of the super chats, chat about what's going on so
Be in
far.
recess,
and we'll
1 hour
resume.
and 15 minutes.
I wonder if we're going to have a repeat of the GM OnStar debacle, and suddenly Microsoft will pop up with a decent PowerPoint slide for him.
What a disaster.
Yeah, I think
let's
I think we're caught up. I mean, it can't be that they're.
That was
I'm
horrible.
gonna catch it up to live. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Nothing happened after that. Well, hey guys.
Hey, happy Las Vegas Recovery Day.
Oh yeah. No, I'm fine.
Do
Everything's
you
okay.
I want to ask you a legitimate question.
Yeah.
Do you and Andrew remember that I was with you at the Venetian?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. I was concerned. I didn't because you were saying like I don't even remember who was there. It's like, we almost got gay. I must say I had to keep you off me. I had to keep
That
you
didn't
off me,
happen.
but you were
Yeah, it's
trying
supposed
do
to
gay
stay in
stuff.
Vegas. We don't want to hear about it. We
Yeah.
don't want to hear
It
about it.
happens in
fairness,
Vegas. Stays in Vegas.
I was prompted to look for you at about 6:30 when I got a text from someone concerned about your absence.
I know my wife
having
was-
not returned to the hotel yet, so that's how I know you were there. 'Cause
The
I looked
only-
and there you were.
The only thing that the public heard was that Steve Gosney was arrested. That's the only thing we heard,
Yeah.
but nothing else about this trip. So,
I got a similar text and I was like, nah, yeah, he left like 10 minutes ago. Don't worry, he'll be there.
Yeah.
Then I didn't get a response. And I was like, uh-oh.
Why
Don't
did
make
he
a
be
liar
there?
out of me, Steve.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
well, fair enough.
To the chat, I'll be discussing Vegas and stuff like that tonight for WTF Wednesday. We also have, I think, it's the 20th or 25th anniversary of Waco.
Mm.
So it might
Happy
be Waco
anniversary.
the fuck Wednesday. So we'll be doing that. If any guests here want to join me tonight,
I thought it was
you're
the
welcome
30th of
to.
Waco.
Maybe it's the 30th. I don't know dates, Andrew. Look,
yeah,
does it
has
matter if it was 30 years ago? It's definitely a motive for murder today,
Right.
as we've learned
than
from the
enough.
state. But yes, I was down in Vegas, of course. Mr. Gosney, Mr. Bronco were wonderful enough to be able to join me. I had a blast. I think everybody else had a pretty damn good time. Joe, I hear so many good reports about you holding down the fort on the trial, which I'm like, yeah, obviously.
Thank you. Yeah, why is that surprising? I don't understand. like, hey, wow, Joe was okay at that. It's like, thanks. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, we had you left me the juiciest parts of the trial, and I'm forever indebted to you for that.
I
Like,
know,
seriously, every good witness came, and like they practically it was
every viewer came too.
Yeah, well, I was streaming, so no, I got Alex testifying and the whole you left me the whole defense case practically, and they had some fairly strong witnesses in there. I mean, really until the very last witness on rebuttal for the last week, it seemed as if the case was going really, really well for the defense, like remarkably well.
Defense lawyer at the end there crossing was just tired. That was my.
Yeah, you know that could be, but Alan Wilson, they brought in. I don't know if you caught this, Nick, but they brought in.
I caught nothing.
Okay, so for direct testimony on rebuttal, the state brought in basically one guy who was designed to really just try to blow up all the expert witnesses who came in for the defense, who said things like they think it's more likely than not that there was 2 witnesses. We think that 2 shooters. We think it more likely than not that instead of him being shot from underneath on the ground, the way all the state's witnesses said, but they actually was standing over him, put the barrel to his head, was touching his head, and then the bullet went in there, and the gases created like an explosive effect where his head and brain ejected like Vesuvius erupting, and which sounds. And the reason that obviously would help Alex is because that sounds like an execution, like a mob hit type of thing. Not the way if a father's going to kill his son, you would imagine that's pretty much the last way that he would do that, and that the killer must have been covered and drenched in like a bath of blood. I mean, this is like American Psycho type thing, and obviously that raises all these questions as to how could he possibly have cleaned up and got rid of the clothes and everything like that when he's that drenched in blood.
Yeah, although also testimony that like sort of explosive skull action would have like legitimately prevented him from committing the next murder. That was part that it was committed.
Correct. That was part because it makes sense. No one knows which of Maggie and Paul died first, but it makes sense given where they are that Paul is the one who died first, because his first shot that he takes, everyone recognizes, was he's standing in the feed room, sort of turning sideways as if he's caught by surprise. If Maggie was in the process of getting shot, you wouldn't imagine that he would just be hanging out in the feed room. He probably would have come out. So it's likely that Paul was the first one shot, and that Maggie probably heard the shots and came running, and then she was the one, and she was killed. And the point being that there's so much blood exploding into the killer's face while he's finishing off at Paul. In that case, they would be disoriented for a good 10-15 seconds trying to get their bearings and clear the blood off their own face to be able to start picking up a different weapon. This time, some sort of rifle, whether it's 300 Blackout or not, who the hell knows, and take care of Maggie before Maggie would be able to grab a weapon of her own. So that's why the theory is that Paul's the first one who died. But and it was really, really effective. And even the reply witnesses, for the reply witnesses yesterday, the state brought in their own pathologist who came in there, and she was destroyed. I mean, she was made to look like a blithering idiot on cross. And they were
is that the coroner again?
Yeah, that cat Reamer, the one who looks like a cat lady. Like she's like, and she's saying things like, she doesn't really know. I don't really know ballistics. I don't care. I don't know about trajectories.
Didn't look at any crime scene photos.
Yeah, she had never seen she'd really never seen a head trauma like this. She couldn't explain why it is that the bullet hole comes up in one shot instead of being spread. Because if he was shot, according to her, he's shot from below and with a shotgun. There's no stippling, so the gun had to be far away from him. There would have been enough spread there that there should have been pellets going into his cheek instead of one hole in there, and that some of the pellets got stopped by the shoulder, and the rest of them had enough force to actually go through his neck, rip out his brain, and eject it from the head, which just sounds like it's hard to understand. She got slaughtered. I mean, it was really, from the defense's perspective, a great day yesterday until the very last witness. And the very last witness.
Well, let me just jump in real quick. That the other thing is that she didn't X-ray the brain. She didn't count the pellets. She didn't shave the head. Pictures. She took no pictures. It's like all these things. It's like no, because she had already had this foregone conclusion.
And Harpootlian had a great line with her. He asks her, "So, how many of these kinds of exact injuries have you seen before?" And she's like, "I couldn't say exactly." He goes, "Well, would you say it was fewer than one?"
And she said, "Maybe." She goes, "Maybe." Yeah, it was great. He was Harpootlian was phenomenal. I mean, and every one of the witnesses they brought up there yesterday, it was like either they were totally irrelevant or they got blown up. I mean, he brought in Crosby, the law partner, and Harpootlian basically got him infuriated, and he started attacking him, saying, "You must really be angry at him. He stole millions of dollars from you personally, and you must be really angry." And he's like, I'm not angry at him. And he's screaming like, "I'm not angry at him."
It was like from A Few Good Men.
I'm not mad. Yeah. What are you talking about?
It was really it was wonderful work by the defense.
I liked his line there too. It was like, because he was like, "You're not mad at this guy who stole millions from you." I have no feelings whatsoever. I've let it go. He said, "So you're just
In
like
my heart.
Zen, you're Nirvana."
Yeah, I think he was trying to play into his, the whole Christian spirit, and
You're Nickelback.
on. Yeah. But that last witness, what's interesting is this: all the last witness did, if you really thought about what he was attacking, was he was attacking the defense's expert. They had two experts that took the stand. One of them was this guy Palmbach, the one who came forward with the whole two-shooter theory, and also with the execution style hit. And he basically was trying to say that there's no way it could have been execution style hit, that wouldn't happen. He also argued against one of the defense witnesses who did a whole trajectory thing to try and establish that the shooter had to be 5'4" or shorter. Yeah. Which you would have loved this, like the whole midgets. You would have been going on about the manlets and the Hobbit and all this other stuff if you had been covering that. But
Attorney Tom is the killer.
That's what we came up with. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
did say a 5'2" child, a 12-year-old. So
yeah, that led the defense's reaction was to constantly refer to as the 12-year-old killer or the 11-year-old killer. That's where they spent the next trying to like dismiss it.
And don't forget the phone flipper guy.
Oh yeah. That was another guy they had on rebuttal. They had a guy who
said, "How is it they picked these witnesses, rebuttal witnesses? They were all terrible." They were.
But so the last guy who came in, he was really just trying to refute the experts. That's not saying that Alex did it. There was no evidence at all that Alex is the one who pulled the trigger. He was just trying to refute the height of the shooter and try and claim that he could be lower. And the from what we could hear from the gallery, they seemed to be very warm to what they felt was charm. I thought was actually kind of weak ass jokes, but
whenever he kind of get cornered, he'd kind of do this like jolly laugh and kind of like, oh shucks, and he says the whole trajectory analysis was garbage because it's a dynamic crime scene.
But the point, yeah, correct. It was just chaos there.
And he even said math doesn't apply because it's a crime scene.
yeah.
But like math isn't real when crime is involved.
But the defense didn't really get him on that.
The defense did it was a very weak cross. It was very passive type of cross and not really showing him to be mistaken in anything. And Jim Griffin handled that. It was really his most disappointing effort. And it's what was interesting is that for that last direct, Attorney General Alan Wilson came in and handled that himself. And he seemed honestly like a very strong litigator. And you might not like his style, you might not like his approach, but I could respect the game. And the guy knows how to handle at the very least, he knows how to handle direct. And I'm wondering what would you take from that, Nick? The fact that the Attorney General himself comes in to handle that last direct, and that guy was basically trying to save the day and save the case so that it's not blown up. What do you think? What do you take from that?
The obvious way to take it is that the state's not happy with how their case. Well, the Attorney General is not happy with how the state's case is going, and he's very concerned about what's going on. So he comes in to pinch hit, right? 9th inning, pinch hit for some other important player. And you're like, well, you're not going back in. You're not going back to the bases. We got to hit a home run here.
Right.
It was because Creighton blew the cross of Alex Murdaugh. That was a terrible cross-examination of Murdaugh.
I heard
it completely dominated him.
Yeah, that's what I heard. But, Creighton might like being dominated. So maybe he got his goal. Look, I'm not here to judge.
Waters every morning. He's in the shower. He ties the head on. He looks in the mirror like, Murdaugh, I'm coming for you.
I got to work on my PowerPoint some more.
Yeah,
Rocky montage. He's got Murdaugh's picture taped on the mirror. Of course, then when he gets in the shower, he has a different picture of Murdaugh taped up. But that's different, okay? That's not, he's got two different.
I'm surprised Waters didn't show up with blue paint on his face.
And I'll tell you, I mean, as far as his testimony itself, to me, at the very least, I was like, look, some people are going to call crocodile tears. He was dropping snot while crying and bawling and pleading mea culpa, and that he's admitting. I was surprised that he was admitting to all these crimes out of the gate, and I thought Jim's direct was very strong.
I was really surprised that he just flat out. I mean, see, if you were a defense lawyer coaching him to lie, right, or coaching a story, you would not tell him that I made a lie. You would say, I forgot. Well, Bronk and I,
Right.
we were all speculating, well, his memory was bad and this is high pressure. But he came up and he just said, no, I lied to them about being at the kennels because I was afraid and I was paranoid and everything else, which is not the best lie. I mean, if he wanted to lie, if he was lying on the stand, he would not have said that. So I think that
I found him to be very credible and transparent on the stand. Now, maybe he is truly just an excellent liar. I don't know, but his demeanor to me was very credible.
Right. And like I said, if you look at Law and Crime, most of their audience there, where they're coming from. They hate the guy. They just want to see him fry for anything that ever happened. So they want to fry him for inflation. So they certainly want him to go down for these murders. And all of them were assuming that it was crocodile tears. And the only take I could take is he was sufficiently compelling and believable with his presentation that if you walked out of there thinking that he was fake crying, it's because you were determined that you were never, ever going to believe him no matter what he said. Now, does that mean that he could be a very, very skilled liar? It could be. It could be that I was fooled by him in believing his testimony. I recognize he spent years practicing the art of lying, both as professionally and as a thief. So, he's very, very skilled at doing what he does. And he came across as being very smart, certainly on cross. He was very careful in when he was dancing for sometimes hours at a time with Waters about what he would admit to. He would never admit that he remembers a single conversation with X where he lied to their face. And
he was very specific and detailed in everything he said. And Waters' questions were often very ambiguous and compound and just not good questions.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, I think that a lot of people probably came in there just determined that they were not going to believe him. And my point is he may have been lying, but there's no way I will ever believe that any body language expert or anyone watching him is able to say that there is how you know that he's lying. I don't believe it.
Oh, hey, wait a minute. That seems like a very pointed comment, Joe.
No, I happen to like, by the way, I happen to like a lot of the channels of body language experts. I think because I'll tell you why I like it. I'm very into dissecting and understanding myself and society. And I think a lot of times we have a gut reaction when we're seeing something, we don't know what it is. And what I think body language experts are good at doing is they could tell you the reason you think this person is angry is you see the scrunched up part between they'll fixate on what we intuitively are picking up and explain to us why we're feeling when we're seeing something the way we're feeling about it. And that's why I happen to really I like a lot of their work. I just think that
I want to see what their girlfriends look like and they're such experts on body language. Yeah. If they're all dating Kens, I buy it.
Okay, let me grab some of these.
Yeah,
chats,
you got a lot of chats to catch up on.
And while look,
I just wanted to catch you up so you knew what you missed. And
I appreciate it very, very much. Thank you. Because I did not pay attention to this trial at all. While I was in Vegas, I got a couple updates, but there was no way I was able to keep up with anything.
And the judge hates Alex. I'm convinced.
Well, that's obvious. That's been clear for a long time.
There was during his cross a potential Fifth Amendment violation, a Sixth Amendment violation, and
the Sixth Amendment was really bad.
Yeah,
it was really bad because he's like, have you ever told your lawyers? Did you instruct your lawyers to lie
you went to the kennel
about HBO special?
That you were not at the kennel. Yeah.
Whoa.
And overruled.
There was a lot
objection
of that.
For Sixth Amendment. Overruled.
Overruled that?
Really badly.
And then when asked outside the presence of the jury to give a curative instruction, he refused to. And it was just like, what the hell? So
all right, here we go. So there's a couple
there's
two chats over on my old locals live chat, which will be closed in just a second because I forgot to close it when I opened the new one. The local auto shop says, hey, Nick, I need a prayer, bud. I'm moving homes tomorrow. I'm divorced, female, and facing some new life challenges ahead. I need a drunken prayer as I face on these new challenges with courage. I'm a bit nervous. Well, I can't give you a drunken prayer right now because I'm not drinking yet. But tonight, I'm sure I will be for What the Fuck Wednesday. And also tonight, yes, for everybody who's been asking about the clip channel drama wars. Yeah, I'm going to give an opinion on it, and I'm sure a lot of you aren't going to like it, but here's the reality. What everybody says is automatically fair use. Fair use is a very, very fucking complicated question of law, as all of us lawyers have tried to explain over and over, and anyone who ever says anything is definitely fair use is not telling you like an objective assessment. They're giving you an argument, because going into any courtroom and saying this is fair use is a toss-up, as any copyright attorney, as all of us will likely tell you. And if your transformative commentary on a clip is, I find this interesting, that's not fair use. Now, you may have permission, you may have other reasons or excuses to go to it, but I find this interesting is not transformative. You have to make a commentary or criticism, which doesn't necessarily have to be vocal, as Sargon showed us, but you can't just be the thing and be like, this is interesting, this is funny, this is not funny. Like, that's not criticism and commentary. You have to get a little bit more creative than that. And I think a lot of these clip channels are walking a fine line. So I'm going to be going through that tonight. But let me just say one big giant thing on that. All of the drama is not necessarily related to the copyright. These are two different issues that are trying to be conflated by everyone involved, because everybody involved is acting very faggoty. There you go. There's my legal assessment of it. All of them are trying to conflate these two issues for either one of their sides, and it doesn't. Those two are separate things. When you've got a bunch of drama, that's a bunch of bullshit. When you've got copyright issues, that's a legal issue. We're going to separate that out tonight and talk about it. And I'm going to get drunk and do it, so I get extra fucking pissed off, because all I hear about is this goddamn issue, and I don't want to talk about it, and I hate it. And I hate everybody involved right now. I hate all of you, even though I love you all too. Anyway, stop. Don't make me talk about this. Oh, God, just fix your own fucking problems. Missy Lania says, if you look at court documents, Blanca's address is used on the fake Forge account. She also sold Maggie's clothes and bags on Poshmark after Alex was arrested. She deleted all active listings, but the sold listings remain. Why would they not question her on this? How tall is she? How tall is she? Oh, because she could be like 5'4". I gotcha. Yeah, I have no idea. But that's very interesting. I don't know. We'll see if the defense tries to wrap that in. The defense doesn't have to present they don't have to present who actually caused the murder, although it could help if they give an alternative.
If you ask the state, they would differ, apparently.
Right.
A lot of burden shifting by the state in this trial.
Yeah. That's been a common theme. JWLDP 11 says, glad you didn't lose that bottle of Kentucky Owl number 4 I gave you, Rackets. Oh no, I got it home. Thank you. Bought 2 of them. Killed the first with a friend moving to China, so the second goes to a shyster lawyer.
The burden shifting has been really bad too, you know, because they even said, well, on the last witness, and they didn't even object on it. But it's like, now, would you reenact the defense theory? So would you tell me how the defense theory, like they were basically, we don't know what the state theory is, but we're criticizing the defense theory. It was crazy.
Whoa! Oh God!
Sorry.
Oh, I muted him. I don't know what he was doing. Like, Jesus Christ. When he comes back and is not like, I don't know, was he drilling open a wine bottle there? Like, I'm not sure what that was. I'll bring him back. Bring back his audio.
Was it on Vices? Was it on Joe? You missed the Bronca had a live streaming event on the open air. If you know what I mean.
Oh.
He took the cell phone with him accidentally when he decided to. That was on that was Vices, right, Jeff? Yeah.
Squizgar 2322 says
that wasn't an accident, Steve.
We were just impressed by
that was bonus content.
Yeah.
No prostate problems there.
No.
Squizgar 2322 says, at least they didn't use Comic Sans. Oh man, that PowerPoint is hot garbage.
That was so inappropriate. The guy, like the clip art of the cartoon guy running, it was so freaking double homicide, shotgun murder of his children, and you got this little cartoon guy like clip art. I mean, that was ridiculous.
It may be inappropriate, but no one cares because it was so stupid. like would you bother like mentioning or even objecting to it, or just let it be? Like, bro, you're throwing Microsoft generic clip art into your closing statement like in this got to be one of the biggest murder cases in the state's recent history, and here you go. It's
It's amazing what these computers can do these days.
Well,
I'm just surprised it wasn't animated.
Speaking of cheap clip art, that's pretty cheap clip art right there. My book. Ideas and Answers Law available at stevegosney.com.
Go get it.
Hey, Nick, as long as
Get
we got
your
a
cheap
pause,
clip art. Huh?
Can I pull something up real quick?
Well, it depends. I heard you had a streaming incident. Careful what you pull up.
Let me whip it out. Excuse me while I whip it out.
I gotta find it. Hold on. Hold on.
Well,
damn it. I know.
Phrasing.
I apologize. Nothing like breaking up the flow of the show.
Oh no.
Okay, I got it.
Flow.
I'll read this one from
Flow.
Brian Alleman says, honestly, I feel like there's a business opportunity for a consulting service that builds non-crappy PowerPoints for lawyers. Oh, absolutely. Oh, no, he removed himself. I didn't actually ban him. When he comes back, he probably just hit the wrong button while he was loading up the, while he was loading up his, I'm guessing his class grift or book grift, either one.
Nice Blazing Saddles reference too there, Steve.
Yes, you got that right. Yeah, good.
Here we go. Welcome back. You'll have to find it again.
Yeah, I'm on my laptop and all the buttons are real tiny. So
touchpad incident.
Myself out.
I know how that goes.
So Law Self-Defense Advanced class happening Saturday, April 15th. This is special for the Nick Rekieta Law audience. Effective today, March 1st. The discount's only 10%. It goes in every month. But if you go there and use the discount code Nick at checkout, it will bump it up to 25% off. Today only. That's because Nick's been away at Vegas and we haven't had a chance to offer this to the Rekieta Law audience the last few days. lawofselfdefense.com/advanced. Use the discount code Nick and learn how to be hard to convict if you're ever compelled to defend yourself, your family, your property against criminal predation. Thanks, Nick.
Of course. Guys, check that out. Everyone I've heard of who's attended it has said it's great. Fantastic stuff. And they're happy to attend it. And many people attend it multiple times. Why?
That's true.
My damn display names back. What is this?
It's Strexler says the problem, Broncos. Your thing needs more clip art.
It could be.
Yeah.
Hold on. Who took off Steve's?
Oh, you want to? Did not put it. You can put.
He wrote an article about that.
Did not get
an article on this.
He wrote an article about getting arrested in Vegas, I heard.
No, you, both of you, when you left that night, were stumbling a little bit. I was fine. It's you guys were trashed. Oh, I love when Bronco left. I'm like, he's like, where do I go? I'm like, that way is the Uber.
Right.
He's like, all right. And then he starts walking. I'm like, like 5 minutes later, I walked down to make sure you weren't laying in the hallway.
I should have just gone straight to the airport. My flight was only in a couple hours.
Oh man, someone should have checked on me. I walked like 5 laps around the casino floor, and then I found a place that was open. I drank a protein shake and then a cranberry apple juice, and then I woke up and I was fine. I was like, how am I not hungover? It's
the fans you had there. I mean, I don't think I was without a drink in my hand the whole. It was 10 hours from 8 to midnight, and then midnight to 6 a.m. Holy. Yeah, it was 8 to, I don't know how long your event was. We left there, I think, at 1:30, and then we went with Nick to the Venetian, and then we went. I was there till 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I whatchamacallit? I stopped. I had one sip of Blanton's after about 1 o'clock. That's it. And because I was destroyed, and someone gave me very kindly a glass of Blanton's. And I was, oh God, no! I was like, I cannot do it. And so then I had several hours to sober up, which was nice before going to bed. The DCV Titan says he wants to appear as the poor little state prosecutor fighting against those nasty, rich, lying defense attorneys and their thief client. Please find him guilty of murder over our investigation incompetence. Othamer says, I remember my first PowerPoint presentation too. Stop being mean to Waters. He's trying his best here. You should all be supportive of South Carolina Solicitor's Office Special Needs Outreach Program. Really going the extra mile, just like that Mag's phone. I think that's Maggie's phone. Wait, so did the expert on the phone thing, did I hear them ask like if he tested the orientation thing? He's like, I just threw the phone in my office. Did that happen?
Basically threw it, he flipped it, he dropped it on the floor, he shook it really hard.
It was the most absurd expert testimony I have ever seen.
When the expert says literally under oath, he was asked, you basically don't know any more about this than any other person. Correct.
Yes.
I mean, even the defense lawyer went, Your Honor, can we strike his testimony as not being an expert?
Yeah, he did that. And of course it was overruled.
Yeah,
no, but he sat basically,
I'll allow it.
Over the weekend, he sat in his room and threw his phone around. And did you tape it? No. Were there any witnesses? No. Do you know what the force was? There any measurements? No.
Took no notes.
Took no notes. It was the most absurd thing I've ever seen, and I've never seen anything so bad. Why did the state bring up such bad witnesses in rebuttal? Usually, a rebuttal, you bring your strong people back. You like really hammer something down. This was almost like they were trying to lose it. They were so bad.
And he knows what an accelerometer is because he looked at some information on the Apple website.
Yeah, he looked it up on Google. That's what he says.
How is he an expert? Like I've looked up an accelerometer on Google.
He was not an expert.
He was the exact opposite of an expert.
Jesus.
He even said he wasn't an expert. This was his first time he's ever testified about anything about how the electronics of a phone work.
That if anybody in the whole case convinced me this is a political prosecution, it was that phone guy. Because basically the state is trying to create, we got to do something about this phone flipping thing. So that's like, go pay this guy to go and throw his phone around so we can put him on the stand and say it's garbage.
And the judge was really, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the judge was really egregious there because they got the guy accepted as an expert based on his being able to extract data from the phone, not the engineering or the physics of the phone or how it works. But once they got him accepted as an expert on data extraction, the judge let him testify as an expert on everything. Accelerometers, the physics of tossing a phone out a window. And the defense objected, said he's not an expert on this stuff. And the judge said, well, too late. You should have objected earlier. You accepted him as an expert. Not on this, Your Honor. I don't care. Overruled.
It was terrible. That was absurd.
Well, he's an expert on baking, so we'll take his evidence on phones.
He's like, I know about cell phones and I know about software. Do you know what this like device that senses? No, I really don't. I know what it's called.
Red Blur 8351 says, pretty sure Waters said he wasn't going to talk forever. Not doing the greatest job there. Isaac Kozic says there's a certain percentage of the population that has an adrenergic adrenaline response to opioids, as well as the dopamine response. The result of that is increased focus and energy, plus the euphoric effects. Oh, hey, cool. Learn something new every day. I wonder if he's like that. I have no idea. Again, I've only had opiates twice in my life. They were after surgeries, and I hate them. I will avoid taking them at all costs because they make me very, very sick very, very quickly. And I don't like that out of it feeling.
I'll say
I was surprised that. Go ahead, Steve.
No, I was going to say my experience in opioid addiction when I was prosecuting and in defense is I don't find that oxy people and opioid addicts are necessarily violent. They're desperate because they're in pain and they want this drug and they don't want to hurt anybody, but they need these drugs in order to fix the pain. It's unlike cocaine. Cocaine's a much different drug, but opioid addicts I have not found to be murderously violent. If they kill or if they hurt somebody, it's because they're desperate and they want to get to their pills. But this guy's got pills in his pocket, so he's golden.
I've been surprised here in Colorado how aggressive the doctors are about prescribing them. I've had a number of instances where I've injured myself somehow or something happened, and they're like, "You want opioids?" And I'm like, "No, the Tylenol's working." They're like, "Take a prescription anyway."
Yeah,
well, I don't want it.
If you've got these things, be very, very careful. They're very addictive, and don't just like, well, here's a prescription. Oh, I'm supposed to take one every 6 hours. That's and so they start taking them one every 6 hours. Then you're addicted. Be very, very careful with these things. Very dangerous drugs.
Yeah, so what you should do is you should get fill the prescription because you got it. So you should fill it, and then you should take the bottle with you to like an elementary school and just leave it on the ground. That was on advice from my attorney, Steve Gosling. Brian Wilson says defense witness yesterday implied shooter shot Paul that surprised him as he walked out the door. Go for Big Guy 911 says, #never forget. To all the wine moms who think that the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Alex murdered his wife and kids, raise your hand. Now slap yourself with it, and you are not worthy of the 19th Amendment. Wow. Jeez. AV to the 7th power. Hey, what's up, AV? I got to meet AV in Las Vegas. Very, very cool. Super nice person, and definitely got to have her on the show. She's a law student, but she's also finishing law school up, but she's also wildly experienced in I think investment banking or something like that. Very, very smart person, and going to be very interested to talk to her. Thanks, Nick plus team. Great coverage. Oh, thank you. You don't have to lie though. Kyle Bogue says Bronca going off on a drunken rant and all the women involved in the Clips drama would be the icing on your drunken rant of a cake tonight. Please, pretty please, no, with no tie on top.
Well, you should have been in Vegas with him because that's what he was. That was so funny, man. You guys, the one neat thing about this little Vegas meetup, it was so cool because it's like you've got this little subset of people that are sort of in this group, and they're all really neat. You got a neat little group of people that watch you, and that was a lot of fun, wasn't it?
Oh, you're just making me jealous. I wasn't there.
Yes,
you're making me feel bad.
Well, you're coming to Tampa, right, Nick?
I'm coming to Tampa at some point. I don't know when. But to anyone who's jealous of what happened in Vegas, even though it all stayed in Vegas and no one ever heard anything about it, even though the event basically never happened, you'll have another opportunity at the mini Las Vegas sequel. I only call it mini Las Vegas, not because of the show, but because the location, Nashville, in September either 15th or 16th. We will be in Nashville for another live show at a venue that I will be arranging. And I'll have the details and ticket sales up for that way earlier this time, but I'm giving people the dates right now. That's already the 15th and 16th are Friday and Saturday. We're going to nail down one of those days, nail down a venue, and hoping to have, we had probably 200 people there this time. I know I sold 187 tickets, but with guests and stuff like that, it was probably right around that 200 number. Looking to get even more, maybe 300 to 400 people to come out to Nashville. It's like there's the event, and then people are like partying all around the event, like in smaller groups, bigger groups, or whatever, and it's a lot of fun. So make sure you come out for that. It'll be fantastic. Hey, Ari Jacob says, I'm a PowerPoint design queen if you ever need someone. Nick, I can't believe I was out of town when you were in Vegas. Yeah, that's not on me, Ari. That's on you. But I love you. We'll get to meet up sometime. It'll be fun.
Well, I'm looking forward to Matsuri. Okay. That's
Matsuri is going to be. Oh, I love going to Matsuri. Wolfram says Dr. Bozo's news story yesterday put Paul Shooter against the wall, holding the shotgun as a lefty. He firmly believed the ejected shell went forward through Paul's legs and into the room. Notice that the ejector was aimed at the shooter's groin. So there you go. Hooky 200 proof says, if you all were invited to fight in Creator Clash 3, who would you all want to fight? Oh, that's easy. I know who I'd want. I want to fight Eugenia Cooney or Cooley or whatever her name is. Yeah. Who would you guys fight in if you had to pick one YouTube creator to fight in like a boxing match or UFC?
I don't know what any of that means.
Okay, so like if Andrew, you're going to do a charity boxing match or like a UFC style fighting thing.
Okay.
Who on YouTube do you pick as your opponent?
Whoever's smallest and weakest.
Exactly. I'd go with Beetlejuice from the Howard Stern show. That way he could.
Wait,
because I could just hold him back like this and he wouldn't hurt me.
That's just a transgender Lori Lightfoot.
Yeah.
Jeff, who would you fight? Wait, I might fight Amaranth.
I was going to say Amaranth or Keffels, one of the two.
my gosh. Justin Wright says, really needed the de-stressing session, but I could not make it due to my nephew's funeral on Friday. Oh, man. Sorry to hear that. Please put the Nashville link on blast when you create it. I want to meet everyone and visit family the weekend of the meet. Oh, yeah. Don't worry. that link is going to be grifted so damn hard.
I see someone in the comments suggesting I would want to fight Natalie. I would not want to fight Natalie, folks. I don't want to fight anyone who outweighs me.
Okay then. So Nick,
the uncovered
the
the uncovered lamp. It's nothing to grift, but this meme I made is too stupid not to boost to your attention. Okay, here we go. This meme would probably better. So let's see. One does not simply try a murder case. Not with 10,000 days. Could you do this? Oh my gosh. So yeah, Long Crime is still not back with the coverage. Daryl Smith, can we watch the phone flipper guy from yesterday during the break? I think you'll love it.
The cross of the phone flipper is hilarious.
I don't know. I don't have it like chambered up, and I'm not quite sure. I should have been keeping track of how long this was.
The whole thing's like 15 minutes.
No, what I meant, where we are in the.
They went to lunch at like 1:15 Eastern Standard, so it's been about 45 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. I just checked back on the little timeline. It's 41 minutes ago. For that. Oh, and I'm
still sucked into this trial, man. You guys have like burned some vacation leave that I didn't need to burn.
One more thing about Las Vegas, which again I'll be talking about more in depth tonight. The Las Vegas event was recorded, and the files were all being uploaded to a shared drive with me yesterday. So I got to pull, they didn't get uploaded till like 4 a.m, or they didn't finish the uploads till like 4 a.m, but I'll be pulling those out, making sure the audio's cleaned up and everything. Cause I think the guy did it. The guy already did the cleaning up and rebalancing of the audio. I got to make sure everything sounds okay. And then I'll be, and it's like in pieces maybe. And I don't know if he has them all compiled together. I just have to review it. And then I'll be putting the show up on my locals, as well as Camelot will be uploading them to his locals. So if you want to check that out, ricadalaw.locals.com. They will be paid content, for local subscribers. Again, this was a paid show, and I don't want to devalue the people who did pay to be there.
There's nothing like being there, though. I mean, that was a lot. It was
Steve, stop unselling my thing. No, this is exactly as good as being there, and it only costs you $5 a month rather than a $50 ticket plus a trip to Vegas. This is just as good. So Nashville, the next one, that'll be better, but this one's just as good. So make sure you subscribe to ricadalaw.locals.com.
All right, I've hit my 4 a.m. wall, so it's time for me to check out and get a couple hours sleep.
All right, Jeff. I'll see you Friday.
Great time, guys. Everybody, see y'all. Everybody, enjoy. I mean, Nick, I sent you an invite for Friday. I don't know if you're free or not, but it's the fucking Friday stream. So
yes, I will if I'm available. If I'm available, I'm in. It's just I don't even know. I haven't even checked the schedule yet. So.
Yeah. All right. Everybody, have a great night. We'll see you.
Right, peace, brother.
I guess it's morning for you. Bye.
All right. What else do we have? Tim M says, could you help get my message to Rumble? They deactivated my account. I tried to log in, but got this message. Tried to make a new account, but I can't because it says I still have one with that email. The help tab is no way of explaining my issue. No email notification either. I can't read or send Rumble rants. It's really annoying. I've tried tweeting them to get their attention. Just no avail. I just want them to fix this. My Rumble username is that. I think this was caused by a glitch. Tim, can you email me and I will forward it to my my support at Rumble specifically? Please email me on that one. I'll see if we can get that fixed or find out who specifically you should talk to.
I have to say, I've got a lot of haters in the chat today, which is awesome. I think the haters think they're going to hurt my feelings, but the more of you there are, the more it feeds my ego. So keep it coming. It's great. The only thing is, those of you who are just chatting and not making it a super chat, you're just pussies. If you meant it, you'd make it a super chat.
Oh,
damn.
Well, I mean, if people don't, they're misunderstanding Andrew. Andrew doesn't give one little hoot about what you actually are saying.
But I mean, the real trick would be like if you super chatted it, would I read it because my friend's on stream, and I don't know if I'd want to hurt his feelings.
No, you
Yeah,
read
I
it.
know.
Come on.
Be a
At the
tough
right
call.
price, you'd read it.
Stephen Cooper says finally decided to leave Vegas. Good seeing you guys there, dude. It was so much fun.
Oh, Stephen Cooper, you know who that is? He's the guy that won my hardback book auction.
Yep.
And remember, you signed his book, and Bronco signed it. He got everybody to sign it. Yeah, Stephen Cooper. Good job.
Somebody got my tie too. I lost a good $200 tie.
You didn't lose it. You gave it to me.
I gave it away. Okay.
And then I gave it to someone else.
All right. Okay. I wasn't sure who ended up with it.
Me either. I don't remember who got it. The Dragon's Treasure says, I haven't been able to grift. Use coupon code NOSE at thedragonstreasure.com to get hooked up with some of the best tea you'll ever have. Code ends when the trial ends, so be quick about it. And yes, guys, check that out. Dragon's Treasure is a great dude, makes great tea. Really fantastic stuff. And gosh, I wish I had a cup of it right now. But instead, I drank one of these stupid Monster energy drinks. I never drink this shit. And I was on Camelot show on Monday. And this is all we had in the hotel room left. That wasn't just liquor. And I tried it. These are so good. I gotta never drink one again, but I was thirsty this morning. So I bought one at the convenience store. Examoon TV says, fat shaming Nick. I ate 7 Wendy's burgers for breakfast, then puked it all up in the bathtub like a woman. Wait, you need fat shaming after throwing up? Why? Just keep throwing up. Just try that. I don't know.
Encourage
Did you do
bulimia.
that?
Go ahead.
One of the two things will happen. You'll either get skinny or you'll just die, and then the world will be a better place without you, you giant tub of garbage. If you just go ahead and figure out which one you think might be more beneficial to society, a skinnier you or a non-existent you, and then just pursue that. Or, I don't know, maybe you could just run or walk or sit up. Maybe not have someone have to pry you out of a couch with a boat oar, you disgusting slovenly pile of Creighton waters. Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh, wait, you can't. You're stuck in place, you anchor. All right. There you go. There's your fat shaming. Let's see. Charles Vance says Andrew is the man. There you go. I guess. Yeah, Andrew's. I guess he's the man.
He is the man.
Hey, man, at least.
No, we got to have a pretty good dinner. We went to Lowry's and ate some prime rib. Our wives got to talk while we talked, which is always great. That's always fantastic. It's like,
isn't Emily great, Nick? I mean, did you get?
Oh, she's awesome.
I tell you, people don't know that. See, Bronco, he doesn't care what you think because he's already scored. He's already hit the jackpot. She's one of my favorite people.
I'd say we all married up.
Yes, we did. You got to meet my wife, right? She's a sweetie. She's worried about me. Isn't that sweet? I don't ever. That's the first time
that
I've ever
text
done
message was like the cutest thing I've ever seen in my life.
I know.
Really, there was a lot of profanity in the one I got.
Oh, was there?
It was not.
No. Oh gosh. Let's see. We've got Red Mage 13 says, Nick, it was great finally getting to meet you in person in Vegas. Yeah, brother. Hope to make the Philly event and Anime Matsuri. Bronca, me and my friend just ordered your book, and great getting to talk to you as well at the event.
Yes, it was wonderful meeting everybody. Everybody was really nice. Even the people who didn't like me were very nice. I mean, all the people I've yelled at the internet, but of course I forget about it the next day. But they remember. They remember. You yelled at me 6 months ago on some stream. I was like, oh, sorry, I think.
It wasn't personal. Your opinion was just garbage.
Usually that's the case. A couple ladies came up to me. They were really nice. They just super disagreed with my relationship views. And I said, well, can you tell me where I'm wrong? And they left.
Let's see. Tom Grawl says, hoping to get to Nashville. We'll bring Kentucky all last batch in tow. Oh, I love that guy.
Yeah, I might be able to make Nashville. I'll put that on the calendar. I like Nashville.
At least it's in the East Coast. I might be able to make that. I don't know. It's a long ways off. Depends how many new books I sell and if I can ever get it done with my forward author. I got to get on him.
Okay. Jane Zanis says, question, when Alec Murdaugh lied about the kennels, he wasn't arrested yet. So does that fall under his Fifth Amendment rights? Well, I mean,
no. Fifth Amendment, you have to be in custody. He wasn't in custody.
Right. They don't have to Mirandize someone who's not in custody. You can volunteer any sort of information you want to the police at any point in time. But the question is, and this is for the jury to decide, the jury are the sole, deciders of fact. Does that lie make it so that he is guilty of murder? Is there reasonable doubt existing after that lie when you factor it in? The question
is it material?
Right. And the jury gets to decide what that is. So if the jury decides, look, he lied about that, so he must have murdered his wife, then he's guilty, right? Like, that's how it goes. But I don't know. For me, him lying about his location, if it was even a lie, the weird thing is,
well, he admitted it. He admitted he lied. But he says he got paranoid because he was on drugs and they started asking him questions and he wanted, he knew he didn't do it, but he was there. And so he just left that little thing out.
But let me pose a hypothetical. His admission to lying is a lie because it plays better to come forward with a lie rather than stick with the implausible, if you will, truth that he was really just stressed out and on drugs and might have forgotten that he was down there in the first place. But if you come out and say, well, look, I was stressed out and on drugs and I forgot I was down there, the jury might go, oh, that's convenient. But if you come out and say you lied about it, then and own it as a lie rather than a mistruth or misstatement, then that could be beneficial.
Yeah, it worked on me. I agree. That was my theory, and I think it worked because, like I said, if you're going to construct it, I would have done the other way. But
Creighton Waters clearly never saw that coming. He felt completely blindsided by that concession.
He actually tried pinning him down as to what's the moment you decided to lie, and which I thought was a little bit kind of ridiculous because when you're walking into that situation, if you're an attorney, especially, but even if you're not, if you watch two crime thrillers, that the spouse is always the first suspect. You know that if you're the last person to see them is going to be a primary suspect. You know that you're constantly on drugs and you have all these financial issues that you don't want anyone to know about. This is before anyone knew anything about any of that. The idea that he's walking in, that he finds himself in this situation, let's assume he did not kill them. And he finds himself in this situation. The concept that he would not be incredibly defensive is just, it's ponderous why any rational person would think he would not be ridiculously defensive and concerned that he knows that he is likely the person that everyone in the car thinks probably did it. So I can understand him trying to distance himself and say the last time I saw them was a couple hours earlier, and that way relieve some of that pressure that, oh, you're the last one who saw them just moments before they died. Now, does that justify it? No. Does that mean, did it end up backfiring? 100%, because if he would have come forward and said, yeah, I was the last one there, I saw them, not that I was the last one there, but the last time I saw him was at the kennels at 8:45, that a lot of eyes would have been turned on him, but it would have been much better in that now when it gets exposed because of something that he had no way of knowing would be exposed, it just makes him look like the shady person that he actually is.
I mean, really, the strongest argument the state has is that this guy's a really good liar. Mm-hmm. And it's true. He's a really good liar. He's lied to a lot of people who knew him his whole life, worked with him for decades. He lied to them very convincingly for a long period of time. And that could be enough for the jury. I mean, if you simply don't believe the defendant at all, well, then why shouldn't you believe the state? I mean, it wouldn't be enough for me because I still don't see any. I'm not convinced by a circumstantial case in the absence of a clear motive to kill. And I just don't see that here. I simply don't believe he killed his wife and son for no good reason. And there was no good. The financial stuff is no good reason.
And that's why I said the state almost got screwed by the fact that there's no life insurance. Because in theory, even if there was life insurance,
right,
he still might not have killed him the same way. You know what I'm saying? If all of a sudden we found out there's that doesn't change any of the equation here, but all of a sudden that motive just becomes
right
very compelling in the light that Creighton Waters has spent all morning spending, about how he's stressing about his finances. That they would nail the sucker home in 10 seconds if there was any kind
and of course,
considerable life
and
insurance.
if he wanted to orchestrate the killing, he could simply say, I was in the house, I took a nap for 4 hours, and then came out and found him dead.
Right.
And not go to his mother's house, not have the 9:06 departure time, not be throwing Maggie's phone, not whatever. None of that would have to happen. He could say, I went in the house, I took a nap. When I woke up 4 hours later, nobody was around. I didn't know what was going on. I went down to the shed and found him dead.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right.
He could have woken up the next day.
Well, the also the
like anytime.
The reconstruction expert, the last guy, they really didn't nail him down. I mean, because I think they were tired, but I actually on my Rumble channel, I did a whole video recreation of the reenactment of why the state's version of the firearm location, the shotgun shell, is ridiculous, because the shells would not have landed in the location that they were recovered, which is behind the door. It's just not what have happened. It's not. It's the state's case is so bad on so many levels. All they've shown is that it's theoretically possible that he did it, but that's not beyond a reasonable doubt that he did do it.
And by the way, they didn't even do that. When you consider the digital alibi, they didn't even do that, because there is a phone expert. There's a phone expert, and I would be pounding on this. How did he do this magic trick? Forget about the magic trick of cleaning up with no DNA left around him anywhere. No one finding any DNA in the clothing.
Even though they lied about it.
He has no
time. They lied about it to the grand jury.
Right. And they lied about this to the grand jury. And he had so little time to dispose of any of these things. Let's put all that aside and figure out, say, he had some sort of secret stash. He's been planning this for a while, and he dug a hole and buried it where no one ever found it. Okay, fine. Even if you accept all that, he hosed himself down, left some shampoo there, and we don't have any evidence to how he did that, but he found a way to do that. The one thing that's a real digital alibi is that we know that he was half a mile away from Maggie's phone at the time that thing was being accessed, and it could not be automated. It had to be someone interacting with Maggie's phone. Right. So how does he pull that magic trick unless he's aided by someone, which has been no suggestion by the state that he was? So if he's not aided, it seems as if he has a completely perfect digital alibi that the state can't get around. That even if I had video of him doing it, I'd be sitting there wondering, how the hell did he do that with the phone?
I think
how did he do that?
A very reasonable closing strategy for the defense would basically be to start with this. Listen, the state's talked about a lot of stuff, but there's two things they can't get past. There's no blood on this guy, and he would have been awash in blood, and there was no credible time for him to clean that blood off. And the phone was thrown half a mile away when he could not have been there. Now, we're going to talk about a lot of stuff the state talked about because we want to put it in context for you. But those are the keys. It could not have happened. It could not have happened. And then I would talk about some state witnesses, and I'd say, but you know what? We're still left with the facts that it could not have happened. No blood, phone thrown away. Talk about a few more state things, put them in context, and just keep circling back to that, and then wrap up with that again. But at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, all that nonsense,
it could not have happened.
It could not have happened the way the state is telling you.
Was Paul killed? And in the context of that, you could be like, I agree with you totally. You hit on those things that make it impossible for him to have done it. And then you come back around. Was he shot execution style with a gun trained on his head or from underneath? I don't know. I don't know who pulled that trigger. Right. To me, it makes more sense. What you heard the expert explain why it would be impossible for the brain to eject the way it did and things the way it did. And
did he steal money? Was he a drug addict?
Even if the shot came from right. But even if the shot came from underneath. Who said there's no reason to think it was Alex?
Could not have happened.
Because he couldn't have done it. And you can keep coming back to that because he could not have done it.
See, here I disagree with both of you.
Do it. Go for it.
Well, on Rumble last night, I did this video and I was criticizing the defense team for this Alex's innocent strategy because I think it's come back and bite him on the butt. Now they're putting a target for the state to disprove. Whereas instead, if they had made their theme, they don't have a theme. Their theme should be proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And they should be pointing out these things you're saying and say, and every time they get done with one of the points that you guys made, go back to the fact And remember, the state's burden is beyond an exclusion of every reasonable doubt, and this is a major reasonable doubt. But they have not weaved that theme in their case. So it's like, well, the first time we're hearing it is closing and the instructions. They should have, every witness, they should have been hitting reasonable doubt, reasonable doubt, reasonable doubt, and not this, he's actually innocent. We've got a scenario that is different. I think that
I'll push back on you on that, Steve.
Sure.
I'm going to push back to a normal jury in a normal case. I would say that's a healthy approach. But given how hateable he is, and the fact, I understand you're correct. If the jury is comprised of people sitting in this panel or the typical viewer watching this stream rather than watching a different stream covering this trial, in that case, I would say, yeah, to you, me, our viewers, that is all, American freedoms, a presumption of innocence, beyond reasonable doubt. That argument works. But I think he has to be pitching to the typical Murdaugh viewer, and basically it has become wrongfully, it shouldn't be this way, but the reality, he has to deal with the reality that there's a strong likelihood that there's a significant number of people sitting in that jury box who hate him and basically know that he's a terrible person, and he is, no matter how you slice it. I want this guy to go to jail for the rest of his life for those financial crimes, but on this murder charge, they hate him. And you have to be afraid that they're going to give into the human nature of there's a satisfaction in being the one to lock this evil person away, and the state's giving me enough.
But if that's the case, they've already lost the case. There's
not if you can show them that it's impossible for him to have done it.
I don't know. I think if that's what we're dealing with the jury, I think that they lose something by losing. The best thing a defense attorney has is that standard. And if the jury's following the law, following the facts, I would have hammered reasonable doubt much more than they are.
I agree with you to hammer it for sure. At the very least, that this digital alibi gives you reasonable doubt. How can you say I'm beyond a reasonable doubt? Exactly. I don't have any questions about this when these are glaring holes in their case. I agree with you that you use the reasonable doubt as the road that you're driving on. I'm just saying that the truck that you're using to get down that reasonable doubt is pounding on the digital evidence and pounding on the impossibility of this whole thing. And you say, and that should tell you that there's no way he did it, but at the very least, you have to have reasonable doubt here. There's no way anyone can say they know he pulled the trigger.
I suspect, though, that Alex is the one that's driving this argument about innocence. I think he is looking to prove himself innocent from this verdict. But I wholeheartedly disagree with that, because what these jurors think, the key is to get a not guilty. How you get it, it doesn't matter. Yeah. You do it the best and most effective way. But he's looking for vindication from the jurors. Well, your life, who you are is not dependent on jurors, just like your success is not dependent on you making a lot of money. It's dependent on other stuff. So I don't know. I
don't think it's an either or argument. I think they actually feed into each other. The innocence theory that he cannot done that is, I think hybridizing that in with reasonable doubt rather than making it definitive is the key to doing it. But being like this, look, the state is trying to get you to rely on all of these various factors to come to a conclusion beyond any reasonable doubt. But here's the problem. This couldn't have happened in this way. Could it have happened in another way? Yes, reasonable doubt. There's reasonable doubt as to how this event transpired. The state is saying that the phone got placed there by Alec, and that's the only way it could have gotten there. But we know that that's not true. We know there's any number of ways that the phone could have gotten there. There could have been 2 shooters. There could have been 4 shooters. The phone could have been picked up by someone cleaning up a scene later. The state can't tell you how it got there. And so they want you to rely on your hatred of Alex. And I would frankly fucking call him out. I'd be like, the state wants you to rely on the fact that he did these bad things to other people in financial crimes, that he did these, that he was a drug addict, that he tried to kill himself later. The state hilariously wants you to believe that because he tried to kill himself 6 months later, that makes him guilty of this crime. None of that is true. And there are all sorts of alternative ways that any of these individual factors could have come together that have nothing to do with Alec Murdaugh killing his wife and son. And what the state has not been able to provide for you at any point in this trial is any reason that any reasonable person would go out and kill their wife and son. Tell me, or no, don't tell me, but as you're deliberating on this, I want you to figure out what thing the state has ever given you that motivates Alec Murdaugh to kill Maggie and Paul. Because the closest they've come is that by killing them, he gains 1 month of time on his pending financial crimes. Would you kill your wife and son for 1
objection,
month
golden
of time?
rule?
All right, but I have to say, anytime I find myself disagreeing with Steve, I get very, very cautious. Steve's a very, very smart guy. But my concern here is that if you do have a biased jury, maybe not biased to infinity, still subject to persuasion, but biased against the defendant, I think you run the risk of the reasonable doubt argument becoming a slippery slope, and they actually will apply, do I think he did it or not argument, a preponderance analysis, and then find him guilty because he's done all this other shitty stuff. But if he literally, physically could not have done it, you've moved yourself a peg past.
But you can argue he could not have done it within a reasonable doubt context. Yeah, I'm saying that by moving the bar and not emphasizing reasonable doubt, you are focusing everything. You're putting all your eggs in the basket of the cell phone when you might have people that don't buy into that argument particularly. So you want to spread this out a little bit more. And I actually went into it for about an hour and a half last night on Rumble, on my Rumble live stream, about criticizing the defense and the prosecution, just talking, kind of give an overview of the case. And there's a lot of little things like what you're saying. I agree 100% with you, but it needs to be in an overall framework. And so you could say the state doesn't want to talk about this. And, why didn't they bring in an accident reconstructionist and time themselves walking through this situation and showing how it could be done by somebody? They didn't do that. They say that this is a reasonable scenario, and they didn't do that. The fact that they brought onto this burden that there was 2 shooters and they said that definitively, I think that was a mistake. They should have said.
He said he thinks more likely than not.
Well, it's possible. The way he said it was very strong. So I don't know. I understand what you're saying, but I think it's mostly probably driven by Alec. Because another thing is 8:44. The time window for Alex to kill him is 8:44 to 9:06, 22 minutes. And we know that the dogs are out at the time he's there, 8:44. The dogs got put away sometime in that period of time. So that shortens the gap. There's so many ways that you can shorten this gap. And then what you're talking about, he would be covered in blood. And there's no evidence that's on the golf cart or washed off or any clothes or anything. See, but all of those goes into the framework. He couldn't have done this. But even if you think that he did it, there's so much doubt just on this evidence that your duty is to find reasonable doubt. And you must vote not guilty when you find a reasonable doubt. And there's all kinds
I see in the comments, there's a theory apparently being promulgated on Law and Chat to provide a motive here. And the motive is, well, if he's killed Maggie, he can only inherit Maggie's property interest, her wealth, if he's found not guilty of this murder. So he needs to be found not guilty of the murder in order to inherit from her. So that's the motive for him killing her. Folks, that's the most idiotic hypothesis I've ever heard of in my life. It only comes into play if he murders her in the first place. It's a perfect example of circular reasoning. He has access to all her wealth. They're married. By all accounts, they love each other. He doesn't need to kill her to get access to his wealth. Kill her and then be subject to a murder trial and hope for an acquittal so he can access her wealth?
Who says he didn't have access to her wealth? He's already, it's like they're married. They're mortgaging properties and doing stuff.
Also, logic dictates that whoever the killer is killed Paul first, not Maggie. So because he's still in the feed room. What do you think, that his mother shot 10 feet away and he's standing there like playing with dog collars in the feed room?
The feed room, that's consistent with Paul putting the dogs away, taking the collars to the feed room, hanging them up because they're hanging up on the wall, and the killer lying in wait sees that that's a vulnerable place because he's inside that closed space, so he can sneak up behind him with a shotgun and blast him.
Yeah.
And so it's like I really am not hearing coherent. I'm ranking down because as much as I love the defense team and what they've done, I don't think their theming has been good at all, and I don't really think they've hammered home what they should. But we'll see. They're putting too many eggs in the closing argument basket.
Okay, Divining Rod says Vegas is great. Nice meeting this bracket. Very short. And Nick, surprisingly,
your audio is really messed up.
My audio's messed
up?
Now
it's back. Okay. When your head was turned, it was no good.
It's because I was quiet for a long time, probably. Vegas was great. Nice meeting Mrs. Rackets. Very short. And Nick, surprisingly slight, almost aerodynamic, mid-80s stealth-like. Love you, brothers. See you in Nashville. Thank you. Sebastian Anand says, I'm an Andrew Ante fan, and here's my super chat. Feel my dislike, feed your power. So there, you silly clown person. No, I had to heavily edit this to get it through. Lol. And Bourbon School says, Nick, I'm a longtime subscriber who started a new venture. My lovely co-host Lauren and I are teachers who drink and talk bourbon. We're just starting out and could use a boost. Thanks. Great trial coverage as always. Guys, check out Bourbon School on YouTube. And finally, I'll say it one more time. Anybody who thinks they know what I'm going to say about this fucking Farron and Divinity Set drama and copyright issue is wrong, and fuck you. Okay? Stop assuming my argument, and also stop assuming you know all the factors that I know, or that I know all the factors that you know. And the drama and the copyright are two separate issues. If you try and conflate them like they are, they're all fucking you. They're all hoodwinking you. I'm going to talk about it tonight. Stop bothering me.
Let's talk a little bit now about means, the tools to commit the crime.
He could have done it.
The tools to commit the crime that we don't have the tools. Like, we've never found the tools.
The theoretical tools, the hypothetical tools.
Hey, call out to Mighty Meat. You're going to have dinner with Mighty Meat tonight.
The sled is so
family weapons.
The weapons could be in their
were
own
used to
armory. They
commit
wouldn't
this
find
crime.
them.
And this
We don't know that.
How do you know that?
forensic evidence that was presented.
Projection assumes facts not. No, there's no evidence.
That forensic evidence actually wasn't presented.
First of all, we'll talk about the blackout. And you've heard testimony that there were 2 blackouts purchased in December of 16. And that one went missing around Halloween of 17, years prior. And that a replacement
It wasn't me.
without a thermal scope was bought in April of 2018. 3 blackouts that the defendant purchased can only account for one of them. And it's this 3rd blackout, which is the one that's at issue. You heard from Paul's friend, Will Loving. And first of all, let me say this. You heard the defendant in his various statements, and he's very concerned about saying that they didn't have a blackout. There was no blackout along with them, even though he slipped up once and said, yeah, we were out looking for hogs. And you heard from his law partners that do the same thing, saying, yeah, you can look for hogs in the daytime. Very, very concerned early on in the statements and saying they didn't have the blackout. They just had a .22 pistol. And he also said, eventually, he's like, well, I think I replaced it. Well, I guess I replaced it. I'm certain I replaced it if you listen to his various statements. Very vague and fuzzy about this 3rd blackout.
No.
Until the friends, Paul's friends, both of whom testified, but Will Loving in particular. And what did Will Loving say?
I think
the defendant said the gun went missing around Christmas time of 2020, but Will Loving said, no, I was with Paul. I was with Paul in turkey season, which is in the spring. I was with Paul in turkey season, and we sat out at the steps right outside the house that y'all went to today, right on that side entrance that goes into the gun room. And if you look down, you can see how they were digging a pond and how you could fire down in that area. And they set up some targets to sight it in. And we were shooting that other gun. We were shooting that other gun, that replacement gun. And it had a red dot sight on it, not a thermal scope, but a red dot. A red dot.
How does this help
not
your
good at shooting at night?
Yeah, how does this help your
They were
at night
shooting it and
argument?
sighting it in with the red dot, the tan gun. He was with Paul while they were shooting that gun right there. And what did Jeff Croft, who testified before you, find right there?
Nate's in the
Weather
chassis.
cases or casings.
I saw.
Weather cases right where Will said he and Paul were shooting that gun just a couple months prior to the murders. S&B 147 grain blackout rounds. And those rounds and empty boxes, and the pictures are in evidence, and the rounds are in evidence, were found all over that property. S&B 147 grain blackout. There were full clips found. There were
Magazine.
empty boxes found. And there were also cases found, S&B 147 grain blackout rounds found across the street at their shooting house. 2 separate locations on the property. But what's really important, again, goes back to what Will said. I was with Paul when we shot that replacement gun right there. Right there.
Again, those
you heard forensic scientist Paul Greer testify
that those are the exact
6 cases,
which they can't actually show.
2 through 7, the 6 cases found around Maggie that killed her were loaded into, extracted, and ejected through the same firearm that fired those weathered cases right outside the door where y'all went to today and at the shooting range across the street.
I hate dirty prosecutors.
A family blackout killed Maggie. It was present just a couple months prior to the murders, and it's gone now. It's gone now.
The defense should say, who's lying now? Who's lying to you now? They don't have
family
a
weapon.
They don't know this.
The defendant cannot account for killed Maggie. But what about the shotgun? The 12-gauge shotgun that was loaded with 1 federal double-aught buck and 1 dry lock number 2 steel shot. Well, first of all, you heard that the 2 weapons that Paul often favored and often carried were this shotgun right here and the blackout. Those were his 2 guns, his favorite guns, aside from his deer rifle. The defendant had that gun with him when Daniel Green, the first deputy on scene, showed up. And shotguns, as you heard, are a little bit different than rifles. And the conclusion there was that the 2 fired shells that were inside the feed room that killed Paul had class characteristics similar with that Benelli, Super Black Eagle 3.
They were 12 gauge.
But insufficient individual identifying marks to either match or exclude it.
So they could have been
That's
fired
reasonable
any shot.
doubt.
Shotgun right there.
That's reasonable
But-
doubt by definition.
What else did you hear about the shotguns? Paul had this Benelli Super Black Eagle 3. That was his gun. Camo print, camo strap. Nolan Tootin, Nathan Tootin, Will Loving, Rogan, all identified that as Paul's gun. It's the one that Alec had. It's got Maggie's DNA and blood on the receiver. You heard from the DNA expert. And it was loaded with 12 gauge and a 16 gauge misloaded round. What else did you hear? You also heard about the Super Black Eagle 2.
What up, Nate?
Yo, not guilty, right?
Nolan and Nathan, that this was Buster's gun. This is the Super Black Eagle 2.
I still think there's at least a 60%
It had the
chance
Mojo
he gets
sticker on.
convicted.
No, he's getting convicted. If any of these people
And
watch
that
Netflix, thing,
was recovered during SLED's search of
I don't think he should
the
be. I
residence
just think he will be.
the next day.
oh yeah, they haven't proven that case at all. This is all reasonable doubt.
What else
This is
did
one
you
of those
hear?
weird cases where he's a scumbag that should go to jail, but just not for this.
You heard
Not
from
for the
Nathan
double
and Nolan.
homicide.
That the defendant's favorite gun was a Super Black Eagle 1. Remember Nathan going through each one of these guns and how knowledgeable he was as to the differences between them? SLED search Moselle for every 12 gauge. No Super Black Eagle 1. Family weapons. Family weapons killed these victims.
He doesn't know
On
that.
top of that, just like the S&B 147, well, not as much, but they're in evidence, federal double-aught buck and the Winchester drylock steel 2-shot rounds were recovered at various locations on the property. What does that mean? We started, we talked about motive, means. The defendant had the means to commit these crimes.
Sure. Okay.
Anybody who has a gun, who had one of those guns, has the means to commit the crime.
There might be more than one of us with a 12 gauge and a 300 blackout. Just saying.
Or if you got about $5,000, just go buy a 12 gauge and a 300 blackout. You don't need to have already possessed them.
$5,000, Nick. Where are you shopping?
Well, one's
no,
a Benelli.
that Benelli's expensive. That's an
$1,800,
$2,000 shotgun.
But any 12 gauge, you can get a 12 gauge.
At the beginning of the case,
$400.
I talked to you about some of the evidence that you would hear, and I held up my cell phone. And there's been a lot of that evidence, but the last witness you heard in the state's case in chief was Peter Rudolsky, and he went through that timeline. And what does it show? We've gone motive, means, opportunity. Opportunity to commit the crime. And what does this timeline show? These are all the information, the various sources of information that were in this timeline. And let's look at what it shows.
Oh my God. Who can read that?
First thing right here is that the defendant arrived at Murdaugh at 6:42. Now, I'll say one thing. You've heard a lot of testimony about what he said about times. What time he got home, what time he went to the office, how long he was at Alameda. Certainly, people can have some variability in assessing that. But he almost never was right. Almost never was right. 6:42. He arrives at
You're thinking about it like a
Moselle.
lawyer. You're thinking about it like a lawyer. He's talking to a jury, hoping to pull the wool over their eyes. I think he's doing a good job at doing.
According to his extraction, gets there about 7:04.
You make the text so small that they just.
And about
believe what he's
7:03,
saying, but
we
it's
see
important.
the defendant steps registering.
I don't know
on
what
his
time
phone.
I got home from work yesterday.
And then, over the next 30 minutes or so, we see a symmetry,
Differently sized.
general
screen
symmetry
grab
between
at
the
the
steps
bottom.
between Paul's phone and Alex's
Text is
phone,
different sizes.
as he described, walking the property.
Just retype them.
At 7:39, we have creation of the Snapchat video that had the clothes on it.
They're going to have to rename them Creighton Muddy Waters.
When that ultimately was recovered and you saw the interview, it was shown to the defendant, who had provided his clothes that night. And at the first time, then he started talking about changing his clothes, and we'll talk more about that.
I provide my
Oh,
clothes
thank
every night.
God.
Again, 7:55 to 8:05, we have some symmetry with the steps.
Oh yeah, what about
We
the
have
lack of
Paul
symmetry
Murdaugh's
between the phones too? There's
battery
another
life,
Bronco about.
And you heard from the experts that have reviewed Paul's usage, that like many kids his age, he's constantly flirting with it being low. But that doesn't stop him from using it, and you see that in the evidence in this case as well.
Do we?
7:56, again, that's when Paul sends the Snapchat to his friends.
None of this matters.
And then at 8:08, we see Paul leave the kennel area at 8:06, and 8:08 make his way down to the residence.
Yeah, well, didn't they say
8:05 to 8:09.
closing?
Around that time that
3
Paul was getting there at
hours?
8:08, that's the last
That's what
step
they said,
activity on Alex's phone.
They're never
And it's
gonna
the
do
last
this in
step
3 hours.
activity until 9:02, which we'll talk about in a minute.
Sure.
Alex's phone pretty much goes with no activity for that time period. And also, he has no cell activity from 6:52 to 9:04, which is right in that time period we'll talk about in a little bit. So, eating dinner. You heard the defendant talk about eating dinner. Paul is at that residence, if you look right here, from 8:14 down to 8:35. And again, that timeline exhibit, there's a big one and then there's a condensed one. And all of this is in there in evidence for y'all to look at. He's at that residence from 8:14 to 8:35. Now, the defendant, again, despite having a photographic memory, a new photographic memory about things that he told y'all that people are hearing for the first time, still can't remember specific things about Maggie's activities, as to when Maggie arrived, as to what they talked about. He can remember dropping his phone down in the console, but he can't remember things like that. He wants to remember things that help him try to explain to you why he never told the truth about maybe the most important thing he could tell law enforcement. But he can remember very specific details. He still gets this wrong. But she arrives at 8:17 in Moselle. They're already there. How do we know that? Because her cell phone disconnects from her Mercedes at 8:17, and that's when she starts showing steps. And Paul, what's he doing? He's still using his phone like always. We see the battery life, but he's still sending snaps. He's receiving snaps, bless you. He's sending to his friends, all these friends right here. He's receiving these snaps all during that time from 8:17 to 8:30, continuing to communicate with his friends, using his phone like always. And then what happens? About 8:30, Maggie's phone registers some steps. And consistent with that, consistent with her and Paul going down to the kennels, riding down to the kennels, we see Paul's Murdaugh phone start showing steps. And then down here at 8:38, he's in that kennel area where those dots are. And if you look at that particular slide from 8:38 to 8:44, that's going to be
oh my God, it's also
the last
tiresome.
GPS reading on Paul's phone, 8:44.
Where's the emotion?
You
Where's
heard
the
from
energy?
Rogan.
Where's the engagement? Where's the
You
narrative?
heard from Rogan as it references this timeline.
Horrible. This guy is just a blowhard.
And Rogan
He's so
tells
arrogant,
you,
too.
and told you from that
Arrogant
witness
blowhard.
stand, that he was having a conversation with Paul about Cash and the dog's tail. They were having an active conversation about that. Paul calls Rogan at 8:40, and they're talking about it.
We're gonna have 6 weeks of closing by this.
And Rogan says, send me a FaceTime, but if it doesn't work, send me a video.
Why are you even saying these words?
At 8:44,
Because he
4
knows
minutes and
he's so
14
smart,
seconds.
He's figured it all out.
we
He's
have
got
right here
arrogant-
FaceTime, but it only
Really
lasts
starting-
11 seconds.
Here, I gotta-
And then
I'm gonna
at
take a break for a
8:44:55, that's when the kennel video was recorded. That lasts 50 seconds.
Look at this slide. They put the dog in the slide.
At the beginning of this investigation, as you'll recall the testimony, they didn't have Paul's password and couldn't get in. And you heard in the defendant's August 11th statement that when he was asked about Rogan saying he may have heard Alec on the phone during this time, he said, well, I'd be surprised if that were the case. Because law enforcement didn't have this kennel video. They didn't have this kennel video until April of 2022, when Paul's phone was finally unlocked.
Binger was a better attorney than
changed
this guy,
everything.
folks.
This is what I
Why
think.
did it
If he gets
change
convicted,
everything?
this gets him the conviction.
Opportunity.
The fact that he lied about
at the
being
scene,
there,
the crime,
time frame.
when
This
the
is what
murders
gets him
occurred.
convicted. If he gets
The fact that
convicted,
he lies a lot.
Opportunity.
He's lied a lot convincingly to a lot of people who knew him his
And
whole
more
life.
importantly,
That's the biggest threat to the defense.
Exposing the defendant's lies about the most important thing he could have told law enforcement. When was the last time I saw my wife and child alive?
and a former prosecutor would know that.
Why in the world
Binger in the Rittenhouse case was a better
would an innocent,
prosecutor
reasonable
than
father and husband
Yeah,
lie
yeah,
about that? And lie about it so early?
He's right about that though, because he's been a
didn't know that
prosecutor,
was
he's an
there.
attorney. He knows the timeline is important. When's the last time you saw them alive? That's the first.
And he could always say, well, Rogan must be mistaken.
Starts the clock.
I'm
lied about
surprised.
it.
Not if my times are right, was what he said. Rogan told you I was expecting that video right there. That was supposed to be the next thing that happened. Send me the video because we were worried about Cash the dog's tail. He talked about how his girlfriend was going to call a veterinarian or she had some association with one. It was an active conversation going on right then and right there. And what's going on still? Paul's still also texting his friends. You might recall that in opening statement, the defense counsel said, oh, he was texting after that video for 10 minutes. It's not for 10 minutes. It's for barely a minute.
No, there's a counter for Murdaugh on the lie about being there. The counter is, hey, he didn't trust SLED, and we know he shouldn't have trusted SLED because they lied to the grand jury to get the indictment.
848.58 to 849.01.
I hope they bring
They were,
that
in
up.
fact, not
That's the
trustworthy.
last time
right. He was right about that.
that Paul's phone.
That's a tough sell. Your family's just been killed. They said, when's the last time you saw him? And you lie
What do
about
we
it.
know?
That's a hard sell. That's a
know
hard sell.
That the
But
defendant
SLED
was
proved him
there
right. SLED proved they were willing to lie
just minutes
to
earlier.
get an indictment.
At the scene of the
I'm
crime
agreeing with you, but I still think
with
It's not.
That's
It's not.
just- it's tough.
It's not a sympathetic thing to tell the jury because at the time he lied, how does he know SLED will lie about him?
8:49.
a year and a half later.
yeah. To get
I know
an indictment.
we understand it because we're lawyers.
01.
We understand to
Paul's
distrust
phone
that.
locks.
But do you think the
He never
typical
sends that
juror?
video to Rogan.
He's met SLED
You
before.
heard Rogan say that when he watched that
They're a
video.
bunch of hacks.
You heard him say, that's the video I was supposed to receive. That is the video that my friend was supposed to send to me. And he never did.
It'd have been better if he said he forgot them, but he said he lied about it. If he said I
In
forgot,
fact, Rogan responds at 8:49:35, and he says, see if you can get a good picture of it. Mary Ann, his girlfriend, wants to send it to a girl. We know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and
Oh, now
stay,
he's excited.
and he shouldn't move around too much. Even though this is an active conversation with Paul, who you heard from multiple friends, was one to respond and use his cell phone. Paul never reads it.
The first time Waters gets excited is talking about a
Paul
dog's
never reads
tail. That's weird.
What happens at 8:49:31? We're 8:49:01 for Paul, 8:49:31.
Oh, look, they
Maggie
discovered red font.
reads Lynn's response to the group thread about Mr. Randolph, and then her phone locks forever.
Oh,
It was never unlocked again until it's recovered the next day.
I would also hammer on that in the defense's closing that their entire theory of when they die is when they stopped using their cell
Down
phone.
here.
When you stop using your cell phone, are you dead?
6'8" and
right.
110.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you using your cell phone right now? Have you been using it for the last hours? Did you die hours
8:49
ago?
for both of them.
You die when your cell phone locks forever. And
I know we all
ever.
wanted to die during the
Oh, there's-
prosecution's
look,
closing argument because
the
it was
defendant-
boring
Crazy
and fun.
dog. Look, it's crazy dog.
After
Bubba.
hearing multiple individuals of his family and friends and law partners get on the stand and listen to that video and say, that's him on that video, got on the stand
Well, he admitted
For the
this.
first time-
You were talking about stuff that he admitted. So why are we on
And said-
this intricate
okay, I was there.
BS?
Well, he's saying he's cornered.
He
and
was
that's why.
yeah, he's saying he's cornered.
Into doing what he does all the time, and that's coming up with a new lie when he's confronted with evidence he can no longer deny.
I wonder if Bubba gets on
And the
timeline
only reason he
by
did
two.
that, the only reason he did that is because all those witnesses at that witness stand said, yeah, that's him. He's there.
Yeah.
Why would he lie about that?
I think it's damning enough. It's damning enough where I think a juror can get to that.
Why would he
all right,
even
why
think to lie
that's
about
the question.
that
Why are you lying?
if he were an innocent man? Why would he even think about that? But he got on the stand and he's told you a story, and we're going to talk more about that story in a minute. But his story was that he didn't want to go down there, and then he went down there, and he went down there really quick and got carried the chicken and went straight back, and he can't remember anything about what he talked about with Maggie. He can't remember their conversation at dinner, but he's dadgum sure about the fact that he went down there and went straight back. But even if you give him the benefit of the doubt, his story doesn't make sense. Because that kennel video is 50 seconds. It's over at 8:45, 45. Even if you give him the benefit of the doubt that he could take care of the chicken,
benefit of the doubt,
and maybe the fastest dog and chicken chase ever, and put that chicken up and not say a word to Maggie and Paul and get on that golf cart and drive all the way back to the house, where does that put you? Puts you right at 8:49. At which point he claims he went inside and he managed to doze for a second. Then he's up at 9:02, perhaps the quickest nap ever. It doesn't make sense, ladies and gentlemen. It's a new story to fit facts he can no longer deny.
Yeah, you got to stay at that tight timeline, 2-minute timeline like that. It's a tough timeline.
Not a single person who was close to him knew who he really was. Not a single person close to him hadn't been lied to by this man. And I would submit to you that this one is the most blatant one yet.
My only issue with this is that he essentially now has to prove he's innocent versus the prosecutor proving he's guilty. Because that's all this is.
What happened?
Here's all this
burden shifting.
But he hasn't proved that he's guilty. He's just proven that that things are funny.
Y'all been to the scene. That feed room door is probably a bit tighter than this. But you saw the evidence from Kenny Kinsey and all the rest of them that clearly Paul was in the middle of that feed room. It's a kill zone. Nobody in there with him.
Oh my God! Co-counsel just yawned behind him.
Wounds at all.
At the prosecution.
His hands are down, and he takes that shot, buckshot to the chest. And any person who did that would probably think that took care of business because this buckshot. But for some reason, he was canted this way, and it went through. It was 1,000,001 shot, but it didn't kill him.
1,000,001.
Alec thought it did.
Actually,
Alec,
lots
the lawyer,
of
Alec, the prosecutor, Alec is thinking through that we'll see he's manufacturing an alibi, and he's also manufacturing the fact that there's 2 guns used. But we know, unlike the expert they call from Connecticut, where they can't even get ARs, who doesn't know about people riding around on property, he doesn't know about Paul and the 2 guns he likes to use. He doesn't know about this family and how common those guns are together.
That's a knock on you, Andrew.
Well,
you're from Connecticut. You can't get ARs up there in Connecticut.
I'm from Massachusetts.
I'm sorry, Massachusetts.
The last AR I bought was built in
He's
Connecticut.
thought through this. He's going to use 2 guns because it's going to confuse people that perhaps there were 2 shooters. But again, it doesn't make sense. 2 family weapons. But
yeah, none of it makes
Paul
sense.
shot.
But it doesn't. The thing that doesn't make sense is you got 2 guns and 1 shooter. That doesn't, and you don't have 2 handguns. You have 2 long. It just makes no sense.
Oh, and also, it doesn't make sense. You don't have the 2 guns.
The blackout.
You might have one of them, maybe.
That's
and
why
you
the
can't
angle's
tell.
like that.
You have no idea.
And catches Paul like that, and goes up into the ceiling, as you've heard the testimony.
Oh my God! Why is he so hunched over like that? Jesus.
That was an odd little hand movie there.
Blows his brains out.
Very, very Hitler.
Where's his brains? They're on the floor, aren't they?
And what happens with Maggie right here? We see activity on Maggie's phone. You heard about sandal prints.
Look at that slide. Oh, dear Lord.
You heard from Kenny Kinsey about the mark on her leg.
It's a presentation
from the Polaris.
You can't read it, but I can tell you what it's supposed to say. So that and
you're
just by seeing it's supposed to give you confidence that what I'm saying.
You've seen the diagrams and the crime scene photos that all those cases are in that area between the doorway to the feed room and where Maggie was found.
I think the defense wins an acquittal.
You heard that Maggie had no defensive wounds. You also heard Paul had stippling from that first shot, a close range shot. No indication that he detected a threat from the person who fired that weapon. And why? Because it was him. Same with Maggie, because Maggie sees what happens and she comes running over there, running to her baby. Probably the last thing on her mind, thinking that it was him who had done this. She's running to her baby.
No evidence of this.
While he's picked up the blackout and opens fire at close range, again with no defensive wounds. And she takes those two shots that you heard Dr. Reamer say were parallel.
Wasn't she like
were over
30 yards away?
In those cases, you can see them move around.
Nobody knows. The diagram wasn't the
Takes
scale.
that shot,
7 feet tall.
Goes through here. And she goes down flat. And then there's the shot in the back of the head.
She's running to see her baby. How do you fucking know that?
But this only makes sense with two shooters, though. If you had the same scenario and you have two shooters, it all makes sense. But one shooter, it just doesn't.
Is that malice, ladies and gentlemen?
He's wrapping up. I hope he's wrapping up.
Is that malice to do that? Is that intentional harm to another with a bad intent, with an evil intent to do those things?
Your posture's malicious, Creighton.
Clearly, I submit to you. Clearly, it's malicious.
Well, clearly it's malicious if it's true.
Yeah.
The problem is you have no evidence of it.
Yeah, shoot 2 people dead.
This closing is remarkably devoid of evidentiary support.
She was running to her baby.
That's
not about
evidence.
Stuff that's not the issue. The issue is identity.
You know, Josie, her baby. Facts not in evidence, and then it'll be, don't worry, it's argument. That's what you're going to hear.
I saw someone ask earlier, you can object during closing, but it's generally
proof was at that scene.
Yeah, well, they're going to.
The state will object during closing. I can guarantee it.
I got $20 on that. That they will not.
20. Okay. $20 super chat. Either way, Nate.
All right. Boom.
Are these boozy bugs?
Everything's boozy bugs.
Everything's boozy bugs.
Alec told you he went down there in the golf cart. We'll talk about this a little bit, but they had their expert come up here with the 2 people and all the rest of it. Be sitting in a golf cart. But he comes up in the golf cart. But what we don't see, as I said before, is any activity on his phone until 9:02. But the crime occurred around 8:49 to 8:53.
Oh shit!
Down there.
Someone's echoing.
Oh, it's probably me.
At the room.
I muted you for now.
Exhibit 516. It's just a diagram. Remember that Roger Dale Davis did about the kennels and the hose there, and how it was put up the way he would put it up. If you're going to wash off real quick, what better place to do it? The pictures of the water in states 199 and 190.
There's no objection to any of this evidence of a facts not in evidence. You're just making it up as we go down.
No, it's in evidence. It's in evidence.
And wash yourself off.
Everything's in evidence.
Get in that cart and head back to the house.
Except there's water
at 9:02,
the Paul video.
The defendant over there, who wouldn't even admit until forced to that he was even at the scene, all of a sudden, he is as busy as he has ever been. 9:02 to 9:06, 283 steps.
Right, but if he's as
9:03,
busy as
see the
he's
system
ever
start up
been,
on the car, and that would mean that he's close by the
his
car.
normal activity, right?
Has he returned with Maggie's phone and placed it in that car? And then what do we see from 9:02 to 9:06? Not only is he 283 steps in that 4-minute period, but he is making calls like crazy. And I asked him, I said, what were you doing? What were you doing? And even though he has a photographic memory about things that he thinks will convince you, he could not answer what he's doing during this 4-minute period that is so illustrating.
Why are you crouching?
What we're talking about here.
All right, anybody in this chat, what were you doing for the 4-minute period yesterday between 6 and 6:04? What were you doing for that 4-minute period?
Exactly.
This is a defense exhibit, defense 156.
What time zone?
Whatever time zone you're in.
283 steps.
6:04 p.m.
Distance.
Watching
Distance isn't
Casino.
as accurate, but it illustrates the point. That's 208 meters.
If it was Vegas, I might have been stumbling off to the encore.
Roughly is a yard, a little bit more.
You killed them, Nick, because you don't know for sure.
I know for
Let's
sure.
say
I was
600 feet.
I was watching.
I know, I
Casino
got there.
on the airplane.
That's a lot.
I got there somehow.
And he couldn't remember what he was doing. I asked him, you been on a treadmill? Were you doing jumping jacks? What were you doing at the same time you're calling all these phones? Why is he calling multiple times? We can see right here. He calls Maggie. He calls Randolph. He calls Maggie again.
I don't get.
My phone.
All of
just
that 4-minute
registered
period
like
where
5
he's moving
steps.
around.
I'm
But he
sitting
couldn't
here
remember what
right
he was
now,
doing.
not doing
Just
anything. I've
getting
got
ready.
5 steps registered.
Is the prosecutor, the lawyer, manufacturing his alibi? Because he knows he's got to get to Alameda quick. He's got to compress those timelines, and that's exactly why he knew to lie about being at the kennels to start with. He's got to compress those timelines.
It's what Andrew said. He
So that
just
it
shifted
would
the burden of
convince
proof again.
Whoever down
What's
the road.
his
that
alibi?
couldn't-
He hasn't. He's forcing him to
He's gotta
prove he's
compress
not
him.
guilty.
And that's why he's doing all that right then and
Shifting
there.
big time.
System startup, 9:05:56 in the Suburban.
Why isn't
And
there
then this is
demonstrative
interesting.
just on a stand?
Maggie's phone has that
eye
orientation change to portrait 2 seconds before Alex's second call goes in to her phone. If it's some
Nobody could read
random
any of this.
vigilante,
I'm creating water.
some random vigilante who knew
It's
to
not for you to read.
hide
I'll
out
tell you
there
what it says.
and counted on family guns being there. Did he have ESP? Did he have ESP to move that? Or was that Alec turning the phone as he got into the Suburban, checking as he manufactured his alibi that it was coming through? And we saw how quickly out of the gate when law enforcement arrived and in his first interview, how he's immediately referring to his phone. And besides that, you've heard about Alec. You heard from witnesses. He went down to the kennels, but he didn't take his phone. Is that also the lawyer and the prosecutor making sure his phone was not with them when he went down there? You heard testimony. It would be unusual for him not to take that phone down to the kennels.
It'd be unusual for him to go to the kennels. You're already doing one unusual activity out of your normal
Then
routine.
he gets underway. This call right here too. All those calls, all those steps, when his phone finally goes active, just minutes after he was at the scene with the victims and he lied about it and he's so busy. But let's take him at his word again. Why in the world, if he's calling her so much, if he's so busy and so concerned to call her as many times as that in a 4-minute period, why?
Times she doesn't answer isn't a lot.
Yeah, if you don't answer.
Why would he not just drive by the kennels?
Hypothetical.
Why would he not just drive down there?
He texted her to
Say,
tell her
hey.
where he was going.
Hey, Max, I'm going to Alameda. What you guys doing? Hey, Paul, you want to go?
Alex Murdaugh does not look
Why is
nervous
he
there.
so busy
Why does he
making so many calls but doesn't drive
No.
the less than a minute down there to see what they're up to?
He didn't call Paul to ask him, did he?
Why would he not do
He
that?
just called Maggie. So, hey, Paul, you
You've
want to
heard
go?
testimony from Marion. You even heard it from the defendant's own mouth about whether or not Maggie was going to go with him to Alameda.
You know, I think that
Alec
he's
had
going
actually
to
asked
do
her to
his
come home
closing
that
argument
night.
this entire day. I don't think that
She
the defense is going
denies.
to have a closing at all today. I think
He
he's
said in
going
his statement that he found out later that that was the case. But you saw the text from Blanca,
Yeah, I think he's going on 5.
and you heard from Marion that Alec wanted Maggie to come home that night.
That was Blanca,
Not
not
sure.
Bronca, folks.
Sure, it
I'm not
was.
involved in this case.
Malice.
Tell us your real
With
name.
all of that, why would he not just turn and drive down there? He was just there in a golf cart. Why would he not drive down there?
Oh my God.
Why is he so anxious to have missed calls with her and he was just there and not drive down there? About the same
how can a prosecutor
general
be
time
so
period
stupid?
that he lied to until he tried to tell you what he told you from the
How do you know he was anxious about having missed calls? He didn't text her, "Are you okay, babe?" He texted, "Oh, by the way, I'm going to mom's." Like, that's it. Like,
right
so
here.
the calls presumably would have been, "Hey, I'm going to mom's. Catch y'all later."
He Suburban connects to the Alex's iPhone. He calls Maggie at 9:06:52, and he's getting in the Suburban right at that time. Maggie's backlight goes off from 9:07 to 9:31, and you've heard the testimony from the various experts about the backlight. And then he leaves Moselle Road at 9:07:06. All of this is fitting together.
Is it
He's
though?
on the move.
Is it?
Is it actually fitting
Is
together?
it fitting together?
9:08:36. He's right here doing 42 miles an hour, and there's Maggie's phone location. And then 9:08:42.
I'm civil. What's up,
he's
brother?
just past it.
Good to see you, Nate.
That's not me driving.
But at 9:08:58,
42 wimpy miles an hour.
just 20 seconds after he's
I
almost
think
at
he's getting
that
convicted now.
location, he
I think
texts
he's getting
Maggie's phone and says, "Going to check on him. Be right back." That text was unread.
That's because he murdered them.
Now,
Her baby.
You got us laughing at this. Stop it. Stop it. They're going to clip this and be like, they're laughing at the murderer.
It's not exactly what's happening.
there's been a lot of discussion from all the experts about the backlight issue. And every single one of them said that there's a lot of variables about that light
including
coming
the
on.
guy who just made shit up by
Every
throwing the
single
phone
one
around
of
the room.
them said
Uncertainty.
it's not going to record
Doubt.
an orientation change unless that light is on. And you heard from each one of the experts about those variables and about the fact that there's no guarantee that it's going to come on or not come on.
No guarantee.
And you heard from Paul McManigal about that issue. And they cross-examined him about that and all the rest of it, but it's just a common sense determination about how iPhones work.
Is it a common sense determination
About
that you
how
have to
they
bring in an
work.
expert for?
That
Like,
raise to wake feature is
An
set
expert who says he's not an expert.
actual somebody lifting it up in the
Good point.
normal course. It is not set
The judge allowed it
to
because it wasn't
respond
science.
necessarily to violent motion like flipping it. And every
I
single
remember
expert
that one in my
testified to that.
studies.
Every single one of them did. And then, besides that, you'd have to accept the fact that Alec is driving by just moments prior to that time.
Right down here, kneeling here, right by the floor.
All of these circumstances would have to go the other way of the reasonable inferences in this case.
They couldn't have a table for the monitor?
he's just doing this because he knows
Paul
Harpootlian can't crouch.
McManigal got up there and testified as
He's
to
begging
these
for a
issues.
conviction. That's why.
And
Please.
as to the fact that there's no guarantee,
My
in fact,
God.
more likely than not, that if the phone is validly
What's at
thrown,
stake for you,
flipped,
Waters? What are you
frisbeed, or
getting if you win
whatever,
this case? A nomination to
it's not
something?
going to light up.
You want to tell us about?
And that's consistent with what every other expert said.
Waters, get up. It's not a gay bar.
(9:07 to 9:22). The defendant's on the way to Alameda, and you heard testimony from Mr. Rudolph about this, from Agent Rudolph. He's hitting 74 miles an hour at night on that particular route.
They better not never catch my
You're in a hurry,
do
man.
my drive
Faster than you drove to work.
I'm going 75 is
Why
a
is he in a
murderer.
hurry?
Oh my
Because he knows
god!
he has to compress
I'm not
that
going to
time.
make it, guys. I hope nobody gets murdered around.
And then along the way,
Driving 70.
he's manufacturing the alibi by making these short calls. 60 seconds. He calls Chris Wilson. He calls John Marvin. Chris Wilson calls him back.
They could absolutely establish
he's on the phone the entire way
by where the phone was thrown.
Does he say to any of them, "Hey, I can't get Maggie on the phone"? Say anything like that?
Why didn't they do
very
that?
Short. He doesn't talk about much. And then we get down here at 9:20. There's a 131-second call, which means that call is over at 9:22:45, and that's also when we see the vehicle go into park.
So he was on the phone until he got to his location, then hung up. I do that all the
That's
time.
When we have the arrival at Alameda as well.
So we got.
Why is that weird?
And you heard from defense witnesses that people would park around back right there.
This is like evidence
it's
of
also,
proving nothing.
Near
I'm going to tell you all the
structures.
stuff we found out.
There's that line right there. But what do we see? From 9:22 to 9:32, we've got 195 steps taken. We have him calling Libby Murdaugh, which would be calling the house 2 minutes later. And then from there, we have at 9:31 and 9:32, we have system startups on the Suburban, which you've heard from the experts could be from having that remote key in your pocket.
9:22 to 9:32. That's 10 minutes. Only 195 steps.
9:22 to 9:32 is the steps.
It's almost as sedentary as
9:31, you've got 2 system startups. And what did you hear from Shelley? That he called, but it still took a number of minutes before he came in. And that's about 6 minutes right there.
I swear they keep modifying the volume.
What's he so busy right there at Alameda? Meanwhile, Rogan is trying to call his friend to no avail. He tries to message Maggie. Tell Paul to call me. Neither one of them can respond.
You actually don't know that they can't respond at that point. They could not.
Still a
be
busy
dead
guy at Alameda. 9:35 to 9:45, we got 60 steps. We also got another at 9:36 around the beginning of that time period, another hit on the system startup. 9:36 to 9:41. Down here, about a 5-minute period, we've got another hit. And then at 9:43:05, the Suburban moves out of park.
This prosecutor said he'd take 3 hours for closing.
He's not there very long.
I've only been streaming for 2 hours.
He's moving around a lot, and he's sitting off that car.
So he's still got he's still got an hour left.
He told law enforcement multiple stories about his trip there. You heard Miss Shelley Smith talk about that. You heard her talk about him trying to tell her how long he had been there. He says he was just trying to tell her the truth, but that's not how she felt. And Blanca didn't feel the same way when he tried to talk to her about what he was wearing that night. Both of these being people that's worked for that family for a long time. But he's a busy guy during all of this. Leaving Alameda, we have the pause. 9:44. And no seconds to 9:44 and 54 seconds. And that's during the time period that Alec calls that phone of Maggie's again. This is the time period where he remembered, because I asked him on cross, and he remembered very specifically about his phone falling down on the console and that whole story. Is that true, ladies and gentlemen? Or is he coming up with some details on the fly when he can't remember more important things, like what was the last conversation you had with your wife and child when you jetted down to the kennels and back? What did y'all talk about at dinner? What were you doing from 9:02 to 9:06?
Did you ask him?
Those are questions he doesn't want to answer.
Did you ask him? Like, legitimately, I wasn't here. Did he ask?
Remember those things?
Why is he kneeling at this point? Is he talking like he's kindergartners? What the hell is this?
What the hell is this?
Is he a kindergarten teacher in his spare
Why
time?
would you
What's
remember
up?
that console story?
Leave him
Because
alone.
he lies convincingly and easily.
He's got his feet on
do
the
it at the
block.
drop of the hat, and you've heard testimony
some
about
hurdles.
that. He's been doing it to all the people who trust him for years.
Are the drawers like sitting on the floor or something? What the
He
hell's
did it to
going
y'all.
on?
That's a weird thing.
The demonstrative is really low.
He's
They have him
manufacturing an
lay down on
alibi.
the floor, so he's kneeling by that.
He's smart.
Which is real fucking weird.
He's a good lawyer. His
Maybe he's gonna
family
take a
has a
ring out of
history
his
of
pocket.
prosecution. He understands these issues. That's why this case is a case that had to be figured out this particular way, because he knows what to do to try to prevent evidence from being gathered. And if you listen to his statements again and listen to the questions he asks, he's asking questions like that. He's trying to figure out, what do the police have? What do they know? He's a prosecutor trying to manufacture his alibi, and we see this again. He calls Paul. He sends a text, "Call me, babe." Of course, none of that's read or responded to. And then in 9:52:15, he calls Chris Wilson. "Call me if you up."
Oh my God.
"Call me if you up."
Endless.
And Chris calls back, and they chat for about 2 minutes, including the connection time.
Hey, I got a new mic. Can
2
you guys
minutes.
hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah.
What does Chris Wilson say? Well, he says it was a normal conversation.
Yes,
Of
you
course
just
it is
murdered
with this
your
guy.
family. You called this guy and got a
He's
normal
convincing.
conversation.
But what does Chris say? The only thing that they talked about was Chris bringing up some case. And then Alec was like, "Hey, I got to go." Then I'll meet him.
Okay.
Did Alex say, "Hey, I'm trying to get home. I can't get Maggie on the phone. I've called her like 6 times. Paul
Why
won't
would he-
answer either."
Why would he bring that
Did
up?
Alex say, he said, "Call me if you up." Did Chris say that Alex said, "I got to ask you a question or let's talk about this"? No, Chris brought up some case and it was mundane.
When he driving to his mom's house? So he just
It was
wanted to
one
talk
day.
while he had a few minutes in the car? I do this constantly.
Manufacturing an alibi. He's calling anybody who will answer the phone for these short conversations. And it's one of the first things out of his mouth in the first interview. "Look at my phone. I called this person. I called this person. I called this person. I called this person."
Okay.
He's manufacturing this alibi.
Alex is like, no wonder I
Also,
make so much more money than this
throughout
guy.
All this relevant time period, you see from the Dillon Hightower extraction, you'll see that over and over again, all these call logs that are deleted from the extraction. They're deleted, which occurred on June 10th. What's up with that?
Yes, what's up with that? Like,
On the
because
way
literally, how does that imply murder?
That's what a drug addict would do.
These are defense exhibits.
He's got a lot of
141
calls
and
to his dealer.
142.
Let's clear his phone log a lot.
Rolling pretty heavy at 75 to get there. And I'm sure the defense will point out that 80 miles an hour was a peak. Still running pretty good there.
Running pretty good.
Out in the dark.
Yeah, I
But if
love
you're-
that. Guy in
if you're
my
Doing 80
local
miles an
says he
hour.
deleted his own alibi. That alibi he worked so hard to
9:51:42.
build, and then he deletes it.
Rolling 80 when he texts Chris, "Call me if you're up." His peak speed when he's texting me.
Peak speed.
10:01.
Texting while driving. I told you, you got a conviction for texting while driving.
He's trying to call Paul, and he texts Paul, "Yo," which is unread, but hits Paul's phone.
But makes sense if you're driving. You
Then he
can't really
gets
text a
to-
whole long thing.
Says Almeida. Sorry about that. That's obviously back at Moselle. He gets there. He's shifting in and out of park from 2200.
Oh, my
which is,
God.
10 o'clock to 10:01:43.
Like the
He's
prom.
calling Maggie at 10:03:58. And then at 10:05:06, he leaves for the kennels.
This is just useless information.
At 10:05:57, he arrives at the kennels. About a
But
minute
it's just
later.
like their case in chief. They're swamping the jury with
Make it a minute
testimony.
in a Suburban.
Data.
How long is it gonna
This is
take
on
to
the
call?
judge for giving them unlimited time.
Yes, you're right. Exactly.
Yeah, this is the whole. I mean, just throw everything at you. You can
10:05,
find
If I ever
57,
become a judge, I swear we're
He
getting a
arrives at the
chess clock.
kennels.
It's the only way to fly.
Chess clock, yeah, I mean,
10:06:14 is the 911 call.
speed chess.
Now, there's a lot
A chess clock
back
with
and
shock
forth with him
collars.
about that.
I do have to say this. In this case, they've proven excessive speeding, texting while driving, they've proven financial crimes, everything. Impersonating police officers. They just haven't proven the double homicide. They got everything else. They got everything.
Paul and Maggie. One time he said to see if they're breathing. Another time to say check a pulse. You've seen the horrific injuries they suffered.
So he doesn't remember if he checked their breathing or their pulse? Like, again, they're dead in front of him, his wife and kid.
Human being
their brains are on the floor.
What they were seeing.
I checked.
Get out of the car. Go over there. Check both those bodies.
Let's start passing judgment on his reaction to finding his son beheaded by shotgun.
This is what he should have done in this traumatic situation that he's not prepared for.
The reason why it's so quick is because he knew exactly what scene he was going to find.
What?
Meaning he knew that he killed them, so he knew.
I know, but or you drive up and you see your wife and son laying on the ground outside at 9 a.m. Even if they're not dead, I'm calling 911. Like,
during that 911 call, and you can hear it on the 911 call. He leaves for the
That's what this case is. He's forcing the inference.
See the
that's all he's got. Circumstantial case. You got to make the inference. He's giving you the inference. This is the inference I need you to make.
Those are the speeds on the Suburban on those trips.
That's my Tinder handle.
So
Max
just under a
speed.
minute, doing 35 and 30 miles an hour.
Bet you don't get a lot of hits on
Think
that
about
one.
that when you go back to his story.
Works out okay. There's a lot of.
And you look at his times that he's trying to convince you of. (10:17), he gets off the 911 call. He calls Randy. He calls.
This is the worst
Randy
closing
again,
argument
calls
of all
Marvin.
time. You're just going to read
And
somebody's
then you
cell
see
phone
at
records.
10:20 and 8 seconds.
It has. This is
Paul's
just.
phone reflect the
how much
auto lock
time?
thing. The
Did he
10B
give an
that you heard
estimation
from
as
the
to how long he's
testimony,
going to go
it
for?
Not recognizing your face.
3 hours.
This
I
is
think.
interesting.
Somebody said 3 hours.
As we'll see over the next few slides.
So we're just
going to
read the phone book.
time trying to call Rogan Gibson. He told you, oh, well, he's a good boy. He lives down the street. He lives close by.
No, he said he's
calling
family.
Rogan.
And so what do you call? What's the motive?
He needs his
Did
family.
he ever give a motive?
I know. I think Daryl Brooks is
The
better on his
gathering
closing.
storm, Nate. It was
The
a
perfect
gathering
Rogan
storm.
multiple times.
So there's no motive.
Those texts
The gathering storm.
would have come in on Paul's phone.
There's no motive that makes
What's
sense.
he so concerned about? He said he turned Paul
This
over and his
makes it
cell
even
phone
more
popped out.
fascinating. Are you guys serious? So he hasn't laid out a motive. Like,
It's going to
kill
be
the
a
people,
6-week
whatever.
closing. he's going to repeat every word of testimony from every witness.
No, the closest we've gotten to a motive from the state, Nate, honestly, is that he killed them to buy him about a month of time on his financial crime investigation.
Manufacturing an alibi, concerned about the evidence, worried about what Rogan may have known or may have heard. I'll put it down. Can I have this back, please? I'm sorry, Mr. Thank you, Mr.
I wonder if he is just running out the clock until it's like 4:30 local time, and then the defense has to start their closing.
10:24.
The jury's
Yes, exactly.
exhausted.
I'm
My
exhausted.
messages, call me.
But that's good for the defense because it gives them to overnight to kind of. tear
No,
through this
the
now.
judge will make him do it right now.
10:29.
This judge will make him do it right now.
But you just got to hold on so you can get that till tomorrow.
10:30. Rogan again.
Because now you can respond to all this
And then
in real
finally
time.
at 10:34
at night.
is when
He
Paul's
has a
phone-
rebuttal which can go on endlessly also.
Yeah, but you can knock
Rebuttals
down
when
a
all
lot
the
of these
dirt.
points.
Rebuttals when all the dirty stuff comes in. So you're
Yeah,
going to see
right.
They're going to play real
Yep.
dirty and nasty on the rebuttal
Opportunity.
closing.
I concur with Steve.
Motive means. an
All
opportunity.
these slides will be.
He keeps
photoshopped
saying
with
motive
Alex
like
holding
he's giving a
bloody
motive.
gun.
He said motive like 4 times already. What motive? It's like maybe he's giving him a motive. We missed it because he keeps saying motive.
Are they getting a consciousness of guilt jury instruction?
I got to see where he's going with this conscious guilt.
I guess they could. He lied to the police, right? So that's.
Yeah.
I've already kind of talked about these, so I'm not going to belabor the point.
He's not going to belabor the point.
He said he was wearing like a polo shirt.
What a
when he
tease.
left. Wearing this shirt in the Vinnie Vine. She recognized both of those. He, of course, turned over the T-shirt that he was wearing when law enforcement arrived. And then you heard Blanca say he later tried to convince her that he was wearing a Vinnie Vine shirt.
Blanca, not Bronca.
Jesus. Well, it was Bronca.
3 shirts in one
It
day.
was Bronca. Don't deny
he tried
it.
to get Blanca
Hopefully
to
they were
say.
listening a little bit to
You heard her
Bronca.
testimony. She felt very uncomfortable by that. Multiple changes of shoes in the day. He wouldn't be wearing those shoes if he were out riding the property.
He only wears those shoes when he's killing folk.
These are my murder
I've
shoes.
already mentioned the text from Maggie that Alec wants me to come home, but he can't even be clear about that point because that doesn't fit with his narrative. Marion Proctor says the same thing, but he can't admit that because that doesn't fit with his narrative. She was surprised that Maggie didn't go along to Alameda. And then she said,
even the judges
Alec made an interesting comment.
looks like he's
One of
bored.
many, some of which came from that stand that we'll talk about in a little bit.
A little bit.
Whoever did this thought about it for a really long time.
Did they?
Wait a minute. That
The
doesn't
defendant
make
shaking
sense
his
with
head.
Your story. Your story was that he was reacting to her finding out about his financial crimes that
And
morning.
it was just
What are you
random
talking? How
vigilantes from the boat case
every
of which
theory you
there's
have is
no
competing
evidence
with the other one.
whatsoever that you've seen in this record.
It's such hot garbage.
Trials depend on evidence. There has to be evidence.
Yeah,
make a
don't tell
decision.
him that. Don't
His
tell him
claims
that.
trying to manufacture something about the Babe case, there's been no evidence whatsoever of any specific other individual.
You know what's amazing
There has
about
to be
this is the
evidence
defense's case doesn't rely on
to
evidence.
consider, not just mere allegations that have no basis in any sort of
The
evidence.
defense has no burden here, my friend.
Yes, this is a
Whoever did
pure
this
murder shift.
thought about it.
He
for a really
shifted
long
it. It's
time.
been crazy.
Objection, Your Honor. He's
Think
making our
about
case for
some of the
us.
statements and some of the things he says. A lot of times he says things in one context, but he means them in another. When he says things like, I hurt the ones I love the most.
But everyone says that.
Did he
It's a
say
common
Did he
sense.
say
Really?
I did it yet?
Seriously?
Did he say the whole I did it yet part? Or is that coming?
We talked about Shelley. After Randolph's funeral, he shows up early.
This is a great recap of how 5 weeks of this trial was so incredibly boring.
Said Wednesday that there was other information that Randolph's funeral was on Monday. But anyway, shows up with something blue, shows up early, wants to come in, goes and moves some vehicles. And then there's that raincoat.
Have you ever heard of that little thing, the
Huge
longer the
raincoat.
closing, the weaker the
She
case?
calls it a tar,
Have you guys
but
ever heard that
it's a huge
saying?
raincoat. It's got
Kind
a
of
ton
feels like it on
GSR
this
the
one.
inside. And it's found in a closet.
Yeah, just
upstairs.
give the jury enough to go, well, there must be something here. There has to be something. Maybe I missed it, but he's probably guilty.
States 411.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, he's guilty. He's been talked for 10 hours with all that evidence, and he's not saying nothing.
He was a busy guy in Alameda, as we just saw. Was moving around, kept hitting off of his Suburban. And then, of course, as you heard, he was with family for the next few days. After the funeral, he's back. And it was weird enough and interesting enough that Shelley said something about it. I'm also saying that in her experience, it was unusual for him to come that late.
But didn't she also say that it wasn't
Then we have the
weird
defendant.
to the police? So she has an
Makes many
inconsistent statement.
statements.
Thanks for showing that Alex is the only person on earth who uses his chest
Who
pocket
told
on a
you
t-shirt.
The reason why he was telling you this new story was because
Those his glasses in there. I
he
sometimes do that
was
too. So.
paranoid because he had a bag of pills in his pocket, because he had a distrust of SLED, because David Owen asked him about his relationship with Maggie. And his law partners told him that he should have an attorney present.
Why is there a little inset of the court reporter? Why is that important?
I guess it's the judge.
He's smaller than the court reporter.
I think I have to do this.
Whoever that chunky chick is.
So you don't have any
The tone of the interview.
That's it? That's all you're going to play?
That was it?
Asked him
Wow.
repeatedly, is this the point where you decided to lie? At which point did you decide to lie?
I think I have to do this.
I understand. I didn't mean to do that twice.
But did you mean to do it 3 times, you dummy?
Or was it this point when he first says, I was at the house?
Or was it this point? Or was it this point?
Or was this the point?
Oh my God.
Wonderful? What's wonderful?
He said he mentioned specifically, and he kept adding factors. And one of the things,
Yeah, why
was,
is
well, David
wonderful
asked me
in-
how my relationship was?
Parentheses there. That's weird.
This question. This is when he decided to lie.
About yours and Megan's.
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
Oh,
What the hell are you talking about?
Guilty.
What the fuck?
But he digs in on the
All
point.
of the testimony.
Him saying we had a wonderful relationship is consciousness of guilt?
What did you do today? Were you at the office or?
All of the
Yep, I was
testimony
home.
throughout the
I came
entire
home,
trial
I messed
supports
around.
that statement.
I was up at the house. I laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer, and I left to go to my mom's. She had said,
Okay. You okay there, Creighton?
This is June 8th at 1:21 in the morning. And he's admitted to you that he's lying right there.
Yeah, that's the problem. He shouldn't have said that. He should have said
How easily he
that
did.
he made a mistake, that he just didn't, that he was just, but by saying he's lying there,
About such a crucial thing.
that gets you that.
I would
He
just
shouldn't have took the
I would
stand.
just hit back with Sled lying to the grand jury. He had good reason to lie. He knew they were scumbags.
They were gonna, but then you get to rebut that. He knew they were gonna lie, to the grand jury, whatever, however long.
Yeah, because he knows about
But
SLED.
again, he's enough to say it was odd. He's enough to make all those calls while he's doing
I
283
don't know.
steps.
When I lived in South
doesn't
Carolina, this was reputation of
50
SLED. It hasn't
seconds
changed
down.
very much.
Well, he's doing 283 steps. Maggie's phone is
On to
doing
the
59
next
steps.
Interview.
How does that happen?
Again, what's the tone of this interview? How is he being treated?
Pretty traumatic.
that's okay.
Yeah,
I know
so,
you
yeah.
need to ask me. You ask me what you need to.
So
Is that an aggressive interview?
Ooh.
Uh,
If the police are
something that
nice,
makes
then
somebody
you
paranoid?
don't have to worry.
Yeah. By the way, that's when you should be the most
I'm a
concerned.
defendant in a civil case involving my son. I told you about the boat wreck.
no, we just read Miranda at
And there
everyone.
was
Nothing to worry about. Just
coming up on
something we
that
do.
on Thursday.
Just normal
I was
procedure.
Just getting ready for
Would you like a hot dog?
other junk.
Oh yeah, that's what they did to Baldwin.
Kind
This
of
is
want a
something we
hot
do for
dog right
everybody.
now.
We're gonna read you your rights.
Damn it, Kurt.
Right?
Paul left.
And I'm assuming, Paul left
Okay.
because of,
Gotcha.
what happened. I mean, I'm assuming Paul
Yeah.
went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house
Okay.
and I was watching TV, looking at my phone, and I actually fell asleep on the couch.
Okay. And what time did you?
I
What
don't
time
know
did you wake up?
exactly what time I woke up, but when y'all get my phone, I think one of the first things I did when I got up was call Maggie
Mm-hmm.
because I was going to my mom's.
Yeah, guys, he's gonna get convicted.
And I know
There's
I
no
texted her
reason.
'cause I
Why,
checked
why
my
would he lie
phone.
about
And
going
what
down
time
there?
did we say
Tell
the
him the whole
text was,
story.
Jim? It's like 9:06.
His ass is getting convicted.
Yeah,
I'm
I
sorry.
got it written down for you.
I showed
You very well might.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So,
The fact that he didn't say he went down there makes him look guilty. He just does.
And I mean, she didn't answer at that point. And I left to go to
When he was there, they were alive.
Yeah, but he didn't. He hid that fact that he went down there. That's
Sure,
the
but
problem.
they-
And then
but they
admitted
they were alive.
Yeah,
they weren't dead.
And you said you laid down and
Agreed.
took a little nap. And
This is a circumstantial case.
Maggie and Paul was gone, or did they leave when you laid down?
I believe that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, if he
But
wasn't a
they weren't there when you woke up around the 9 o'clock mark or so when you made the call to Maggie to let her know you wanted to.
No, nobody was in that house when I left.
Adding more detail, it's just lies. Watch how he responds to this one. Watch what his head does.
Watch what his head does.
What?
See if you observe that yourself.
Looking you in your eyes and trying to convince you of something.
Trying to narrow that the last time that you saw Paul and Maggie's when y'all were eating supper.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, guys. That's if I'm on the jury, that could be a guilty. You're not talking about lawyers on the jury. You're talking about regular people.
You just pick it
Well,
up.
you're not on my jury, Nate. You're off. You're off my jury, Nate.
Directly asked. Was the last time he's you got to get me off. Because I'm like,
Yeah, I did not try to open it or anything. I just.
I
don't know how I had in my mind.
This is why I say you have to show it's
not mess
impossible for him to have
anything
killed
up.
him.
I had that.
This is
I
why
had that,
he's so hateable.
you know.
And this lie right here.
Yeah, I can see how a jury can say he's guilty. I can see him coming. I'm not saying they're right. I want to be clear. I'm a purist. My eyes don't be not guilty on this jury, but I see how a jury.
A jury can do whatever they want. That's why I never predict jury verdicts. They can do whatever they want.
I don't know exactly how that went. I stayed on the couch and I dozed off.
Video on Paul's phone of you and him on the farm that night. And you were in khaki pants and a dress shirt. You were playing with a tree.
I don't remember playing with a tree.
Yeah. I guess there was a tree sapling or something that had fallen over or bending over, and you were trying to get it to stand up. But I mean, the question in that is, when I met you that night, you were in shorts and a t-shirt. At what point in that evening did you change clothes?
I'm not sure. It would have been
Before dinner or after dinner?
No, it would have been. What time of day was that? I would have thought I'd already changed.
There's not a timestamp on it because there's so many posts. But I want to
Now he doesn't know in the video, so he doesn't know what to say. Yeah.
So that would have been.
It's getting more and more guilty to me.
I guess I changed when I got back to the house.
Well, he certainly didn't change while he was outside.
Recollections for y'all when he testified.
He should have said he changed before he went to bed. That's what I expected him to say.
He didn't go
But
to
he's
bed.
like,
He was
when
laying
was-
down
He
watching
didn't-
TV.
Yeah, he didn't
So-
go to bed.
On the
So
stand,
why
he
change?
said, on the stand, he said he took a shower and changed.
But changing when he goes back to the house implies that he changes right before dinner because he's been outside in clothes all day getting dirty. That's not weird.
That makes sense. But I don't think he's saying that.
One right there.
If he said what you just said, Nick, that makes sense. But he's not saying any of that. And he's so precise with some details, but then if he gets other, it's not making sense.
You went back to the house for dinner.
Paul and I were just knocking around up at the shop, the shed, the kennels, and just the whole property. And
This guy is such an arrogant son of a bitch.
before dinner yesterday.
And you didn't go back down there after dinner until your return trip from visiting your mother.
Yes, sir.
I've got information that Paul's on the phone.
This is so not the way that you do it. Go look up the prosecutor, how a prosecutor should do a closing.
Did you write an article on that, Steve?
I did write an article on it.
Oh, good.
Oh my God.
I know.
If I was up there, he said he thought it was me.
Page 217 for you that are following along at home.
At 9 o'clock? Yes. No, sir. Not if my times are right.
Actually, 221.
I think the state thought this was their biggest hook, and when he on when he testified on cross, when he said, "No, I lied about that. I was actually there," it gutted them.
Yeah, I think so he wrote this closing when they decided to charge him, and now they're pounding the evidence to try to pound it into their perfect storm and all this other stuff.
To be fair, this is the best thing they got. This is really it. This is it.
I think you really mean page 223.
Yeah, did you got it? Check it out.
Prosecutor's closing argument.
That's what. How far deviation from that is? 223.
Okay, let's read along.
It's only a page.
Oh, Creighton, just keep up the pacing. It's great. It's this is so compelling. This is like me trying to put up an ad on Nick's show.
I'm not there. I want to talk a little bit about the crime scene. What it indicates. I want to advise everyone there will be.
Yeah, he's not following your guideline at all here. This is terrible.
Yeah, what are the elements of murder again?
Apparently, you have to lie to your clients to take their money.
And speed. Don't forget the speeding and texting while speeding.
And then have a botched attempted suicide, and then you're a murderer.
Yeah, so the only thing I care about in this case is identity. So put that up, identity. Now here's the evidence that established identity. Do we have any of that? There's no evidence.
To that residence. Back on June 7th, 2021.
God, volume is so inconsistent today.
I think it's because he's walking away from
walking around.
Something. Yeah.
I think he did 283 steps in the last 3 minutes.
Creighton killed him.
Why are they covering up the monitors?
Oh, because of the bloody
gore.
Yeah,
the bloody photos.
Because he's got porn on his screen there.
Probably also true.
Not safe for work.
Yeah.
I see in the chat, Nate's getting a lot of hate. Folks, I expect Nate's response to hate in the chat is much the same as my own. So,
I'm getting people hating.
Pretty much pointless.
Oh my God, I'm not saying what you want me to say. Or we'll usually get, why are you guys talking shit up so we can hear it? Like,
all right, Dr. Reamer, you've heard from Dr. Reamer, you heard from Kenny Kinsey, and you heard from the defense experts. So,
what are we doing now?
So what?
Have the computer back.
Release the sedative gas in the courtroom.
Dude, I think we did that long ago.
3 hours is way too long of a close.
Paul, first blast to the chest, stippling, arms down, not fatal for a buckshot
So
blast.
stippling on that one, but not on the one where he's underneath
This
him?
is where there was some dispute from the defense experts. The second injury went into the left shoulder, into the cheek, with an exit wound on the top of the head, with instantly fatal and terminal collapse. Dr. Reamer's done 5,500 autopsies. She does an independent autopsy. She actually physically
that doesn't count the
examined
autopsies on her cats.
the victim, and she was very clear that
very clear
and
could not have
frantic.
happened
Stop questioning
from
me.
the top without destroying Paul's face.
She's the only one who did a physical
I
autopsy.
can
She's
show
the only one
image
allowed
again.
to do a
I'm
physical
reluctant
autopsy.
to because I know y'all have seen it enough. So I'll rely on y'all to recall that his face was intact.
Would have been much more suspicious if Alex Murdaugh hired an independent physical autopsy at the time of the murder. Like, that would have been really fucking
I'll rely on
strange.
y'all to recall, and this is sealed.
Yeah, he has an autopsy expert on speed
All the
dial from
evidence
his
on
years
top
of
here.
experience.
Hold on, let me get my
Also
guy
done
in there.
the scene.
Top of the door.
Yeah.
I'll rely on y'all to recall Kenny
I felt their
Kinsey's
armpits. They felt warm to me.
testimony that buckshot don't reverse course. That kinetics energy is going in one direction.
He means
I'll rely on y'all
birdshot.
to recall. all the
Promo drummer
biological
says, hate
matter
Nate's
that you
hate.
See at the top of this door.
Hey, people, the chat doesn't hate me. We all have our ups and downs. So, evil chats, evil chats.
Only hate me, chat, and wait till tonight. You'll hate me even more, I'm sure.
Looking at states 339, which is the wadding from the shot to kill Paul. Because if you recall, the wadding from the chest shot was found still in his chest right here. This is the wadding on the ground from the shot to his head. And one of the things that you recall from Dr. Reamer's testimony and looking at Paul's face was the abrasions around that cheek wound that came from the wadding as it entered there.
You notice he's not playing video of her testimony, her hand waving frantic testimony.
You heard from Dr. Reamer that the reason for the shape on the shoulder was because it went along the shoulder and opened up that area there, but still was focused and then expanding as it entered in here. But she also testified that if it was here, that force would not have left his face intact.
Oh my God, the state attorneys are stretching. They're like, oh.
Manner of death homicide.
Well,
Then you heard from Dr. Kenny Kinsey. What we described earlier, Paul was first shot in the feed room, largely agrees with her.
This is horrible.
Arms were not up.
This is so bad.
He believes the shot
Let me
was
put
a
up
little
more
closer and
PowerPoints,
lack of
200
stippling
words
could be
on 'em.
chalked up to the black T-shirt.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, you've
but
heard
also
a fine
agrees that
print.
she does no
Here it
defensive
is.
wounds. Looking at the blood spatter locations there, and he testified in great detail and testified yesterday, there was no high velocity blood spatter on the ground
Or
at
on
the entrance
Alex.
to the feed room, which would be necessary for the shot to have occurred in the manner in which the defense suggested.
Right, the bullet points have changed again. Now we have
Spatter
triangles,
travels
dots,
upward in an upward
circles, and
direction,
section
an
marks.
upward direction. You can see that on the door. He spoke of the void area.
Slice of life.
And then he spoke of the blood on the
Microsoft is
ground
going
that was
to
around
revoke his
where Paul
PowerPoint
drops and that it's
certificate.
low speed spatter.
The next indent is emojis.
He talked about the dents in the feed room door, the pellet lodged in the door frame upward. It's only possible if it's traveling through Paul's head. Not possible if it's from a ricochet, as the defense suggested. And steel is much less malleable than lead.
What? Steel is not more malleable. Less.
Less.
Malleable. Okay.
This is less.
Fair.
What else did he say?
What does the malleability of the steel have to do with the head exploding?
No one knows.
Nothing really.
Dr. Kinsey said that he
Don't ask questions like that. You'll be happier.
times that he's observed contact wounds to the head with a shotgun, including one that happened in front of him. Actually observed it. And he also said that any sort of contact wound like that would have destroyed the head and destroyed the face.
That was his claim.
And he was clear about that.
He also never saw a shot.
And I think
at
what
the
you
top of the
see with the
cranium.
defense experts is they're coming
that was
to
not made
you
clear by the cross.
with absolutes to try to make you consider that there's the possibility that a crime scene can definitively establish whether there's one or two shooters or whether or not they're of a certain height. And that's just not how it works. And you heard that from Dr. Kinsey. That's not how it works.
It's not how it works.
It's not how it worked in this scene.
Is that reasonable doubt then?
It's a red herring, ladies and gentlemen.
If you can't establish it, then it's reasonable doubt.
You've seen the testimony from Kenny Kinsey. He returned to talk about these issues.
Now, what were the elements of murder again? What does any of this have to do with identity? The only contested element is
saw
identity.
the demonstration over there in the doorway.
Connect it back to the identity.
Alex Murdaugh floats.
Whereas Kenny
He's trying to show motive means an opportunity. Because he has opportunity and he has needs, but he doesn't have motive. And I think that's what he's trying to
blood spatter,
jam in.
Lack of high velocity on the floor, but the existence of high
by
velocity
explaining
on
the
top,
other two.
and the
Look,
low
he has this opportunity.
Velocity, blood splatter on the floor.
Look, he has the means.
What's consistent with the evidence?
You ever have that family member that dominates the conversation and you go to like a Thanksgiving dinner and they sit there and they talk and you can't escape because it's impolite? That's what this guy is. He's like sitting there talking and you have to like get the drink.
Session, stippling, close range, the mark on the back of her leg, running to her baby, didn't see it coming.
Stop saying she ran to her baby. That's not in evidence.
He's in pain. You saw me demonstrate that with both Dr. Reamer and Kenny Kinsey. And that's when she suffers that third rifle injury. And you heard their expert come in and say, no, it had to be going this way instead of this way. Going up with that graze, hitting her breast and into her head here. And Dr. Reamer actually performed the autopsy physically.
Yeah, we know. She also said you can't rely on her notes because they suck.
The hole. She described the hole. She talked about the injury coming up into...
Yo, if you guys haven't, you got to watch the Netflix docu, whatever.
No,
it makes him straight up look guilty. It makes him straight up
tags and that sort of
no,
thing.
like no joke. I came out of that like convict them all.
What she told you is
that's what propaganda does.
I saw.
Yeah, it was really convincing. But as me and Uncivil said, we just couldn't say guilty. It's still not guilty for me. I hate even saying it out loud. But right now, it's just still not guilty.
I don't. Fuck the state.
Internal collapse,
the
wrist wound, the extraneous wound
forever
be associated with this. Third rifle injury, and then of course the fourth rifle injury to the back of the head that had the canyon effect.
Well, why would there be defensive wounds in a shooting?
That this one there has to be some clearance for that third shot to come up.
I mean, there could be, but why would there be?
Again,
you just shoot someone.
Homicide.
Did you consider that she ran to her baby, Andrew? Did you consider the running to the baby?
So what did Dr. Kinsey say? Again, he took issue with an expert coming in and trying to tell you that he can determine the location or the height of the shooter in this manner. He told you the cardboard, that cannot be relied upon. And while he did agree with the angle on the doghouse, he showed you how changing the aspect of the shooter could easily fit with Alec.
Distinguish those bad facts.
And that it is too far and way out over its skis to try to assert that you can determine from such information that the shooter had to be 5'2". That's not what you can do. Dr. Kinsey
you can. He did
is
that.
a crime scene analyst.
Appeal to authority.
How many crime scenes did he said he'd done?
Go to my Rumble channel and find
thousands
I
of
did
pieces
a
of evidence,
video on this.
real world stuff.
Appeal to authority, appeal
That's
to
what he comes
antiquity,
and
and appeal
talks
to volume. None of those
You
actually
simply can't
matter.
make those determinations in a real world environment to come in here and try to tell you that from that sort of thing, the shooter had to be a particular height. You just can't do it.
Why? I mean, that's what you do.
I submit to you that Dr. Kinsey knows what he's talking about, and Dr. Kinsey has the years of experience in real-world applications of
That's
crime
questionable.
scenes to make those judgments. And I also submit to you that Dr. Kinsey isn't going to get out over his skis.
But maybe the bullet
Try to make
deflected
assertions
from
to
soot
you
in the barrel.
with absolutes. The guy with
That's
the
what he
two
said.
5'2"
Maybe the bullet.
people
I didn't see that.
refused to even concede the possibility
That was the
of
state's
burials.
expert on
You
on
need
the
to make
rebuttal case. You
assertions.
missed that
That's how
part.
reality works.
That's why we
And I
can't
can
determine
get
the
out
height of the
over
shooter,
his
because maybe the
skis and
bullet
try to
deflected
tell
off
you
the soot in the
something
barrel.
that simply cannot
Yeah,
be supported
that's
by
one of the
the
reasons why I'm
evidence.
still not guilty. Is because the 5.2. It just
And that's what the
it just
defense
doesn't make any
expert did.
sense. And the two guns, one shoot. It just none of it makes sense. You got to.
He's here saying you can't make assertions that are
The shooter could easily
definitive
be
based
6'4"
off of this.
top,
That's your
tall,
job
and
as
all
the
those
state to
bullet
do so. Like,
trajectories.
you guys
There's
have to
one
do that.
thing
You have to be
that
beyond
the
reasonable
defense expert
doubt.
Didn't consider.
The only two things they got is that he was
little
lit
gray people
in the house, and
are holding the guns down like this.
he had the two guns are missing. That's
No
really all they have.
consideration.
Everything else is just
Kneeling.
If the trajectory of that bullet was from a
being
6'4"
in
person, do you think the state
any
would be
sort of
using it and
different
saying it's evidence
position.
of guilt?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I'm straight.
But the reality
Hell yeah.
is,
but I'm
these
just
are
hoping the
fluid.
jury understands that he doesn't have to prove he's innocent. They
Maggie
got to prove he's guilty.
Is running.
That's what's
to
going
her
on
baby.
here.
That's
she's
up to
trying
the
force
the
She's
defense.
moving.
Yeah, they're trying to force
she
the defense
gets
to
hit,
prove he's innocent.
Most likely when she hits her leg against that Polaris, there's biological evidence on that Polaris. And she comes forward.
And before I rest,
collapses.
I'd like to show you a
and
Netflix
Alex is moving around
documentary.
her.
Oh,
firing.
that'd be so good. Oh, don't show him that.
Can I use the Netflix documentary as my closing argument? Am I allowed to do that?
If you were to do that, boy, oh my God, it was so damning, so damning.
I don't know if it's ever been tried before,
Yeah,
but this judge will allow it.
Expert come in yesterday, and I've kind of mentioned this, but I'll mention it again. He came in.
I've been meaning to watch
Yesterday,
that,
day before.
Dre.
Even I
It would be
lost
shorter.
track at this point.
You'll see. You'll see. It's no
Try
joke.
to get out over his skis again and testify to you. That it
Is there a lot of
had to
skiing
be
in
two
South
shooters
Carolina?
Because there were two guns. And why
No,
would you
not
not
really.
just
North
use
Carolina a
the
little
blackout?
bit, but
All this over the skis stuff.
Is that opinion helpful or makes sense? Knowing what you know about this case and knowing what you know about the firearms of this particular house and knowing what you know about Alec Murdaugh as you look at the rest of this evidence and what he's
Oh, I
trying
can't
to
believe an hour and a
manufacture
half ago I
to
suggested
confuse
this
these
guy was
issues.
wrapping up.
It's like me when I'm
Yeah, I
wrapping up
think I
super
told you
chats.
that it's just as likely that it could be one shooter. And
I was so wrong. I apologize.
As soon as he said it's just as likely it
just
could
as
be one
likely.
shooter,
Reasonable
that
doubt.
gives me reasonable doubt.
Briefly,
That
Your
should
Honor.
be enough.
just
It's
as
just as
likely, yeah.
likely.
I mean, that should be
Just
like,
as
okay,
likely
just like a
means
50-50?
Reasonable
Oh,
doubt.
okay.
This is not
That's
scale.
it.
It sounds suspiciously like reasonable
Yeah,
doubt.
Shooters
Yeah,
are
yeah.
5'2", and it's just as likely.
Polaris
as
is
one
right
of these
here.
two. What more do I need to say?
Cases, while they
Why
can't
are all
be
the
relied
exhibits on
upon
the
as
floor?
Specific location.
Does the state need to buy an easel?
Yes,
Illustrating general
we haven't gotten to
area.
easels yet in South Carolina.
In that area, moving from here to here.
Your Honor, I'd like to briefly rub at my remarks.
I'll just do this quickly, Your Honor. I won't waste
Briefly.
time on this.
Yeah.
The jury's not going to get charged today.
No,
No,
I don't.
he's
I'm-
going to
I
five.
don't-
He's going to
I don't
five.
think the defense is even going to speak today. I think this
No,
is
I
going to be
hope
all
not.
state.
Open tomorrow.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
going to 5. This actually helps the defense.
If the judge makes the defense open today, that close today, that would be terrible.
GSR on the defendant's hand and
That would almost be unfair, to be
To
honest with you.
split it? I don't know about that because then they go to bed thinking about the defense arguments and you wake up and you do more defense arguments.
Well, it depends on how energetic the defense closing is. You're right. If it's energetic,
just-
I might wake him up.
He just finished, or are we at another break?
I think
Judge
we're at a
just
break.
called a break, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, my God.
Nick,
Judge was
shoot
like-
me. Shoot me.
Kill
Hold
me
on.
next, Alex.
Would you prefer 12 gauge or through your blackout?
Shoot me
shoot
from
you.
Minnesota.
Hold on.
Hit
Let
me in
me
the
call
back of
you
the
3
head.
times and text you first.
Oh my god.
I gotta drive to
is
my
brutal.
mom's house. I'll be right there. Wow.
Take a 15-minute recess.
How can the state? Oh,
Is
if
there
the
no
argument
time
is-
limit? I've never seen a state closing this long before. What the hell is going on?
And it's not just long. It is pointless. It's off topic. It is not addressing the issue in the case. The only issue in this case is identity.
Yes. But the fact of the matter is, even on that identity issue, there is no way you get to a reasonable doubt from their own evidence. It's just as likely it's one shooter that it's two. It's he could have been 5'2" or 6'4". That's all reasonable doubt. This is all 50-50. It could be him. It could be somebody else. We don't convict on
Yes,
that.
but I'm going to read your cell phone's records into evidence yet again, all the way for the last 10 years of your life.
But they have the means, right? But they don't even really have the means. They say he has the guns, but those particular ones are missing.
I had the means. I had the means. What does that mean?
But the opportunity, he was in that area. And they really played up the opportunity piece. He's in the area. He went down there. He didn't tell us.
It's his house.
That type of stuff. But the motive, why?
Motive sucks.
There is no motive. The motive is the means and opportunity. There is no motive here. The fact that he had the other two, there's the reason why we got motive.
There's
opportunity isn't even really that great too, because the timeline's so tight. The opportunity is also not.
No, you have the phone problem.
Not
you got the blood
obvious.
problem.
Yeah,
it's arguable that there's opportunity, but I would say it's obvious there's opportunity.
It would be extremely difficult for this to have occurred if it was Alex. It's possible.
Yeah,
but it would be such a complex charted out thing. And which one
stupidly charted out, right? Because you can so easily have more smartly. And Alex, listen, what I learned from Alex, this whole trial, he's looked like kind of a doofus sitting at that table. But when he took the stand and he was subject to cross, that is a smart ass MFer. That guy he's all country and yes sir, no sir, all this kind of I'm just a country lawyer kind of nonsense. But that guy was way sharper than Creighton Waters. Creighton Waters' questions were ambiguous, they were compound, they were unclear, and Alex, all his responses were very precise, specific. I don't understand exactly what you're saying, but when he was asked an exact question, he gave a very transparent answer. That is one sharp MFer. When I saw him on cross, I realized for the first time how that guy that looks like a doofus could have been making $2, $3, $5, $10 million a year doing personal injury law. He's good.
I only thing I'm going to say is I think him taking the stand hurt his case more than it helped it. I don't think he needed to take the stand. I think this evidence was that it gave him so much more. Now they get to ask him all the questions, and his credibility really, he was taking a beating, but hearing it from himself, it makes it even tougher. And I agree with Natalie Lorchik. We were all talking about this the other day, and she said too. She said the facts. I forget you and her.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just teasing you.
Just making it
because I like. But her opinion was that the fact that he went up there and gave that performance, even if you believe the fact that he had to admit to all those lies in real time, it just and his sole defense is essentially I didn't do it. Yes, he doesn't have to prove, but that just goes a long way to them being able to jump over that hurdle.
I don't know. I kind of think once everything came in, that once you're there and you've got the lie statement that they did. I mean, they mentioned in opening that he was wrong about that or whatever. I almost think you have to take the risk at that point, that you have to get him up there because you've got the lie. And if the state can just pound, he lied, and he doesn't come out and say, yeah, I lied. I was scared. I was worried about how the state was going to treat me. I had this drug addiction going on. I got these financial problems. You've seen those stacking up. Woo! I mean, last thing I need on my plate's a murder. I almost think you gotta have him go out and do that. I think it becomes, it's obviously not a self-defense case, but it becomes comparable to what we've seen in the self-defense cases where the jury's just going to need an explanation. Now, doesn't mean it's going to work, but I think you got to try. And once they let the financial crimes in, I was saying, I think he's taking the stand at that point. Right.
He has to, because then he's just a liar, right? He's been lying to people for 20 years, stealing their money. I mean, he's just a liar. So he's got to take the stand and say, yeah, I was an addict. I was lying. I was stealing for my addiction. I was stealing for the bad property bets I made. I was stealing for all kinds of stuff. But you can do that in a way where it's still not credible that you you brutally, viciously slaughtered the wife and son that every state witness in a position to know said you loved and adored. Those are two different things. But I think the jury needs to hear it from the defendant.
I think so.
No, it's hard. It's hard for me to give it a fact. You lie. You sit up there and tell me everything you've essentially told me was a lie, but you're telling the truth about this.
But we all lie, right? We all lie, but we don't lie about everything.
I'm not lying about financial crimes. It's
no.
You know, there are levels to the game too, right? Little white lies versus
sure,
second degree felonies.
But there are levels. There are levels, right? So just because you're at one level doesn't mean you're at another level. So he's at a higher level than you or I would be. I wouldn't lie about financial. I mean, I wouldn't commit financial crimes. You wouldn't either.
We almost got an admission there.
Oh, that was an admission.
Was that a reach?
That was an admission.
Creighton Waters is knocking at Bronca's door tonight.
You better not be in my hot tub. It's still cold.
Let's replay that for the jury 5 times in a row. Where did he decide?
But just because you wouldn't lie about this, I mean, you might lie. All right. Your wife asked, do these pants make my ass look fat? You lie about that, right? That doesn't mean you're lying about a mortgage application. But just because you're lying about a mortgage application doesn't mean you're lying about murdering your wife and kid. That's a completely different level.
I'm agreeing with you. But when the question is asked you, did you kill your wife and son? No. Okay. Now we go to this whole story. And all the stories, you lied about this, lied about this, lied about this, lied about this, lied about being here, lied about this, lied about this, lied about all this stuff. And at the end of that, at the end of that narrative, then you say, well, but I'm not. Now that can cut 2 ways. I agree with you. It can cut 2 ways where why not just say you did it? You're going to jail for the financial crime. Why not just admit it, right? Or I can go the opposite way.
I'll tell you what decision
do I believe the liar who told me all these other lies, even though you're right, it's cumulative too, right? Lying about one thing, but continuously lying about all this different stuff. It just, I can see the argument, but I do agree. I don't believe, for me, if I'm a juror, it's not guilty. They haven't proven their case, but I do believe it's going to be hard to give this guy any credibility.
I'll tell you what decision I've decided on. It's like, if it ever comes up, I'm invoking my right to remain silent. I don't even want an attorney. I just want to remain silent because my attorney being there apparently is that's all going to help because they're just going to sit in the back seat with their open shirt and just allow me to completely expose myself. So I'm just not talking to police, period. So just my right to remain silent will be fine.
It's what I always tell people.
I'm normally trying to expose myself, but sorry, go on, Bronca.
No, I always tell people, listen, what you need is not legal counsel. What you need is competent legal counsel. And those are two very different things.
You know what Alex needed, though? He needed opiates. He allegedly, he needed stimulation. He needed to be on top of his game. But one way to do this without opiates is, of course, going to fieldofgreens.com. You go to fieldofgreens.com and you get yourself one of these. You get some natural energy. You don't need opiates, baby girl. All you need are some ground up fruits and vegetables. You can add to pretty much any liquid suspension you want and get 1 serving of fruit and 1 serving of vegetables per scoop. Plus, with this specific one, you can get a little bit of natural caffeine and energy in there, as well as a bunch of antioxidants. You got to clean yourself up from that opiate addiction and get yourself hooked on nature's goodness. Fieldofgreens.com. So addicting, you may just murder your wife and son. Thank you for sponsoring the show, Field of Greens, and promoting murder in public. Go to fieldofgreens.com.
Is one of the greens poppies?
Use promo code NOSE. Get yourself some money off. Look, I drink I've been away from it since I was down in Vegas. I didn't bring it with me, and I have not gone through any withdrawals yet. And I also have not murdered anybody. But if I was on opium, I might have. So Field of Greens.
Well, I could have used some coming back from Vegas. Frankly, I'd like to apologize to the 2 people sitting next to me for 2 hours from Vegas to Denver who had to watch me sweat out vodka tonics for 2 hours. So sorry.
Yeah. Okay then.
Oh my gosh. I know it's been commented on before, but it is somehow continuously amazing that no matter what you say, it will be used against you because there is no right answer.
It doesn't matter what the answer is. I did the thing. I didn't do the thing. No matter what choice you make, it's the wrong choice.
Yeah,
every choice
exactly.
is evidence of guilt. Everything you do or don't do. You went down to the kennels, it's proof of guilt. You didn't go down to the kennels, it's proof of guilt. You went to your mom's house, proof of guilt. You didn't. Like, it doesn't matter.
You have to understand on your phone and you're doing something innocent, and it's, oh, this is exculpatory. Oh no, you're establishing an alibi.
People have to understand the prosecutor. They should be there to try to arrive at the truth, right? But they're too often.
I seem to remember something about that in the code of ethics for the lawyers. They have special provisions for the prosecutors,
and it's also
exactly this
ideas
reason.
and answers in law.
Yeah. But too often they're there to arrive at a narrative of guilt, and they will twist and warp the facts and evidence however they need to arrive where they want to go. And it's the opposite of what is proper legal reasoning. Proper legal reasoning is critical thinking, right? It's like, all right, what are the facts in support of my argument? And now let me reverse the position on what are the facts in support of the opposing argument, so I know both sides equally. But prosecutors too often don't do that. They just say, all right, I've decided this guy's guilty. How can I twist and warp the facts consistent with my narrative and ignore anything that's inconsistent with my preconceived notion that this person is guilty? I don't think that's justice, but unfortunately, that's too often how prosecutors' offices operate today.
Exactly.
I
gotta get going. I'm sorry, I gotta duck out. I've got a dinner appointment and got to get home with the wife and stuff. So.
Steve's going back to Vegas.
Take care, Steve.
Thank you, guys. Good night.
Good night, buddy. Talk to you later. Got a super chat here from the Pie Baker. It says, hey, Nate and Rackets, how's your lawsuit with your respective ADA compliance tards? Is the rest of the cast ADA compliance behaving? Does Danny on Direct have an assigned ADA compliance yet? If not, how does one apply to be hers? Can hers sue her and settle for a date at Olive Garden, asking for a friend for research purposes? Yeah, Nate, how's your boozy lawsuit going?
It's going good. We're waiting to hear back from the court on the motion to dismiss and the responses and stuff. So the guys at the law firms, they feel really good about it. But this is the first swing of the apple. So because
it's a long process.
Yeah, because we already planned it. Yeah. Even if it's dismissed, you can just refile again with the dismissal notes and then call it a day, or if you have to appeal or whatever. But but they're confident, and we'll see. So.
Yeah, as for mine is there was a status conference that I, thank God, did not have to attend on the 28th because I was in no position to do so. Basically the judge reset our scheduling conference for July while she deals with our motion for summary judgment and the crazy choice of law argument that we have going on, or not conflict of laws argument and applying the Colorado law. If you're not keeping up, I'll be going through very soon Montegraff's lawyer's affidavit where he has to really, really try hard to tell the court that he totally wasn't lying when he represented that his client resided in Colorado and is now claiming that his client resided in Illinois. And that's totally not material to the fact, even though I had to spend 5 figures on a motion document based on the representation that his client was in Colorado and residing in Colorado actively, but it was totally Illinois, and that shouldn't matter. And he didn't lie. He definitely didn't lie. He's never lied to the court ever, never lied. But his client may have lied, but his client didn't lie either. So that's going to be real fun to resolve. And you can bet I'm going after somebody if they're lying to the court, unless we, of course, just win. Frankly, fucking sanctionable behavior from Montegraff's lawyer, misrepresenting the jurisdiction your client lives in is not an acceptable thing. He also, by the way, had the opportunity to change that in his amended complaint and didn't until it became very, very inconvenient for the fact that his client lived in Colorado. Then suddenly his client lives in a completely fucking different state. Oh, and he has for years now. Not true. Sorry, David.
So
Schneider.
Yeah, someone's going to have to explain that, because
I will be
make that representation.
And I will be broadcasting to tens to hundreds of thousands of people the fact that David Schneider, an attorney in Minnesota, lied in 2 complaints.
Bring it, man.
Over and over and over again, I will bring up that David Schneider lied in his complaint and his amended complaint and is now walking it back in an affidavit. I don't fuck around with this shit. Not at all. I'm representing now. I'm just a broadcaster in free speech mode. Try and shut it down. Because that's all your whole lawsuit's a slap, bro. Everybody knows you're just trying to shut down my speech. You are, along with your client, not just your client, you are, for whatever personal animus reason you may have against me that I still don't know, you're trying to shut it down.
Well, you never took that office space, Nick. He really needed to move that office space.
I guess he offered it to me for free. I don't understand. But yeah,
Just
so
thought you were
whatever.
hot.
Well, you should have just asked. No, so whatever that is, and by the way, his ethics complaint that he also filed against me to try and get me to stop calling him a cunt, that ethics complaint is still pending because somehow I have sent my response 4 times to the Office of Professional Responsibility, and I keep asking, did you get my response? No, we haven't. Yeah, like I'm including it in the email. Did you get the response? No, we haven't gotten it. It's right here. It's right here. So still don't know on that one, but we'll see. But he may be on the receiving end of an ethics complaint very soon about his willful misrepresentation of his client's residence in an ongoing lawsuit that is entirely frivolous. And yes, like I said, I'll be pushing for sanctions from the lawyer because I know his clients have fucked no money.
Another matter we would take up, so I was hopeful that we would. After he
There's another matter in the middle of closing argument, like what?
How about misrepresenting the evidence in the law?
Yeah, that's just per normal, though. I mean,
And what do you want me? What do you want to ask me?
Well, I was just curious. I was letting the court.
Well, I don't know.
Letting the court know how long my closing would be.
This judge is
and
such a
if we
dick.
went at 5, I wouldn't be done until 7 or 7:30.
oh Lord,
So he's got a
please no.
2.5 hour
You'll have
closing.
an opportunity to fully argue during a time where the jury's attention span won't be.
Yeah, Judge is like, "Man, let's go 7 o'clock."
Due to the long hours.
Your Honor, are you?
Why the-
considering
yeah.
dealing with that other matter, if we, for instance, adjourn, I think that.
Yes.
Okay, because I think the Attorney General's thinking he's going to be done in about 45 minutes, but.
How do I send that?
Or longer. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
They want to give it tonight.
Did
They
you
want so they
say,
want to get. Why would they
you'll
want
be
to get
done
that
in
thing
how
tonight?
many minutes, or do you know?
I don't know. So that the jury isn't sitting on it overnight with just
Yes.
the prosecution's words
4 or
ringing in their ears, I guess.
Right. Steve Gosney would argue that you want the defense words to be the last you hear before you go to sleep, but I think it's too
All right,
late
let's
in the day.
bring them in.
Yeah,
There's
because
no way.
you're going to be too tired.
Maybe if he could promise an hour.
I want the jury in the morning. If I'm the defense, I want the jury in the morning. Just had a cup of coffee. They're awake. They don't remember anything.
Split it up.
This dickhead
Split
said
it up.
for
Do
the
a
last
half
3
hour
hours.
now. Just get it started in the prime.
No,
idea.
don't split it up. No. I want one single cohesive narrative I'm delivering to that jury in the morning after coffee.
And if you're quick enough about it, they'll probably be appreciative of the fact that you made your points quickly.
How long should
Yeah.
it take? An hour or two? 2 hours? The most?
He said 2 to 2.5. He said 5:30 or 7:30 if they start at 5. So he's 2.5 hours.
Right.
What does the defense need 2.5 hours for? Like
They
honestly,
probably
like,
don't.
You think you just get up and be like, look, you heard a bunch about financial crimes.
It's all bullshit.
You heard about all of this stuff. The one thing you didn't hear about is how he actually committed this murder and why. Like any reason that's ever made sense. You've got
Hey, thank
nothing
you.
from the
You may
state
proceed.
because the state has never had a coherent case.
Sir.
Creighton Waters is back up like the cholera of the South Carolina court system.
Anyway, he's got another 45 minutes of what? What the hell is he going to tell us?
GSR on the defendant's hands and seatbelt, Maggie's DNA on that Super Black Eagle, DNA on the Suburban steering wheel. No DNA or blood identified on the floorboards.
Well, thanks for letting us know.
Showing y'all state 7. That's the how you doing comment. And
The
second
how you
one,
doing comment? Guilty.
State's 5. Also from the body cam.
He would have DNA everywhere if he shot him.
You can see how well lit.
Not just somewhere.
When the lights are on.
But they do live, they're a family, so I'm assuming their DNA is going to be everywhere.
No, he would be covered in blood, is what I'm saying. He shoots his son with a shotgun from 3 feet away.
You're going to be sweat. Yeah, you're going to be covered in blood.
God, they got the corpse in the court reporter position again. It's like,
I'm almost done.
I'm almost done. Thanks for telling us again.
Finally, a little bit more about.
You lie.
3 hours later.
I'm almost done.
The defendant's
I'm sure you know what those words mean.
Story to you that he told on Thursday. We've already talked about it. Just a couple more things.
Lancelot 652 says, so he stole his son's blackout to kill his family later?
Those
What?
dogs are clearly out in the kennel video.
Yeah, I mean, that's the idea, right? He stole it so that he'd have it. He's the one who stole it for the car, right? So he'd have it
Dogs
for
were alerting on
a
anybody
rainy day.
nearby
It's like
or in the woods, as
a
dogs
drop
do.
piece or something.
No. Dogs
said
don't
no.
automatically alert
He said that
nearby
the
or in
dogs
the
were
woods.
not doing that.
There's people that the dogs are reacting to present there. They aren't going to necessarily alert to someone in the woods.
About the fact that he changed clothes.
The dog didn't bark.
You also heard testimony that his
The
clothes
chicken didn't
smelled
cluck.
fresh and like laundry. See again, manufacturing the scene. You heard from his law partners that he was not, and also from Marion, that he was not overly concerned with figuring out what happened or any threats to Buster. And in fact, you heard in the telephone interview after the side of the road, they specifically asked him, are there any threats to Buster? And he said no.
Months later?
Why is there no threat to Buster? Because he was the threat to Maggie.
Oh my God.
He knows
What?
there's no vigilante out there. That's why he was never concerned about it.
What do you mean he was
Wow.
never concerned
That's why
about
he
it?
Wow.
Called Rogan first.
But there wouldn't be a threat to Buster. If he really thought that the people were vigilantes
He knows
against
the only threat
Paul,
is him.
then he's dead. So there's no
Buster
threat to
wasn't on the boat.
So yeah, there's no threat to Buster. So his statement's completely
asked
consistent
him-
with what he said.
Whoa. Have you considered dram
remember
shop
lying
vigilantes?
to
They're like,
all those
whoa.
close to him,
Buster provided
people
his
that he
ID. We got to put
trusted,
that guy
he
down.
stole from. He couldn't detail one single conversation.
That's a lot of
He couldn't
revenge.
remember his last conversation at the kennels. To use his own words, and when you hear what he has to say, when he was asked after the kennel video and his new story, what he did, he said, I got out of there. He's got that photographic memory, but can't remember what he was doing. When
Get
he was most
wrecked with his
active.
photographic memory bullshit.
Right. Who claimed that?
He didn't say.
It's pretty normal for people to remember some things and not other
only I had
things. That's
gone
kind
to
of how
the
memory
kennels.
works. Most of the
Only
time.
I could have stopped it.
I only remember
only
part of my
I
time
had
with
been there a little longer.
Kurt in Las Vegas.
He says, I got
Not
out
sure
of
if it's a roofie or what, but
What father would hold anything back if he were innocent? What father would care what happens to him after that?
Well, lots of them, honestly.
He claims he told you that he had cooperated with SLED.
But he did cooperate with
He
SLED.
hadn't.
He cooperated with
There's
SLED as much as
nothing more
SLED
important.
cooperated with the grand jury.
If someone's innocent, to telling law enforcement when the last time the victims were alive. I just saw them. I saw them at 8:50. I saw them at 8:49. They're still out there. Go get them.
he's so fired. I heard someone say that A.G. Waters was in the courtroom.
There was paranoia about some case.
I got $20 that he's going to
David Owen with David Williams.
No, he's going to get a promotion. He's going to get a judgeship out of this. I don't know what it is, but he's getting something.
I think this guy's getting ladies and gentlemen, and as he got confronted with things, as he
Creighton Waters is going to get convicted.
He kept adding a new factor and a new factor and a new factor
in our hearts.
Convicted of being given a good
closing. Lied to law enforcement and to justify why he's telling you what he's telling you now. He kept adding them. He can remember those, ladies and gentlemen. He can remember a new one. He can remember this. And the problem with that is
he's got a full head of hair.
There's no mistaking David Owen for David Williams.
He can never work.
Yes, there is. There's absolutely, you can mistake David Owen for Dane Williams. You remember David, the sled guy? He's like, yeah, you can think those are the same person. What are you talking about?
Installed on his private vehicle.
Really, we're back to the blue light special thing.
Proof that he makes up lies and is very convincing with them and makes them up on the fly.
Yeah, you see, hit the credibilities again.
I'm just really happy I'm going to be joining you guys next week for the closing.
For the defense's closing argument. Oh my gosh.
We're never going to separate.
The guy got caught flat-footed with the badge hanging out of his pocket.
Flat-footed.
He tried to assert to you that sometime maybe it was an accident that this badge is hanging out of his pocket. How is that an accident?
Because he does it as a matter of routine and doesn't think about it.
He was able to lie, but more importantly,
so bad.
The blue lights. He sat there and told you 3 times. I think he said his name 3 times. That Sheriff Smalls, the former sheriff of Hampton County, gave him permission to put blue lights in a private vehicle.
I have to confess, I would never put police lights in my own vehicle, but if I could get a badge, like a legit badge, for whatever reason,
3 times, effortlessly got up there
and
pivoted and lied to you because Sheriff Smalls came in here and
he was a cop.
There's got to be some small town in Texas that'll swear you in as a sheriff.
Well, I mean,
I've never heard
I ride a motorcycle. I sometimes go maybe a little bit above the speed limit. It would be helpful.
This is a man.
You mean you would display your badge because it warms law enforcement to you?
Reported back in the case, and he sat there and effortlessly and easily pivoted to a new lie when confronted with something he wasn't prepared for. And the sheriff came in here and said, "No, that never happened. Of course not." But he looked y'all in the eyes and told you that.
So did the sheriff.
All in the eyes and told you that.
That's true. I don't know if I believe the sheriff because he, like, when he was at the hospital with the badge displayed,
Sheriff Small said it was okay.
It's like he wasn't scared. Like, I think everybody knew he had that badge.
How is it material? How does it help him kill his family?
How is any of this? How is any of that material? How was the financial material to this?
About having
that shouldn't be in here at all.
The man who had blue lights in his car and had a badge, rides around with a badge in his windshield.
How do you make the difference from this killing your family?
Come on, if you had a legit badge, everyone would ride around. Come on, Nate, you were a New York City cop. If you got pulled over, you didn't let the cop know you were a New York City cop.
He tried to also
I wasn't him like
so he's tried to lie about the most important
there's a professional courtesy, and it's not the badge, it's the ID card.
Brutally murdered.
So if you have a law enforcement ID card, yes, they hook you up.
But the badge would serve the same purpose, right?
No, because everybody's got badges. Secure, like security guards got badges.
I'm not concerned about the boat case.
No, but
that's what you check
a legit badge is what I mean. A government badge.
Yeah. If you got a legit badge, it works. But generally, it's the ID card. First thing they'll say is, "Let me see your ID card."
Why would he lie about that time?
So you're no better than Alec Murdaugh.
Oh yeah, I've gotten out of a couple of tickets. Even with your prosecutor,
19 seconds.
You get out of a couple of tickets. Yeah.
But Nate, you were never a prosecutor.
Out there.
Oh no.
Constructed by him.
They give you little badges and stuff. But obviously, you're not supposed to you're not supposed to go crazy with it or not. If you're driving under influence and stuff, that's not the time to show it. But
that's not going to work.
Yeah. But the reason why you keep it in your wallet is that so when somebody says, "Can I get your license and registration?"
Make it seem like he's been trying to tell this, but he also admitted on the stand.
They see it.
There it is. Yeah, there it is. Oh, they'll see the badge. Okay, let me see your ID card. All right, have a nice day.
that his own attorney was repeating the story that he was napping the whole time and never went to the kennels on HBO in November, just a couple months ago.
What?
A lot of people lie, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Everybody lies.
Including
A lot of
you.
people lie. When it's really important.
Seriously, how long has this closing
Something
been
like
going at
this.
this point?
This brutal murder.
We're now in March. We're in March. Oh my God.
Why do people lie? People lie.
I'm so shocked that all this stuff came in, though.
They did something wrong.
People lie for reasons beyond they did something wrong.
That's why a lot
People lie
ladies and
because they're
gentlemen.
scared.
And just like always, when confronted with new evidence that he no
People lie
longer can
'cause
deny,
they're-
he backtracks, he pivots,
Just
and he
because they
tells a
do.
new story from that stand and looks you all in the eye. And then when new evidence comes up on cross, he backtracks and he pivots and he tells another new lie.
If you're trying to prove he's a liar, you got
I'm
him.
sure if he could get up there again, he'd be telling, well, let me rephrase that. He said so many witnesses are lying on him. They're all lying on him. But the one thing we know is a constant is that he lied to
Did he?
them. Mark
He didn't say
Tensley's
that.
lying. Jeannie Seckinger's lying. Shelley Smith is lying. Blanca's lying.
No, he never said that.
Everybody's lying on the master liar.
He actually said they're all telling the truth. I stole the money.
You're right. He's been telling the truth. I stole all the money.
You heard him
You know who lied?
answer the questions about
The
whether or
sled
not he
cop who
killed
got the grand jury indictment. He
his
lied.
wife and son. You heard me ask him if he was a family annihilator.
That's how you kind of kill all that. I hope they come out hard with that.
Did you see him do
Like,
this?
That's a
makes
kill
such
shot
big deal
here.
about
You see
lying.
him do that
Really?
in those videos
Yeah.
too and ask questions where now we know he was lying.
Like,
Now you're a
you know,
body
the-
language
That's the
expert?
most classic tell.
the whole last half hour of his closing was about lying.
I love
One thing
those
I will
guys.
agree with
None,
him.
none of them can hook up with a
He
girl,
said
but
up
they're all
there,
body language experts.
Oh,
I don't
what
get
a
it.
tangled web we weave when we first practiced to see.
How's that?
How
How's that work?
appropriate coming from that man.
Oh,
I
Nick's
assume
back.
he finally made his point, right?
No,
I don't
not
know.
yet.
No,
Oh
he's not
God,
there.
I lost that bet. Thought that was safe money.
No.
He did say he was going to go to your Nashville event in September, though, so that's good.
Creighton is?
No, of course not.
No, Murdaugh will when he gets the not guilty verdict.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Definitely need to invite him.
I
No,
like
Murdaugh.
Murdaugh.
I'll give him a keynote speaker time. I won't keep any shotguns around him, though. I'm not sure I trust him. I definitely won't. I'm not going to give him a paycheck.
This man.
Listen,
is trying
just
to
because
sell
someone's
you
rich doesn't make him better than anybody else, but it's nice to have rich friends.
idea.
They have lots of fun toys. They have boats and pool
That he was
tables
at-
and all kinds of shit.
the kennels, that he jetted
He'll
back,
structure his speaker fee and an annuity through Forge.
that he went inside so quickly and quickly dozed off in the shortest nap in the history of the South.
Really?
And then he got in his
Shortest
car.
nap in the history of the South. Is that where we're at?
Bro,
Just
Their
seconds
timeline
after
doesn't make
these
sense
supposed
either, though.
Vigilantes. These vigilantes that apparently
Creighton Waters'
the 5'2",
co-workers have taken shorter
that knew
naps
somehow
during
that
his
Paul
closing.
and Maggie would be both at Moselle on the evening of June 7th between 8:44 and 9:02. That
This
also
is
knew
a
that they
burden
would be
shift.
alone
This is
at
an
this time.
unbelievable
Yes.
burden shift.
They knew that Alec would not be at these kennels. And they also knew the property well enough to get to the kennels. They also
Anyway,
assumed
I take 5 to
that
10
they
minute
would
naps
find
all
ammunition
the
and
time.
guns there, so they didn't bring those. And they traveled the same route as Alec after his short 20-second nap, and knew that he would be
You never
visiting
dozed
his
off for like
mother
20 seconds? I've done it on
at
stream
Alameda during that time.
where I've like dozed off for
Yeah.
20 seconds.
Those are the circumstances that you have to accept.
I've seen Nick do it.
The 5'2"
Lies and
vigilantes
slander.
and arrived somehow in that tiny time period between 8:49 and 9:02, and that's given him every
How
bit
is this
of
even
the,
appropriate,
of the
to be honest
doubt
with you?
as to the story he told you, sprinkled with a bunch of new lies as well. That somehow they arrived during that time. The dogs never heard them or ran to them. Somebody put
Somehow
the dogs
during
up,
the same
put the dogs
time
up in the wrong kennels. Somebody
he
rolled up
managed
the
to commit the
hose.
murders, clean up everything, get rid of the guns, not get blood in his car, somehow wrap it up in a tarp, which we don't have. The tarp didn't leak and get blood in the
These
back
vigilantes
seats.
were just lucky
Clean up
enough
himself, get rid of the
to
bloody
find these
clothes.
family weapons.
Should we go on?
Which he's clear.
Man can't take a 5-minute nap.
On the other side of it, that he says we're never there. He's so clear. Oh, we never had the blackout. We never rode around with the blackout.
I expect the defense closing. The first sentence will be, "Well, where do we begin?"
The defense has to call out the burden shift.
Yeah,
I would hope so.
So someone was asking in chat what a burden shift
Like,
is.
we don't
Remember that the burden is on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt this case.
one
But the
knew
state
who
is
he
constantly demanding that Alec Murdaugh prove that he's innocent, prove that someone else did it, prove whatever the state, prove his non-guilt. But that's not his job. The state
No
has
one
to
knew
get
who
them
this
there.
man
He
was.
doesn't have to get himself anywhere. His presumption is innocent. And I bet that's where the defense starts. Remember, you're supposed to presume his innocence, and the state has demanded you to presume his
He had
guilt.
a powerful family.
That's what they did in their opening.
He lived a wealthy life, but now finally, he was facing complete ruin. His father, who he idolized, who I worked with,
Oh, fuck off.
was dying. His son
That was really scummy.
was facing charges for the boat case. He was facing a civil action that not only could potentially ruin him, but expose the reality of what he'd been doing for
And
years.
he did it to hide his financial crimes.
He
He
had
had
an
another
opiate
month.
addiction. The
So
entire
Catherine's
family
family.
life was about to be altered. He couldn't
He
live
did
for
it for a
that.
month's
He's the kind of
extension on his
person
discovery
full of
motion.
shame.
Insane.
But if all of this is true, how do you get to kill your family?
Shame is an extraordinary provocation. His ego couldn't stand that.
You have no expert testimony on this, by the way.
If I were Waters' family, I'd be really concerned. If he thinks this is justification for slaughtering your family, I'd be like, holy crap.
This makes no sense.
Can you, why didn't they bring in an expert on, criminology, heat of passion murder, any of that stuff to say, look, how often shame is a motivator. Family shame, the destruction of lineage is a motivator for murder. Like they didn't bring in anybody to make any testimony about that. Oh, that could have a real problem bringing that in. So he just gets to make it up.
That's his motive.
A lot of witnesses have testified over the last 6 weeks, but there's
That's
a couple
insane. His motive is
that never get to
shame.
testify that are important, and that's common sense and human nature.
Yeah.
You think he killed anybody else?
Two more.
I've already confessed to these particular murders once on stream to make it end. I'm willing to
We
do it
couldn't bring
again
you
if it
any
helps at
eyewitnesses
this point.
because they were murdered. But common
Again, if
sense,
Tinsley's the guy
human
who's coming
nature
after him, he could kill
speak
Tinsley.
on behalf of
If he's worried about, the investigation
this.
from the law firm, he could kill that COO lady.
common sense.
But instead, he goes to his most intimate people and kills them.
Can speak for them, and they deserve a voice.
That sounds like a finishing line. Please let it be true.
Oh,
Everything
please,
he
God
did
willing.
was meant to try to frustrate.
We're gonna get more endings from the
forensics
Lord
as
of the
lawyer and
Rings
a
movie.
prosecutor with the two guns and the manufactured alibi, and not taking his phone down to the scene, deleting call logs, making short phone calls, bringing up the boat case, moving Maggie's phone, changing clothes, looking at Paul's phone, calling Rogan, or trying to call Rogan. One man controlled this crime scene initially, and that was Alec. But there were some things he couldn't control. and we brought those to you. A couple things that the defendant said that I agree with. He said, whoever did this had anger in his heart. Whoever did this planned it for a long time. That he hurt the ones who were closest to him. It may be hard to fathom, ladies and gentlemen, that when you put all these circumstances together and really understand who he was in the entirety of his life, and the pressures that he was facing from what he had been doing for so long,
Oh, Montegraph, you idiot. Sorry. Just noticed something.
Just
Never mind.
Again? Did Montegraph commit the murders?
there was one mistake, though.
No, but the address he
didn't
used on his
expect.
ethics complaint
This is
against
why
me is
he was worried
Colorado.
about Paul's phone. This is why he was trying to get in touch with Brogan. And it was that kennel video.
That's a bingo, right?
Late in the
That's a bingo.
His lawyer also misrepresented. Sorry.
If you need a drive-by on that address, I'm happy to do it.
One of the things I asked him.
I denounced that comment.
Not a drive-by
was-
shooting, a
it
drive-by
was funny.
observation.
Yeah. Then Colorado doesn't let
We talked
require
about
licensure
this.
for private investigators,
last
right?
question I had to
go
him.
nuts.
And the first question I had to him was, what is the most important part of your testimony here today? And he wouldn't even concede that. But
No,
he
of
at least
course not.
conceded that the most important thing was to look you in the eye and try to explain to you why, after his entire history, you should believe him when he says, okay, I was down at the kennels for one brief minute, but I had nothing to do with this. And we went through that long cross in which he identified all these factors, from his partner saying having an attorney, you need to have an attorney present, to his distrust of SLED, to Dave Owen asking him about his relationship, and asked him, at what point did you decide to lie?
First round of drinks is
Finally
on me,
agreed,
jury.
okay, it
You
was in this
deserve it.
interview. It was that moment in the June 8th interview. It was during that interview. But in his 911 call, ladies and gentlemen, at 10:06, when he was asked when he last saw them,
It's now a 4-hour
he said
closing.
an hour and a half, and then changed it to
Keep saying the
approximately 2
same
hours.
thing over and over again. We've already heard this before.
Consistent with what he would later say. Before any of those factors that he sat there and ran through with y'all as the reason for his decision even ever existed. And if that's not enough, ladies and gentlemen, you saw, and I played it for him, Daniel Green's body cam, where he was asked the same question. And he said that
It's like he knows when he stops talking, he
1.5
dies.
hours plus 45 minutes.
There was a long bat.
And all those factors that he identified to you as to why he supposedly lied, he was
just
lying
said
to you,
this.
ladies and gentlemen, when he made those up. He was lying to you when he made those up, just like he's lied to everyone close to him.
Even if he's lying and you want to discredit every word he says, you still have the burden of proof.
He's good.
That's when you go to SLED lying to the grand jury.
Yeah. Yep.
That's when you got all that evidence for SLED, all the state, right? You don't believe anything they said if you know they lied to you. Well, guess what? SLED did. They lied. Then we work from there.
If lying is fatal, the state did it.
Yeah.
was earlier tonight. I don't know the exact time, but I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
Okay.
I rode around.
This is not helpful for the state.
Why don't you just read every single word of the transcript verbatim back to the jury at this point? Just do it all over again.
My closing argument will be the same 4 weeks it took us to get to where we are.
Yeah.
I'll allow it.
In the chat, you can't see us next month. We're already in next month.
Yeah.
The mains.
No, they mean see us in April.
It's okay, guys. This case is scheduled to end February 10th.
Guilty conscience.
Waters is like a woman arguing against an arranged wedding. It's
All
done.
4 factors are present.
Blue Vero says, here's $52 in honor of me turning 52 today.
Spring
Happy
chicken.
birthday. Happy birthday. Go get it.
Deserve a voice.
1 year for every card in the deck, baby.
I'll give you a little dickle for it.
They need a voice because they can no longer speak.
The emotion.
Oh, we are the voice of the dead.
It's been a tough job.
The emotion.
That seems like an improper argument.
It does.
The golden rule, or putting yourself in the shoes of the victims. Isn't that like
convict this person because they died?
To vindicate.
I think Steve Gosney actually has something on this in his book.
He wrote an article.
He did write an article.
Cut down.
He's not here. I'll read it for him.
You only have an obligation to vindicate Maggie and Paul. They also have an obligation to vindicate Alex if he's not guilty. Like they have that same obligation to him that they do to the victims, actually more so.
Golden rule violation. A golden rule violation argument asks the jury to place themselves in the position of the victim. Their improper appeals to sympathy, hatred, and emotion. You take the variation of a form. How would you feel if you were in this situation? Appeals to community conscious and sending a message.
On the other hand, has fooled everyone who thought they were close to him, everyone who thought they knew he was who he was. He's fooled them all.
This and more brought to you by Ideas and Answers in Law from Steve Gosney.
And he fooled Maggie and Paul too.
No, he didn't. They knew about his drug use. You're now arguing that they knew about his financial crimes, which is why he killed them.
Don't let him fool you too.
Holy shit.
But
that seems like
I ask you to turn verdict of guilty.
Well, his testimony is evidence. So
against the defendant,
maybe
Richard
that's
Alexander Murdaugh,
disparaging defendant,
murder of his wife Maggie and his son Paul, and 4, his possession of firearms during the commission of those malicious offenses.
If he says I'm going to wrap up in just a second, I'm going to be pissed.
For your attention during this long trial.
that's it. Oh, that's it.
Is he done?
Oh, please,
Yeah,
please don't.
that's what he
please
said.
Don't
He's
make the
finished.
defense
Right,
start at
ladies and
4:50
gentlemen,
p.m.
That will be it for
Good.
Oh, thank God.
this day. We'll resume at
The judge wasn't trying to stay to 7:30.
9:30.
No, people won't get too tired.
tomorrow morning.
I think I'm with
We'll go
Bronco.
to the jury room, and
It's great for
we'll
the
be
defense.
dismissed in just a few minutes. From
No,
the
I mean,
jury room.
listen. If the
Please
state
do not
closing was
discuss the case
compelling, I'd be worried about it. But it was
at
so
all with
meandering
anyone,
for so many hours that
including your fellow jurors.
the jury's not going to remember any of it.
The jury's-
you want the defense to come back fresh in the morning. Everyone's awake. Pow, 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 pow.
And the jury's probably happy that ended too. They probably like us, like, yeah, it's over. Thank God.
Renegenic says, great, you talked over his conclusion. His conclusion was that he fooled everybody. He said it. He fooled everybody. Don't let him fool you. And then he said, thank you, convict him because of Maggie and Paul. That was it.
We didn't talk over his conclusion. He said the same thing a half hour ago and an hour before that and an hour and a half before that. And
if you heard the
yesterday,
9:30 tomorrow morning, except for the matter that we will address in chambers with counsel.
Yeah, the whole court, the whole trial's effed up. I'll deny it.
You got to wonder what matter they're going to address in chambers.
There's 100 things.
The fact that the state didn't prove their case.
Facts on evidence.
I'll allow it.
Maybe after hearing closing, the judge wants to amend his decision on that whole motion.
Holy shit,
to
Joe's
back.
Hey, Joe.
Hey.
Yeah, where's it? I want to change my mind on the judgment of acquittal.
So essentially, he went down with the dogs, killed them. This is the state's position. Then went to the house, put those clothes in the washing machine. That's why it was like their freshly thing. Changed, showered, got cleaned, then got rid of the guns. Nobody said got rid of the guns, and then called 911.
Wait, those dogs are missing?
He also, you left out a big segment. He went back to his mom's house, right? Like he went to his mom's house and back, which is 20 minutes out, 20 minutes back, spent about 20 minutes there. So he soaks up an hour, comes back. We know he goes to the house first, then goes to check out the kennels, then calls 911.
By the way, haven't we all at one point or another like washed like a white piece of clothing with a like pink piece of clothing and everything gets colored pink in the process? If you take a white t-shirt, a wash in blood and put it in a washing machine, it's not going to come out free of blood. That's not how that works. It's not a blood removal device.
But even so, like he wouldn't have time to wash the shirt.
No,
like,
of course not. He had 6 minutes, 8 minutes, 12 minutes.
And he has to get from the kennels. He has to get from the kennels to the house. He doesn't take a vehicle because the ATV and the four-wheeler are down at the kennels the whole time. His car telemetry doesn't show the car moving, but that's the whole point, that he never went to the kennels in his car.
He had a golf cart.
But the golf cart's at the kennels.
But how do you explain the GS Star on his hands?
He picked up the shotgun when he went back into his house. Like he says on the 911 call, I'm going to my house to grab a gun, while he's on the phone with 911. So he goes, he grabs a gun. There's GSR everywhere on this property. They use guns all over the place. He's allegedly touching the dead bodies, which potentially have GSR all over them too, right? Like the gun can transfer anywhere. So he's got probably GSR in his vehicle, on his steering wheel, on the seatbelt, on anywhere. I mean, who knows? Again, this is one of the things that Andrew has brought up that I really like about looking at this from the lawyer angle. None of this may be occurring to any juror, right? So we're talking about this from the lawyer's angle here. But as far as the GSR, the blood, all the presence of guns, the presence of bullets, all of these things make perfectly consistent sense with the life that they lived. The only aberrant factor is the murder. Normally, you have aberrant factors all over the place, like the presence of someone who's not normally there. They wouldn't have a right to be in the area. That's like an invasion or an invited guest who murders someone. Alec being at his own property isn't weird. Alec calling his wife a couple times and then texting her isn't weird. Alec getting in his car and driving into his mom's house isn't weird. Alec having gunshot residue, multiple firearms, bullets all over the place, bullet, casing sitting on a dresser or whatever. None of that's weird or outside of the ordinary in this case, wherein in other cases, it could be very, very incriminating. In this case, it's effectively neutral.
It's a day in the life. It's a day in the life.
I've spent weeks on properties like this. You're shooting guns all the time. There's brass, gunshot residue, bullets everywhere all the time. It's a shooting property. That it's only to be expected.
Yeah. By the way, you just got a super chat from Brucey asking if it's plausible the son killed the mother and then ended things like Kurt Cobain. No, because the chest shot was too far away, and we would have the shotgun that he shot himself with. It would be laying next to the body. It wouldn't just like up and leave. So
sometimes I wonder how people who do super chats manage to get together the money to do a super chat.
No, he was just asking. I think it's an innocent thing that someone can ask.
Right. The problem is if you're not watching the trial closely, and you've seen that you pop into a chat room here or there, and you see people you'll see in Law & Crime or on some other streamers, and I don't want to name any streamers because I don't want like people to imply it comes from the streamer, which it doesn't. But you'll see in some other chat rooms, people kind of bandy about this sort of theory. And then someone's like, oh yeah, I mean, shotgun. And then there's maybe the suicide, maybe it was murder-suicide with a cover up or whatever. The problem with this is first of all, the first shot into his chest, he'd have to hold a shotgun like a foot or two away from his body, the end of the barrel a foot or two away from his body at best, maybe even 3 feet, and then pull the trigger. And then he would have to subsequently take the shotgun and shoot himself in the opposite side of the neck or in the same side back of the head. One of those two things, depending on if you believe the state or the defense.
Then banish the shotgun.
Well, if it was just a murder-suicide and the wounds were consistent with the suicide,
where are the guns?
You
could argue.
Number one thing.
You could argue that Alec cleaned up the scene because he was ashamed, like that Paul, whatever. You could make the weird argument.
State's not arguing that.
It doesn't make no. And that's what I'm saying. Like you could get to this point where I guess if he murder-suicides and Alec doesn't want Paul's legacy to be a matricidal, suicidal maniac, then I guess he could clean up the scene. But that doesn't make much sense. But at least you could get there. But the wounds are fucking impossible. Like you cannot get. Like people don't kill themselves with a gun back here. It doesn't work that way. It wouldn't happen.
Is he still going, Waters, or he finished?
He finished finally.
Okay, because I had to take my.
Which is what the prosecutor said.
All right. So, and we're going to be doing the defense starting in the morning, or are we supposed to be going into that? Okay.
It's tomorrow.
Okay.
Another day.
What time
that'll
did
be
he
a couple
discover them
hours.
again? He discovered them at what time?
10:02 or 10:06, somewhere in there.
Because their time of death was 9 o'clock, so it's an hour.
They want to say 8:48 or 8:49.
But if you're talking
the time of the
so that does give a lot of opportunity to clean up if that's the route.
Well, remember, we know that the majority of that hour is spent in his car driving to his mother's house, staying there for a while and coming back. Like almost all of the time is completely eaten up by that.
We know that at 9:06 he is driving to his mother's house, and they're supposedly killed at 8:49 in a scene out of Cary with the amount of blood that there was. So he has to get cleaned up, change his clothing. He sees the caretaker in the house. She doesn't see anything on him. He doesn't look suspicious or anything like that. So he had under 15 minutes to get rid of those dogs and shoot both his son and his wife, clean himself up completely, change his clothing, and also mysteriously somehow be fumbling with Maggie's phone half a mile away from where his car is.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
And then
when you shoot a human body with
back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
Yeah. And I love the state where they're trying Creighton Muddy Waters. Exactly. They're trying to muddy the waters with this water hose theory, as if you just murder someone, you get blood all over your clothes.
No.
You just water hose yourself and the clothes off.
Your white T-shirt.
Yeah.
Because everyone knows how easy it is to get blood out of everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's the theory in this case, or the theory of this case, effectively doesn't exist. But what theory there is, like when you start breaking down and looking at it, it crumbles away. Here's the crazy thing. Alec Murdaugh could have certainly either killed or been involved in the kill. I think it would be more likely, especially with everything else we know about him, that he would have hired someone to kill them. I mean, I think if he's involved in this murder, I think that there would be that he would be involved as hiring someone to do the murders. He has an alibi to leave. Maybe the person showed up early and startled them. Maybe something went wrong. I don't know. But I think that would be the more likely outcome. And you could almost, well, I can't figure out why still. But on the how, the hiring someone makes sense. And then when I go to, if that's the reason, the speedy trial and the shoddy investigation means that they would never be able to find the evidence to charge him on that.
All right. So when people hire someone to commit a murder for them, the reason they get caught is the person they hired turns them in.
Yeah.
So did it happen here?
No. And that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So it's the opposite. Yeah.
Is the only thing I'm saying is you could get me on the how if he hired someone. You can't get me on the how with what they presented for him doing it. Right. You could get me on the how, but they still don't have a why. So I'm not like saying, oh, he definitely hired someone. I'm just saying if he did it and we're somehow missing whatever motive actually existed, the only way I see him doing it is by hiring someone to do it.
And if he had done that,
but then they wouldn't be there.
Yeah, he would have been miles and miles away.
Right.
At the time.
He would have said, "Come to the house," and he would have. Oh, I had to work at the office late.
Yeah, I agree.
It also seems like some of the evidence that they're put up. It's like the prosecution is actually making like a defense argument. Though, for instance, the what was the one? We were just talking about it. I lost it when I was thinking about.
Just say I'm right. That's fine.
Yeah. I'm getting too old. That's the problem. And my kid has just brought me some more water to drink. So, it's been funny because I don't know if you've been seeing me. I've been pushing my kid away because once she goes and takes off all the clothes and runs and I'm like, Sylvia. I have to turn off the camera. Then she'll run back and I'm like, Sylvia. So she's been bringing me stuff and I've been watching her back and forth. So.
Well, this is just
all about this whole thing is just the case is a disaster. And the thing that bothers me about this, I know it doesn't bother everybody because some people are like, well, he's an asshole and a scumbag and he deserves whatever punishment.
And he is.
Yeah.
Well, not whatever punishment, but he is an asshole and a scumbag. Clearly, he says he stole a shitload of money from a bunch of people.
And even if he is the murderer, which I'm not there, but even if he is, the state has not given me a reason to believe he is. They have not given me the evidence sufficient for me to determine his guilt. That's my biggest problem with this whole thing. And if they can do that to him, and believe me, they do this to people all the time. You hope it's not on murders, but it happens a lot. If they can do it to them, they'll do it to you. And that's why a lot of us will say, please, like we want to maintain consistency on the presumption of innocence and the requirement.
If they can do this to a multi-millionaire, Alec Murdaugh, what do you think they do to a young black kid? You think they just run over him?
Oh, well, young black kid, they won't prosecute him.
I don't think so.
Well, no, 10 years ago they would have. I'm just saying. I'm talking 2023.
But how do they get over? One of the things that the taking points for me in this trial is the 5'2" murder. I mean, the 5'2" height of the person with the gun. It's like that's something that hasn't been properly explained off by the prosecutor. And I think that's just like a really big deal, right? From the angle, because I know if that angle was 6'4", his height, that argument would be a lot different, right? That would be a whole different argument. So it almost seems like to me, like the prosecution, I understand what they're trying to do. They're trying to fit a lot into this box, but it just doesn't work. But again, I honestly think the prosecutor's talking to regular people. And I think what they've done is say, this guy's committed financial crime. He's a big time liar. He's a big time liar. He's a big time liar. Oh yeah. And on top of that, he killed his wife and kid. That's essentially what their argument is.
Right. Yeah, I agree. Yep.
Yeah.
It sucks.
But I think I think they may be able to get a conviction.
I'm only 5'4", folks. I'm 5'4". For the people in the chat, I'm only 5'4".
Yeah,
so.
I think
I could have been the killer.
Yeah.
I think Nate's right though. I think they can get a conviction because juries, you literally can never know. Even if you're 100% innocent and there's no evidence and none at all, you still have a 10% chance of losing a jury. You just do. You always have a chance.
And when you're hated and admit that you lied to the police, that goes up exponentially higher.
That's my thing, and that's why I mean, I'm not putting odds on anything, but I've always given him a better than average chance he gets convicted.
None of us were there, right? None of us know whether or not he killed his wife and son, right? We weren't there. All we can do is look at the evidence and say, okay, applying the law, which is not complicated, but looking at the evidence, has the state proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he did it?
Or to say that slightly differently, do I have reasonable doubts? And I do.
Right.
And I can tell you what they are, right?
I want
It's
to
like,
ask you guys something, because this shows you how far we've come. Is the fact that he's a privileged white male, does that help him or does that hurt him in this trial?
It's tough. I think it cuts to
the money definitely hurts. Yeah. The money definitely hurts.
And the state during their own closing, the state during their own closing said there were reasonable doubts.
Right?
It's more complicated than that, because it's not just that he's rich, but it's that he's rich because he stole money from a lot of poor people.
Well, but hold on. No, he's rich because he comes from a family of heritage, a family of, they've been solicitors since they had the position, right? And now at this point, he's privileged. He's running around everybody. He's privileged. That's been a theme of the whole thing, is that he's a privileged, ultra thing white man. And I'm saying, I don't think that helps him in this trial. And I think they've been hammering that hard during this trial. Again, it's just my observation.
No, I don't know. I haven't seen a big racial vibe in this trial.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
Just the fact that he's been privileged in that position, not that the race, but I think it's been cutting against him.
For sure.
The thing I was going to say is I don't think, because I don't think the white aspect hurts him in rural South Carolina that much.
Wealth.
Either way, I think it's the wealth, the family heritage, the sort of specter of corruption around his family name is there. And I think what Andrew's saying also is that he may have acquired that wealth through ill-gotten gains. Well, I shouldn't say may have. He did. He admitted to that.
Right.
Yeah, he admitted to that.
Yeah, and so there's that. I think that really goes against him. The other thing that he should be concerned about is he's what I understand, he's a Democrat or Democrat supporting political figure. I mean, he worked in the solicitor's office. His friend Dick Harpootlian is running the defense, is a state Democrat senator, and you've got you're in a Republican part of South Carolina, which is most of South Carolina. So
and they hate each other
too. Yeah,
I mean, those political parties are in high tension in South Carolina.
Yeah. So but I do think that the money privilege is a bigger thing in rural South Carolina. I mean, they're effectively county aristocrats. And here's the thing. I don't think that helps him, at all. So I definitely see Nate's point, and that could certainly be there. And I think the prosecutors have pushed it. I think the prosecutors have held off on pushing the racial stuff because I think that'll backfire on them.
But I don't think that, because I think it would be inappropriate to push race. But I think when they keep adding on to the fact you come from a family from this particular part of town, that you're generational, that type of thing, and then just add in the fact that he happens to be, then it kind of just like puts it into place. Okay, are you pushing this? Is this part of the thing? But I do agree with you both, though.
But the judge allows it.
Privilege. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and I don't think the judge should have. But the judge is allowing all of this propensity evidence. I don't know why he's allowing that. So
I want to ask you guys a thought that I expressed on my evening stream the other night, whether you would agree with my sentiment about this beyond the reasonable doubt concept. I said, if you really want to understand how I feel about beyond a reasonable doubt and what it's supposed to mean, is this: basically take out the word reasonable, say it's beyond a doubt. Let's start at that. You have to prove his guilt beyond a doubt. Now, does that mean any kind of doubt at all? No. If you can't say like, well, we know for sure that, but maybe Martians came down. We have a video of him. Maybe Martians came down and he was possessed at the time. That's not a reasonable explanation away. So in order to take out those types of crazy scenarios, we basically insert the word beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's not beyond a shadow of a doubt or whatever. But the general yardstick is you have to prove that he's guilty beyond. There's no doubt. There's no doubt. And then just don't come up with some unreasonable excuse to try and say that we should let him go. That's how I interpret beyond.
It's it's like a force majeure. No act of God or act of war, something unforeseen. But in the normal course of events,
beyond a doubt.
This is beyond a doubt. Yeah.
So the way I've always described it everywhere is if there is a reasonable hypothesis for how this could have occurred that's consistent with innocence, that's a reasonable doubt.
Yeah. And that's the problem with this case is there are plenty of reasonable hypotheses admitted by the state during the trial. The two shooter theories admitted by the state as a reasonable hypothesis. And that's a big problem. I mean, hell, even in their closing argument, he had to truncate.
I mean, how
it's
else
as
would you
likely
say reasonable doubt? I mean, is that not the only way?
It's
really?
as likely. It's
yeah.
As soon as you say it's as likely, that's reasonable doubt. Yeah, it's as likely this and this.
And that, I mean, to me, I would hit that. I would have the 2-gun theory, and there was another one where they had absolute reasonable doubt, and that they admitted to. I would hit those. Those would be my opening. Those would be in my like the opening of my closing statements. They would be in the conclusion of my closing statements. They'd be sprinkled throughout the body. I'd go back to it. And remember, the state has admitted, their own expert and in their closing argument said it's as likely that there are 2 shooters as one. Ladies and gentlemen, that is reasonable doubt. If it's just as likely that 2 people committed this murder as one, you cannot convict Alec Murdaugh beyond a reasonable doubt. You just can't do it. So I think that's critical. I think it's a critical failure of the state's case that they had that testimony at all. And a failure of the investigation. But they needed to have a theory on those guns. Like why there are 2. A plausible theory. Bronca's theory is actually plausible.
I don't know. Just you know what? It's funny because it's like, where does this case really fall apart? And when it comes to was he there? Right? You can make an argument. Yeah, he was the last to see them alive, first to see them dead, and between that, there's a whole bunch of stuff that happened. Right? And that timeline doesn't work for him to be the killer. So it's kind of like, but there was. What about the means? Well, he's handy with guns. You said, he has these 2 guns to be missing. So
only 1 gun's missing. Well, that's the thing.
We don't know.
Yeah. We don't know if the shotgun is missing or not.
We don't know.
But they got no evidence to support that the gun that they have is the gun that was used.
Right.
And I would probably hammer on that.
So we don't. Yes. So all right. So even with that, so one possibly is missing, and we have one that we don't even know if this is the one that happened with. Ugh.
So if I were writing a fiction novel and I wanted to commit these murders, I would just go down there with a shotgun or the rifle and just kill everybody and go back to bed and wake up 5 hours later, and there wouldn't be any of these complications for the defendant.
So for the state's case to work, for what you're saying, all right. So with the state's case to work, 9 o'clock. They're dead, right? So now, and during that killing, he's using 2 guns. Right?
Yep, 2 guns.
2 guns. He's using the AR and he's using the shotgun. He commits those murders. Now he has to take one. He has to take one and put it back to shotgun because they're not going to be able to find that anyway, right? And then he's got to go take the other one and hide that one
and make it disappear.
That's got to go. Now you still got blood on you. Now, when did you say the car left? You said the car left at 9:06.
9:06.
So now from 9 o'clock, if we're giving the state to 9:06, I got to now
covered in blood.
Hide that gun. Get the blood off me. Take my shower.
Walk a quarter mile first. Got to walk a quarter mile first.
So that's tough. So we're giving 4 minutes. So then I throw my clothes in the laundry. I get dressed, I jump in the car, and I gotta be in. So there's nothing. It has to all go so smoothly. I gotta be in that car. I can't go look for clothes. I gotta just pull whatever I can find. Right? I gotta be in that car moving at 9:06. Is that possible? Is that possible? Can you achieve that?
No.
Not at his age and fitness level. I mean, maybe because. Okay.
You'd have to have a goddamn checklist like he's launching a rocket or something in order to pull this off. Everything
and if you were that organized, you wouldn't do it that way.
No.
If you were that organized, you just say, I took a nap for 8 hours and I woke up and they were dead. You wouldn't do all this.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say anything because I wouldn't talk to the police because I'm keeping my damn mouth shut, especially with these people. But yeah, your point's well taken.
Call me Kurt.
And your only motive is that they were going to find out about the financial crimes that your partners already knew about.
which they almost certainly knew about. Let's not pretend.
Or else your motive is he's little dick. So
we're all married, right?
Yeah.
Maybe not Kurt, but most of us are married. Our wives know what the finances look like.
They at least have a general idea of like if you've got millions of dollars coming in, like she and this is a 10-year scheme that he's been doing, at least 10 years of embezzling this money, and we're supposed to know that she's never had any question about it. Never.
Well, I actually assume that, I mean, just based on the nature of the relationship, I would tend to assume she knew very little about the finances.
But no, she had a bunch of assets in her name.
Yeah, he might have put stuff. Yeah, I think she willingly signed anything he wanted her to sign, but I don't think that she seemed like your classic wife who's taking care of the home and taking care of herself and the kids. But as far as the finances, I mean, he's getting away with all this theft and money coming in and out. I mean, I don't think we have no reason to assume she knew anything about his theft or the fact that he was such a crook. So I would lean, I don't know, but based on the nature of the relationship as described, and I would lean toward her not really knowing about how much money is there or how much debt they have. That's just that's just really the overall feel that I get from the testimony that's come out. But
yeah,
I think if the jury goes through this and just really goes through the timeline, I think it kind of exposes itself, because then it starts making you ask those questions. Well, why was somebody, and then again, I think the ultimate question here that I think the defense has to harp on, or is that, hey, even giving, let's say all of that's true. If he did the financial crimes, he's sped in Texas. You saw the evidence, right? He was going 80 miles an hour when sitting in Texas. Oh my God, right? But at the end of the day, does that mean he's going to he's guilty of killing his wife? Because that's all they got, right? Does that mean he's guilty? And then you run it right down. The financial crimes, right? Why didn't he kill all his partners? Because they knew.
And
why didn't he kill? Why did he kill? Why didn't
like
there's so many people who've got to be killed here?
It's not like he took a pistol and killed them. I mean, like really brutal type of killing. It's like if he had to get rid of them for one reason or another, even if he had a motive to kill them, even if there was massive life insurance, you take a pistol, a shotgun to the head. I mean, for crying out loud, this is like horrific. He got drenched. If he did it, he literally got drenched in his son's own blood and DNA. I mean,
brains.
Yeah. I mean, how awful. I just came and
then
imagine.
Casually went to his mother's house.
Yeah.
Right. Laid on the bed.
made phone calls to people who he spoke with without any urgency or shock to them, unless they're all in on it. Went and laid on the bed in his mother's house and kind of, hung out with her, looked on her phone, which, by the way, if you've been around someone with dementia, I'd much rather be on my phone than
no
talking
kidding.
to them.
Yeah.
And then the housekeeper notices nothing out of order on him at all. He's not acting weird or crazy or stressed out. And then he gets up, and then she goes, this guy has to be a monster of a sociopath to do this. And it just doesn't add up with any testimony about him at all.
He loved his family. It's funny because all the same witnesses, that was like, one of their, for the people who know him, it was never, they loved his family. So I don't know. His motive is they just really, I think, shit they can. But the problem is that he's just so unlikable. The death.
Well, if I needed another reason to vote not guilty, the state during their own closing, when they're like, well, it could be equally true that X, and I'm like,
bam.
Yep.
That seems like pretty much the definition of reasonable doubt. Yep. If it's equally probable, it could be either way. Yeah, so by law, I'm supposed to make the conclusion that favors the defense, because that's how that's supposed to work. If there's any reasonable explanation that favors the defense, you're supposed to do that. So why are we here?
It's crazy. It's certainly possible that he did this. It's so unlikely.
That's probably why they're probably in the back right now.
I was thinking about that also. Maybe that's what the discussion in the back.
Because as soon as he said that, I'd have been like, what?
There could be emotion in the back that he's basically saying the state just admitted that there's no reasonable jury could possibly find guilt beyond reasonable doubt.
Yeah, if the state admits reasonable doubt in their closing, how can the jury do that now? Because now you have to have, The standard for a judgment of acquittal or a judgment notwithstanding a verdict, depending on what state you're in, is could a reasonable jury find guilty beyond a reasonable doubt? Well, if the state's admitting there's reasonable doubt,
that never happens.
It never happens. It happens. Not in a major murder trial like this, but it happens in small cases.
It would be so hilarious if this judge somehow.
That's why the state put 6 weeks of evidence in to make sure that wouldn't happen, because there's so much evidence in front of the jury that any judge would say, well, I don't know. The jury could weigh it differently.
Yeah, but you just said in your own closing that
equally likely it could be
true.
someone else.
Wait a second.
Weren't calculating Waters saying something that should be fatal to the case. Should be, not that it will.
Can you
be.
imagine getting a JOA right now? Alan Wilson would
no,
Paul Murdaugh Waters. We'd be
on the JOA. I don't think they get a JOA on. I really don't. There's no
JOA
way
means judgment of acquittal, meaning the judge decides that he's not guilty.
This judge won't do it, but the JOA on appeal becomes actually much more appealing with Waters' statement that they can then pull from the transcript, point to the place in testimony where he pulled that from the fact set from the state specifically. The state's own witness testified that it's just as likely. That's where this argument that they're going to have in chambers is critical, and they better demand a fucking record of the argument in chambers.
If the appellate court wants to do that.
Right, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to start hitting these super chats because I'm gonna probably have to drive my kids to their
Can I hit one thing? Because I keep seeing like 40, 50 comments in the chat here about fair and
balanced, yeah.
Fair and balanced. Folks, I have nothing but the best wishes for Fair and Balanced. I have no animosity for Fair and Balanced. You keep talking about like a DWI or something. I don't know anything about that. I only have the best wishes for her. As far as I'm concerned, all you people in chat talking about stuff are making garbage up. She's wonderful. She's fine as far as I'm concerned. So just please stop mentioning me in the context of her. Okay. I have no, I have no grief.
I would similarly caution people to be very, very cautious about accusing people of crimes that are researchable. Defamation becomes really, really clear when you start alleging very specific criminal activity to be untrue. And I think there are people out there who should probably be careful with that, because that is the type of shit that will get you actually in trouble legally.
I have no reason to believe any of that is true. Okay, none. So caution.
So yeah, I'm not putting any of that shit out there. Keldrig says this trial is even longer than your nose. This trial should be considered cruel and unusual punishment. I agree.
Yeah.
Jeff K, the Connecticut line was to mention to the jury that the expert was a Yankee that can't be trusted. Yeah, I think there's a little call to geography there. Dustin C, oh my God, he has guns. Like it makes him guilty. I buy S&B by the case. Even have that 147 grain, 300 blackout. Same with the Fed Winchester 12 gauge, common AF, and losing guns. 2 weeks ago, I found a box of 8 auction guns I completely forgot I had. Dustin C, the ATF wants to know your location. I'm just kidding, of course. No, we all get to have guns, and it is always funny, especially with a Republican prosecutor in a heavily Republican county, to be like, he's got guns, lots of them. It's like, well, so do a lot of people in your county, probably you. Romo Drummer says, hate Nate's hate. We covered that one earlier.
So quick question. So it seems like so he's a Democrat who's running all these scams in a heavily Republican county.
No, it's not a Republican county. It's a Democrat county.
All right.
Republican state. Yeah.
Republican state.
Let's see. Romo Drummer says he put the evidence on the ground because the majority of the jury is 5'2", so they can see better. Lua 504. Could the prosecution be throwing everything but the kitchen sink be because of the Netflix documentary? Now they have to prove him guilty because Netflix paints him as guilty. No, I mean, the reason the prosecution would throw everything but the kitchen sink is because their case Their theory of the case isn't solid. I mean, if you have a solid theory of the case and a great timeline, you put together the timeline that makes the most sense beyond any reasonable doubt, because that's what you've got. That's the standard you have to get to. When you start losing the narrative at some parts, you have to introduce enough to bring inferences to get you from A to B. And they're not really supposed to do it that way, but that's what they do very often. Charming Clown, shoot, I've shown my postal badge and gotten out of a ticket. Lucky. And then Charles Vance, Alec is in debt to the cartel, and the Mexicans brought in M13 to kill the family while he was made to watch, then threatened to keep his mouth shut or they would finish off Buster too.
Evidence?
Yeah, there's no evidence of that, although it's, a possible theory. Remembering that this guy, the one thing that the defense may harp on is that this guy has tons of people who should hate him very, very much. And have every reason to kill Paul before he does. Ryan Acorn, the 5.2 thing to me is explained by Paul dropping his 300 when he shot. The shotgun either jams or is empty, and shooter switches to the 300, firing quickly as they pick up from the ground, not shouldered or hip fire. I mean, I guess maybe
it's like a $2,000 shotgun. It works pretty well.
Melissa B. Hi. Wait, and the 5.2 thing is on the shotgun shot, right? Not on or is that on the 300 blackout? Where they said the shooter must be 5.2.
On the blackout.
Oh, that's on the blackout?
Yeah.
Oh, because they come in, like all the bullets come in kind of low.
Well, it was on the shots that go into the quail pen that the angle of those shots. If you trace back on that angle to to the general vicinity where the casings are, and you picture someone holding a gun, at hip height. So in that case, the shooter would have to be 5'2" or 5'4", and they're trying to say like maybe he was crouching or on his knees and running. It's like he's running on his knees, and someone in my chat pointed out yesterday, I think it was Sean, pointed out that this is a dude who got addicted to opioids because of knee pain, and that he's running on his knees at age 54 or 52, and then 2 years ago, and is just an astonishing theory.
In fairness, you weren't in Vegas. We saw a lot of knee running in Vegas. So.
Oh, did we?
It's true. It's true.
Wow.
No, not.
What color
not really.
tie? What color tie did you steal from Andrew, Nick? I'm just wondering.
I did not steal a tie. It was given to me as a gift.
It was given. It was. I gave it up. It was blue with kind of pink polka dots on it.
Which is why I immediately.
He gave me a number of how much it apparently cost, and it was way overpriced.
It was a couple $100.
$200 tie.
I don't see it, but okay.
Yeah. Maybe it wasn't worth it, but that's what I paid.
Kind of like Alex's drugs.
Melissa B says, "Hi, awesome guys. What's the theory regarding the blue tarp?" Good question. Ask the state.
Blue tarp equals red herring.
Yeah. I mean, the idea I think the state wants people to infer is that he transported the guns to his mother's house in the blue tarp so that he could dispose of them later or something. I guess
that's what the state wants us to believe.
Maybe here we go. If the state could have gotten the jury to the idea that he was actually wearing the blue tarp when he shot Paul and Maggie,
never mentioned
blood was on the blue tarp, and then the outdoor hose suddenly makes sense because washing off blood off of a blue waterproof tarp is much easier than washing blood out of a cotton clothing. I mean, you still potentially would have blood going on your face, but at least then, if the state had articulated that argument in any way, you could start to get to that plausibility. They never did, which shocked me because I thought that was the whole purpose of bringing it in. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, if he's wearing a tarp like Dexter, some sort of medical examiner, gets blood all over himself, he could rinse off in 10 seconds, rip the tarp off, and then drive to his mom's house. Like, that makes more sense to me. But they never really got there. And then the tarp appeared to be clean when he got to his mom's house.
The purpose of the tarp /coat purportedly was to transport the guns, but then they would be covered with not just GSR, but tons of Paul's DNA. So, like, why is there GSR and no DNA? I want to mention something to you. I saw someone put out like some vid short, whatever, talking about his failure to investigate who killed his own wife and son? Like, what sort of reflection? And obviously that should not be a basis for guilt. Do you guys make anything out of that at all? The fact that there's no publicly available indicia that he invested much, if any, effort to find the actual killer.
He put out a reward.
Right. But that he seems to, aside from like posting that it seems to be, I'm just mentioning what I saw. It was not my clip. It was someone else's clip. I saw this and it got me kind of annoyed when I saw it. But like, but I'm just wondering if there's anything, if you guys think there's anything to that at all.
As a lawyer, knowing that there's a law enforcement division, the state law enforcement division with their best people, as much as you may hate them, are on the case. Anything you do may interfere with the state's investigation.
Right. Any of us, if our wife and kids got killed, heaven forbid, what are we supposed to do? Start our own investigation department? That's not realistic.
I mean, it's a cool Liam Neeson theory, right? Like, I have a particular set of skills. Like you're gonna track them down. You're gonna do this investigative work, but like you're not a forensics expert. You're not a ballistics expert. You don't know, unless you have an idea of who the killers are, the likelihood of you finding an anonymous killer of your family it's absurdly low, and it decreases exponentially with each passing hour, really. And then, the first 48, remember that the first 48 hours is when they usually find a killer or a kidnap victim or whatever. And that's the critical first 48 hours. That's with a massive investigative body with all of the experience in the world behind them. This is a lawyer who's rich from personal injury and stealing. Like, the idea that you're able to put together that investigation and actually have it be effective is really, really small. And remember, if the other thing to remember is that if Alec is not the killer, they pegged him in the first 48 hours and could never find anybody else after that.
And in fairness, Joe, it's not like all of us can just put the Jerusalem light up on the clouds and have a superhero come and solve the crime for us.
It's a menorah, first and foremost. And second,
well, it's a really big menorah in front of a lens with a Star of David on it that broadcasts to the sky. Kind of flickers.
I when I saw the video, I was outraged. I just wanted to know if I was crazy for feeling outraged when I saw that. That's something that's even going through people's minds, and it makes me think that maybe this is something that people who are laypersons might actually factor. So.
Yeah, I mean, the state made a big deal about it, right? You didn't even try. He didn't. They brought in the witness to say that he wasn't concerned about doing that. Blah blah. But the practicality of it. I mean, I'd like to think that I would try and find the information, but the other thing to think about for your own benefits, I guess, God forbid any of you are in this circumstance, but if you're out looking for the killer and conducting your own investigation, it's very possible that incriminates you into looking like you're trying to do something else, cover it up, obstruct justice. Yep. Yeah. What if you found evidence? Like, put yourself in that position. You actually find evidence. You can't. There's no chain of custody. You make the phone call and they're like, "How did you know this was here?" Well, I was investigating. Oh, really? Imagine how you'd sound. Think of The Fugitive, right? Mm-hmm. It wasn't me. It was the one-armed man.
I don't care. I didn't do it. And Tommy Lee Jones goes, "I don't care." The authorities just don't care.
Which I think he improvised that line, which is pretty cool.
Well, okay.
Just sharing.
Good line. Danconia Copper, if two uninsured drunk teens cripple each other in a wreck, they're screwed. Alec Murdaugh won millions for people who likely caused their accidents. If not for his skills, they would be screwed. I don't give a fuck about financial crimes. There you go. Look, here's what I'll say about financial crimes. It's with heavy frequency. And we got testimony from this, even though it's kind of guarded and the state isn't going after it. You're not doing them alone. Massive financial crime is usually committed with either the benefit of incompetence or the benefit of compliance with other parties. Hell, we know Chris Wilson, his best friend, was writing checks that he knew he should not write. He knew he should not write them. that COO, chief operating officer, forensic accountant. Yeah, she knew that he should not be structuring payments outside the firm. That she knew he should not be collecting those. And all of that, by the way, is disbarable not only for him but his law partners. Messing with client funds out of their IOLTA accounts, fucking insane.
And by the way, that CFO might have been providing certain services to the partners of that firm, but it probably wasn't financial services.
Oh, damn. Dark Jerry 92 says, muted you, boomer. Love you. Yes, we're back at the, I'm going to burn through the early chats here. Matches burn. Rumble stream is on the wrong channel again. No, it's not. The Rumble stream was on the correct channel. Brian Miller, no jury instructions before closing. Jesus Chris says, welcome back to hell, Nick. We've missed you. David Bright put it on 0.5 speed. Nalar Z says, hey, Nick, could you please slow it down to 0.5? Dana Church, welcome to Paralegal. Stephen McGee, admonish the chat. Oh, I'll admonish you hard. Padre Mortalis, Shamey Pops. Flux says, hashtag pants are prison. I agree. Kyan Rennell says, hey, Darkside Nick, why do you hate your followers? Look, lots of reasons. Aaron Burr, 1804. Good logic. I dare you to ask Nick to increase the speed of the trial. Right when I started, because I started a few minutes late. I was still getting everything set up after Vegas. People were like, watch it at 1.5 speed. No. No, I won't do it. Slim Law. Waters is a pivot man. Unlucky Irish chick. Welcome to the lawyer. Lizzie Bit says, Joe did a great job while you were gone. I really enjoyed the stream. Much respect, Joe.
Thank you.
Of course, never a doubt. Mahalo Man says, you are being a dick on YouTube. I'm off to Rumble. Gunner, but were the hands properly rustled? Yes. P-Dog Knight, hey, can you speed this up and catch up? Wait, what? Oh, never mind. Gunner, take a shot every time the prosecutor reminds the jury how long this case has been. It's been 2 or 3 times so far. No one needs to drink that early, brother. Fleet Admiral Rindex says, the state almost sounds like they're describing a variation of Munchausen syndrome. Am I the only one who hears that? Keep it up, guys. Maybe. Not guilty says, so murdering his beloved family would eliminate the spotlight, stress, and pressure. Okay, love you all. Steve is my favorite. That theory of the case is so ludicrous. Again, they keep going back to he's an experienced lawyer. He knows how all this works. As an experienced lawyer, you know that the primary suspect in a murder is the husband or the spouse. It's almost always the spouse is at least a primary suspect. If it happens on the property, they're the primary suspect. While the spouse was somewhere feasibly present, definitely. Like this only complicates his life. And the theory is ridiculous. Darren Smith, I love you, Nick Rekieta. I've gained a lot of good legal education from tuning into your show daily. Having you on while I edit the Sean Ryan show all day makes that much better. Cool.
You're a hero.
Chris Nichols says, thanks, Nick, for filling in for Joe today. Fallen Hero 4567 says, hi, chat. TJ Ventura, can they object during closing? Does this happen? Yes, and very rarely. Although Nate and I have a bet. Tomorrow, will the state object during defense's closing?
A lot.
I think they're going to.
For sure.
Yep. Mac McCormick says, is it just me or is it the longer and more complicated the prosecution's closing, the harder and less I believe their case is? It's not just you. Roro Mad, we wouldn't be here if Alex got a better deal on his escorts and blow. Toodly Pip. Great to see you back, Nick. Joe and company have done a fine job. Can you toast to Rick Hogue, please? I'm missing his presence and insightful opinions. I heard he was home. Is Hogue home or is he still in the rehab unit?
He is home. Yeah.
I actually heard he was on a stream not too long ago. Is that also true?
I haven't seen that, but supposedly he's home and slowly recovering. So
yeah, I got a toast for him. 1 second. A toast to Richard Hogue. May his recovery continue, increase in speed, and be complete and full, and restore him to a wholeness, or maybe something beyond a wholeness from before the ailment, and eliminate any last vestiges of damage, and allow him to proceed to a full and complete rest of his life as we would wish on ourselves. Cheers to him and his family for standing by him. By all accounts, a really good dude who got caught with something that could happen to anybody at any time. Is actually terrifying. So cheers to recovery for him. Gunner says, take judicial notice of Herod's attempt on Jesus. Elena Danner, the defense should shred the Mona Lisa picture, show it fall to the floor, and say that's the state's case in pieces, nothing put together in evidence. Nylock07 says, any plans to cover the Stable Diffusion case class action lawsuit claiming that AI art magically stores and compresses 900 terabytes of 512 by 512 images in a 4 gigabyte model?
I reviewed at least one of those in the initial complaint, and I'll definitely be covering more of them as they get filed. I think the best analysis right now is probably fair use, given the courts that currently exist, but it'll be very interesting to see how it develops.
So there are copyright claims on AI because what? Like you have to use images to train the AI. So they're saying
basically, yes, that
seems like bullshit to me.
Sorry, go ahead. That they collected the copyright material, scraped it off the internet, including Getty Images, and put it as part of their training database. And so it's an unauthorized use. But there's 2 court cases that are really on point. The one that I can remember off the top of my head is the Google Books case, which copied text and put it into a search engine, and the court ultimately found that to be fair use, even though that they were using the underlying material because the purpose was so transformative. And so basically the same thing is here. You're taking stuff and transforming it into something new based on the underlying content, and you can't own a style. So like create this in some of the artist's style is not a copyrighted issue, so that's out.
It seems like that's how artists just work, right? Like if I study Renaissance art and then paint something in the style of Renaissance art, I can create images that are similar, and I can't, but someone can create images that are similar, and to then suggest that is a copyright infringement just because a machine does it is weird. So it's
definitely going to be definitely something that's developing down, but I think the best analysis right now is fair use.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Delis Andor says, explaining rules so much because the case is weak. Man of low moral fiber says, not guilty of murder, but guilty of gluttony, lying, thieving, and addiction. Also fathered a reckless drunk boater. Capital punishment is appropriate.
Come on.
Big Rig says, the state slides are the perfect embodiment of their entire case. Bland and incoherent. Contralarian, Waters is guilty of murdering his own closing. Delis Andor, pants on fire and envy the rich trial. Island says, if we're going to do a bad slideshow, could we at least unify it aesthetically, pick a theme, hire an expert to make you a style sheet? Blitzky says, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, where are the murder weapons? Delis Andor, Poot gave Ponzi idea. I'd be so pissed as a juror. Buru Berry says, Titanic photo incoming. 200-watt studio says, the attack on his wife and son was like the sneak attack on Pearl Harbor. And it shows slides of the Pearl Harbor attack. Gretchen the Devil. Can we feed him to the hogs just to shut him up? Dumbass says they should have hired the airhead female prosecutor to talk about exploding heads for 2 hours instead. Huge gap between AG skills and all of his assistants. Keely Sexton, I said it yesterday and I stand by my words. Waters looks like the Keebler elf in a suit. Oh, I love those EL fudge cookies. Those are good. Roving Cyclops, Waters' passive coddling voice makes me want to pawl an entire daycare. Make it stop. Michael Oxlong, I'm so glad I'm single with no kids. With all my debt, I can only imagine how I'd be forced to end them. Wolfram says, is the jury snoring loudly or roaring in laughter? Netscape, thank you for joining at Paralegal. Toodly Pip, are we seriously supposed to think Alec Murr killed Maggie and Paul to make his financial woes go away? Crazy rationale. No! How dare you slander the prosecution? He was supposed to do it to make them be on hold for 1 month. That's what he did.
No. Shame. Remember? He said that.
Yeah, it's shame.
Shame because he felt
I feel really bad about all my debt. Hold on, honey.
Blam. The fact that we have 5 people who've been watching the trial and no one knows what their motive is at this point is insane.
The weird thing is, okay, shame can be a motive. Like it can be a motivator. I'm not going to lie and say it's not. We see these types of things, right? Mom straps her kids into car seats and drives her and the kids into the fucking river.
That's a woman.
Well, typically it's methodology that differs, right? Like men kill with guns, women kill with poison in spousal killings and stuff like that. But like, it's not it's not crazy that that this could be a motivating thing, but where's the evidence of the shame? Like, where's the evidence of that? Where's anything about it? Where's his attempt to end his own life simultaneously, which would tend to go with those sort of things? Where's anything around that makes it make sense? He doesn't appear to have been ashamed.
I don't know. I've never heard of a case where the guy was like, he was so ashamed he killed everybody. It's like, that's just something I maybe I'm just not wrapping my head around, because you gentlemen, when talking about things that motivate you to kill, maybe I don't know. The financial crimes, it doesn't get me, because it's just like, what the hell? If that was coming out anyway, all of a sudden you kill your wife and kids. Like, there's really, it's just so confusing. But I think that the prosecutor's doing this thing. So what? So what?
The killings debilitate your ability to solve the financial crimes. As long as he's a lawyer doing personal injury, making $1 million to $5 million to $10 million a year, he can solve all the financial crimes. I mean, he can make everybody whole. The killings completely disrupt that. It's inconsistent with any motive to resolve his financial problems.
He's looking at decades for the financial problems, though, right? Look how much time he's.
No, he was making $10 million a year. He stole what, 6, 7, 8 million? I mean, sure, it's a lot of money, but he was making as much as $10 million a year.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but let me look at his charges, because you can go to jail for a long time for just straight up theft like that. Like, he's stealing from clients.
But not the clients will let it go if you make them whole. If you give them their money back, they don't prosecute you.
And we know that historically, his law firm has let it all go so long as the money came back in.
For 10, 20 years.
So he wasn't charged with any financial crimes.
Oh, no. He's charged with 90,
at that time.
90 financial
Now he
crimes.
is.
That's what I'm saying. Now he is.
Now he is,
matter.
but not at the time of the killings.
Not on June 7th.
Yeah.
So as far as June 7th, he was like, hey, I'm making $1 million, $5 million, $10 million a year. I can make this all good. I can borrow $2 million at a whim from my local friendly bank. I can handle this.
And by the way, the I can make it all good is a common embezzler mindset.
Right.
Yes.
They're usually not stealing. They usually at least start out with the idea that they will pay it back.
They're running a scam. They're always running a scam. It's a scam that they're maintaining over time. So maintaining it is not unusual for them.
Let's see. Juliet Echo Papa, Dr. Cat Lady keeps all her notes to read them as a bedtime story to remind herself how smart and expert she is. Love this panel. You're all fantastic. Great work. Except she didn't take notes.
She took notes. No, she took notes, but she said while she'd be working, she'd take notes and then cross stuff out as she saw that her stuff was wrong.
Oh, God. Tony Ravioli, I take 10/325s. They genuinely give me energy. I also probably have narcolepsy, though. I know a guy says it's called the feline effect. Some people experience the opposite of the normal opioid side effect. It's genetic. I experienced the feline effect. Jason J says he was taking more than Dr. House. Tony U, the constipation from 1,000 milligrams of opiates a day would drive anyone to murder. Baseball Dad 1007. It's possible I was addicted to pain pills. I was taking 15 to 18 a day. I've been clean now for 7 years. Unhung Hero says hopefully the jury is more hung than me. Theophrastus says I don't see proof of murder, but he's a unique type of criminal hopped up on drugs, and I think the jury buying this and may convict. The jury isn't hearing this chorus of sympathetic lawyers. We are here.
Well, we're not sympathetic. We're just looking at the evidence. I honestly want him to go to jail. I don't care nothing. This guy seems like a scumbag. But
right, who cares?
If they haven't proved their case, I'm gonna say they haven't proved their case. That's where I'm coming from. It. I don't think they've proven their case. I think they've made interesting arguments, but they haven't proven their case.
Yeah, I could give a shit less about him. Like
right.
Whatever.
I don't care if he goes to jail.
I care about the process and the evidence.
I know the first question in that jury room is only going to be question number 1. Why did he lie about going down the? That's what's going to be the battle, right? Because everything you're saying, but I'm saying, okay, true, but then why lie about being down there? Why not just say I was down there? Blah blah blah. Why wait till you get caught to then come clean. It wasn't a mistake. You said it was a lie. I think that's going to be the question. That's the fight.
Yeah, I think that's his biggest. I think that's Alex's biggest hurdle is the lie. I mean, that certainly is. That's the only thing that places him at the murder scene is that video, and he lied about being there, or he misspoke or whatever. But he says he lied, so that's
it. Still doesn't place him at the murder scene. They were not murdered then,
right?
They were still alive.
But it's the only thing that gets him close. And so I think for the jury, that's going to be the big hang.
It was his property, so he was there all the time. So you could say for the whole year he was occasionally at the murder scene, but when he was there, they were not dead.
I think you're giving it short shrift because it wasn't like he went all too far away. He just went like 2 minutes away from where they were at. And the fact of the matter is, it was material because if you're talking about they were killed, he knows for a fact, as a former prosecutor who's dealt with stuff like this, he knows for a fact the last time someone sees them alive closes that gap from where you can find them. And he particularly said that didn't happen until he was busted. So I understand this. It's his property. He'd have been around there all the time.
But and I agree with all that. He also knows that Sled is willing to lie to the grand jury to get an indictment.
That happened after this, though, right?
But no, but he would have. It's not the first time Sled did that. Are you saying that's the first time Sled ever lied to a grand jury?
I've not seen any evidence of the ones before. I assume they may have, but the evidence that you're talking about that was relevant to this trial
as a former, we're relying on all his experience as a former prosecutor. Maybe as a former prosecutor, he's had previous experience of Sled lying to grand juries to get indictments.
I'd almost promise he does.
I'm sure he has, but you have to sort of put yourself in the shoes of the jury. That's your audience you're trying to convince. And the question is, will the jury feel that's a reasonable position for him to take? And I've had this discussion with you in the past on other topics, Andrew. And I think
let's fight about it, Joe.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you as an attorney.
Please don't fight.
I agree with you as an attorney that I understand him having that. I would have a similar perspective. You would have that similar perspective. But I think the common everyday person, the concept that you should be afraid or distrusting of police or think that the police, are out to get you. I don't think that's a commonly held belief that we should anticipate your typical juror is going to accept that as being a reasonable position. That's my
okay. All right. So first of all, I tremendously respect your opinion as an attorney. I just want to put that out there for the chat.
Here we go.
I will say when the authorities, when the cops or the prosecution decides that they like you as a suspect, everything goes against you.
Oh, you're right.
That point forward.
You're preaching to the choir on this. I agree with you on everything you said.
It doesn't have to be
corruptly try to come after you.
Yes. It can be an emotionally based decision on their part.
Yes.
They say, we like him. We like him for this crime.
He just looks
everything
shifty.
They do after that. Nate, tell me I'm wrong.
I 100% agree with you. Everything you're preaching to the choir. That's what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with you as far as what I believe. The question is that what your typical layperson out there, perspective is that's reasonable position to have?
Unless the jury has listened to this stream, I think it's not likely they're going to come up with your same conclusion.
Right.
Because
so
I'm thinking the jury,
we know it, but what you're saying is the jury.
What I'm saying is a jury listening to the testimony now and hearing the fact that he said he lied, not a mistake, he lied. What is their conclusion going to be? Okay,
and I think that's completely fair. That's completely fair, and it's a job of the defense now on closing to raise that in front of the jury.
Yes,
over and over and over again.
Yes,
and that's what we're saying. They got to answer that question. They got to go back there. So we got to have one juror be able to. Well, he did it because of this. Sled maybe that may be the excuse, but right now, as of right now, they haven't closed that loophole. That's out there. And if I'm a juror back there, I'm like, why did he lie about it then?
Yeah.
As soon as you get to, and if everybody agrees he lied about it because he said he lied about it, and that's not closed, I think you can get to, well, he lied about that. Well, then he lied about maybe even going back to the house. He probably just stayed there. Now you're talking about evaluating the evidence in a totally different frame of mind and frame of reference if you think he's lying about that particular thing.
And they could talk about his distrust of David being that's a general distrust of the police, and that you can bring in whatever evidence you can from this trial itself to say, look, this guy lied to the grand jury. He's had experience with cops lying to him. Even if he was mistaken about which David it is, he knows that the police will basically push whatever it is that they think is their theory and bend the rules. So he is distrustful. You might not be
also,
as distrustful.
I would hammer that 500 times. I would say, yes, our client, he lied. He lied. He was stressed. He lied. He was trying to defend himself. He lied. You know who else lied? The state lied.
Yeah.
SLED lied.
They have to.
So why did they lie? They lied because they were stressed. They were concerned. They wanted the best benefit. It's just human. It doesn't mean you're evil. It doesn't mean you murdered your wife and son. It's just being human.
Mm-hmm.
I think that shows that we all agree that the lie is the biggest problem that the defense has. I mean, I think that's what we're ultimately all getting at, is that the lie here is Alex's biggest problem, biggest hurdle. Are there ways to try and account for it, compensate for it? Sure. But that's where the jury is going to be going back and going, motherfucker lied though. Why would you lie? Because people don't automatically process that there's tons of reasons to lie, which is also why you don't talk to the police to protect yourself from the lie.
We all pretend that we don't lie, right? We all pretend we always tell the truth. We forget how we lie, right? We lie all the time. We lie when we're pulled over by the cops. We lie when our wife asks us how much money we spent. We lie about does that dress look good on her? We all lie all the time, but we consider them kind of white lies, so we forget them and we pretend it doesn't happen. But the truth is, human beings lie all the fucking time for perfectly good reasons.
But on top of that, he's the king of liars, though. I mean, he is the worst of liars. I mean, this
I can see that.
But even if we're talking about lying in these contexts, if you come home to somebody coming home to a double homicide, their wife and son has been shot, and they ask you, when's the last time you saw them? And you believe, because he said he believed that there was some other killer. When was the last time you saw them? And you lie about that, knowing as a prosecutor that was critical. I think that demands an answer, because if the jury believes that lie, right, that he was there, then it changes the whole timeline.
The jury believes he was lying.
The timeline from 9 o'clock to 9:06 changes. From now, we're talking about 8:40 something to 9:06. Now we're talking about a lot more time to do a lot more different things.
Yeah.
So I agree.
I agree the lie matters, but I don't agree. It explains the way the no blood on his clothes and the way the cell phone was thrown away.
But what it does, it gives him more time. His issue now is, I don't got no time. I'm from 9 o'clock, they were killed, to blah, 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 I was there. But now, if you're pushing everything back another 10, 15 minutes, that now changes that dynamic. We were all laughing at the time frame before, but now we're talking about 8:45 to 9:06. It ain't really now.
I don't believe that an extra few minutes gives you the time you need to wash the blood and brains off your clothes. It doesn't provide a motive for killing your family, but it also doesn't provide the time to blood is hard to get rid of. I just don't believe he had the time to get rid of it, and it doesn't explain the time of the phone going away.
And by the way, just when we talk about the blood and him being covered in his son's own blood, this is a guy who showered twice a day because he was so hygienic. So I don't think even him taking a hose is something that would satisfy him to cleanse himself of being drenched in his son's blood. But and what you're adding is 10 minutes. I mean, it's really not a lot of time to kill them. Put the dogs back, do and get rid of the guns, get rid of the clothing, clean off everything, and go a quarter of a mile. It's like,
and like what Nick said,
the amount of blood we're talking about is unbelievable. It's a tidal wave of blood. It's an enormous amount of blood. You're not just brushing it off.
Yeah.
But we're getting into and out of the weeds here, because the ultimate question is not what is actually correct and true and comprehensive, but the ultimate question is what question that Nate raised is, what does the jury ask when they go back? And I think getting hung up on that lie, as reasonable as the lie might be. And my personal perspective is that I think he might have admitted it as a lie when it wasn't one. I think he might have he might have either been high or he might have been just groggy or in shock or whatever, blanked out his aberrant activity. He said he almost always takes a nap right after dinner, and the way that he testified, or the way that he told investigators, I probably laid out on my couch to take a nap, because that's what he always does. And so he very likely could have just been wrong. But then with the appearance at trial, maybe with it looking like a lie, maybe better to come out and say, yeah, I lied about it. So I don't even know if he did, but I still think it's the big hang up in the case.
Well, so my position would be that the defense now in their closing has the obligation to present the jury with a reasonable opportunity to acquit. The defense has to provide a narrative. Listen, the state told you all this stuff. We have a different perspective. Here's our perspective. They can't explain away these critical things, but here is a basis on which, if you want to, you can acquit. Because if the jury doesn't want to acquit, it doesn't matter, right? If they just want to convict, then it doesn't really matter what the defense does. But I think the defense has to present a closing where they say, listen, they didn't prove this, they didn't prove that. We have clear contraindications for how possibly this could have happened with our defendant. And how do you convict on that basis?
The defense here, I think, their argument, it's interesting. It's like everything's kind of a little reverse. The defense here, it should be arguing the evidence, because I think all the evidence is actually on their side, right? Or lack thereof, and that type of thing. Tight time frames and things of that nature. But usually that's the prosecutor arguing, like, so we got this time frames and everything, but now we got the defense. So I think the defense has got to do two things. Got to, one, argue the deficiencies in the prosecution's case, but also, two, do exactly what you said. Offer, say, hey, the prosecutor's already given you separate. He didn't say my client. It had to be my client beyond a reasonable doubt. He said that it was, just as likely somebody else could have done it. And that's I think the two ways you attack it. One, you have the evidence because the evidence supports you, and then second, you hit the reasonable doubt.
Excuse me. There's one more thing we haven't really touched on, which I think people might want to consider when you're looking into putting ourselves in the shoes of the jury. And that is, in this county, he's reputed to be really, really hated. And I think that some of the jurors the same way we saw with George Floyd, there was all social pressure to convict. As if in his community, he's so deeply despised and there's such an overwhelming sense that he's guilty, that could also play into the juror's mindset of like, I don't want to be the one who acquits this jackass. So hopefully that doesn't play a factor, but you could definitely see these people have to live their lives and go back to their friends and neighbors who likely many of them may find out that they were on the jury here. And that could unfortunately play a role here. I would think it's definitely a possibility, a concern that if I'm on the defense, I'd have to be worried about.
Yeah. Well, someone had to bring the law and crime perspective into the discussion, so I'm glad Joe did it.
Oh, come on.
I'm telling you, you know what, Andrew? You consistently argue in a very, very based way about what things that you, I, and everyone in our chat are all going to agree on. And I'm continually coming back to, I'm trying to figure out what I'm dealing with and trying to convince a jury to give me an acquittal. And that's where
I agree. I agree. Someone has to bring the estrogen into the conversation. I totally agree.
You can call it. No. You know what? It's not bringing estrogen. It's bringing reality. You want to sit in your highfalutin, your little ivory tower of baseness, and say, "Oh, this is the way it should be," and every one of us is going to agree with you. I'm never disagreeing with you on that. I'm simply trying to live in reality. You can live in your little la land there, where everyone is all American, and until you prove beyond a shadow, beyond reasonable doubt that he's guilty, there's no way in hell I'll vote. Okay, you live in that world. That's a great world to live in, but it's just not. You're not living in reality. I think you're living in some fantasy land where you think people actually vote. People actually vote in a juror's room and deliberation room based on what principles of American conscience is, as opposed to 1,000 other factors of I hate this guy, or there's enough here for me to hang him, or I don't want to, and 1,000 other factors that might be going through their head, which has nothing to do with what's actually presented in evidence. That's just reality. But you can live in your little world. You're probably right.
Bronca's so chill. He received and was discussing dinner during all of that.
Right.
I've been sitting here having dinner the whole time.
I've been eating all day.
But you know what, though?
No, but Joe, that sounded great. Could you repeat that?
You know, it's funny because since we've been watching this trial, we've always been saying at the beginning, a circumstantial case, you need the motive to convict. It just has to happen. So right now, none of you guys think we have enough to convict based on what we've heard.
I really don't. I mean, I have so much doubt at this point, and I definitely think they don't have a motive.
I think I agree exactly with Nate. I think if you have a circumstantial case, you need motive. If you have a direct evidence case, you have video, the guy shot the dude, well, you don't need motive. He just shot him. But if it's a circumstantial case, I think you need motive. And what's the motive? I don't get it.
But according to you, you could just say, you all know that that there's no case proving here, so I'm done. And that's my closing argument. According to you.
Arno09 says, just take it the other way and tell the jury, do you really want to convict him on this flimsy crap and him get away on appeal? I think that's an improper argument.
Forget appeal. There's no appeal.
Yeah.
Forget all that.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to really kick this into high gear because in 34 minutes I have to leave. Josh Williams says, licensed professional counselor here. Getting energy from opiates is a real thing, especially among addicts. It's called a paradoxical reaction. Arter Burak, oh my God, what's up with Waters, hamster wheels, and 12-year-olds? Somebody please go check his basement. P.S. Dean Sullivan is a clown. Unhung Hero says it puts the lotion in its hand to rub and drain his daddy glands. Gross. Accidental protagonist. Do you think they'll look Waters in the eye when they fire him? Steve McCaffrey. Can you do a breakdown of the cell phone flipper expert? It was hilariously bad and want to see your reaction. Maybe, but not right now. Kimberly Ashcraft. Before being diagnosed with narcolepsy, I was addicted to Lortab. Narcolepsy is due to lack of hypercretin. Opiates increase the number of hypocretin producing cells. Lortab energizes me. 4/28/23, 10 years clean. Good. Congrats on that. Lita Randolph says, what happens in Vegas you pay for when you get home? I haven't even looked at my bank. Oh my God. Ann Horton.
Oh my God, it was so expensive.
Maggie owned much property. Alex inherits if not guilty equals motive. If she knew about money issues and wanted to leave him, private discussion, murder. Not in evidence. No. Again, also Maggie owning property and him inheriting it, he presumably already has access to that property. Even likely, remember what I said about complicity in financial crimes? This is why I think Maggie probably was aware at least of some of the maybe not criminal acts, but maybe shady things that he's doing involving finance. If they're structuring property separately as a married couple, there may be reasons that they know about as to why they're doing that. We'll never know, of course, because Maggie is dead, but we don't see how this automatically works. Plus, if as a lawyer, he probably knows that any property structured in her name is going to likely be, well, if it's structured in her name specifically and not a trust, it's going to be probated and take years to transfer multiple millions of dollars of property and all of that. Transferring that all it's not like, oh, well, she died. Now he owns the property. Now he gets to transfer it out of her name. There could be competing requests. She's got other family, stuff like that. It going to him automatically doesn't follow. Even if it's directly written in a will, we're talking about serious amounts of time with potential challenges. This doesn't solve his financial problems in a real world probate situation.
Do you think that Maggie was aware of Alex's investments in Birch Gold?
Yes.
I baited you there, and still you're moving on.
I'm not doing a Birch Gold.
Gold.
Jeff H says Alex lied. Maggie and Paul died. Innocent not. Arunerm says the state's closing is going to be like a cricket match. They go on for days, and they're equally exciting. Don't take my kidneys. Dr. Cat Lady was a full-on clown show. Richard Thibaud, message retracted. Thank you. DCV Titan prosecution was saying 12-year-old killer. Joe seems incapable of discerning prosecution from defense as he's consistently made this mistake. MS Krim says, and I think Waters never asked if he killed them, just asked if he is a family annihilator. Tobias Prin, is there an address we can send a tie to Bronca? I thank him for being on camera. Him being on camera with a tie on is one of the signs of the end times from the Bible. Incognito. Thank you.
You don't
for
have
the
to send me a
emoji.
tie, folks. My ties are costly. Don't worry about it. I'll buy another one.
Sapphire B says Waters' beef with Alec is that Alec never noticed Waters in college. Waters was 2 years under. Waters saw Alec as living the best life ever. Carolyn R. Schrader is a judge for Wisconsin versus Anderson. Will you take a look? Maybe. Stop making me register says, of course, the drama revolves around a certain person. As always, I want to hear Bronca's take on it. Mac McCormick, was Bronca just raping a squirrel? Oh, when you had that weird off-camera sound.
Right. So
sound like you were opening a bottle of Merlot with a drill.
I had to clean my hot tub this morning. That's why I'm not in the office. That's why this background. And I was putting the lid back on the hot tub, and it makes that unbelievably horrific squeaky sound. So that's what it was. I was not raping a squirrel. It was just a lid on the hot tub. So now you know.
He thinks the Andrew doth protest too much. Jamie Green just got my Law of Self-Defense book in the mail about 5 minutes ago. Let's see. P-Dog Knight says, I'm watching this on 1.5 times speed. Checkmate. Danger Man 64. PowerPoint needed Star Wars scene wipes. Scene says, I'm just going to say I'm convinced that Alex is not guilty. And furthermore, the judge is so biased, I'm convinced he's been paid off. Siyumaro says, I had opioids after dental surgery. I took them 2 days as the pain was intense. I've never been so messed up in my life as I was those 2 days. Goo Eye says, Joe killed it with his great coverage, but he is no Jedi like Nick. Don't call me a Jedi, please. The Jedis are child groomers. Abraham says, this is the opposite of the Rittenhouse trial. Everyone wants Alex to be guilty, so many will excuse the trial BS. D-Flesh 60 says, 10 years ago this May, my love was sentenced to prison from her opiate addiction. It was due to money crimes. Just like Alex's family, we had no idea. Beers and Bullshit says, I didn't get to make the event due to the crazy SoCal blizzard that is still going on and has my mountain still closed down. Sounds like it was a great time, though. Hope to make it to the sequel. Oh, man, that sucks. Flufferboy 2004 says, Vouch. John Gordon says, Bronca burn. Crafty J, general law question. How do you all feel about the idea of we're going to go harder on you if you take this to trial instead of pleading practice? It strikes me as wildly unconstitutional.
I think it's terrible.
Yeah. It strikes you as wildly unconstitutional because it seems like a bribery for admitting to guilt that may not exist. You know, that's why it seems that way.
And the worst part is when you take the plea, you have to tell the court, I'm confessing to this thing I don't actually believe I committed.
Yeah. Torgo the White says, thanks for not flooding the locals with all the gay stuff we're sure you and Camelot got up to in Vegas. Ty Fuzzle says, Rumble made you later and gayer than usual. Took 12 minutes for the stream to appear for me. Maybe something to raise with them. Matches burn. It was the family shotgun that wasn't recovered or identified that may or may not exist. Potentially, it's like Schrodinger's cat shotgun. It exists and doesn't exist at the same time. Nillis says, if he was going to off someone, wouldn't it have made more sense to do it to the parents for the inheritance? Everything I've heard make them sound rich enough to fix a lot of his debts. Yeah, but there's a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense. And there's any number of possibilities that would make more sense. Sure. Magic Burn says, Nick, I just confirmed Waters as a Tau player. RNGD Gaming. Oh my effing G, make it stop. Did the 12-year-old assassins create this presentation? Matches Burn, microtext. Where'd Zoolander go? Or where's Zoolander to say, what's this? A legal exhibit for ants? 100-star Chili stayed as angry that Paul was not found not guilty in his case. Wait, was Paul was never actually tried. So he wasn't found not guilty as far as I could tell. DCV Titan says Bronca versus Ricky Berwick. Sebastian Anon. Ethan Ralph wishes he was hung like this jury. Zing. Antonio, cell phone guy was the best state expert. He didn't try to sound more important than he was and directly, honestly said he didn't know anything useful. Missy Lania says reverse psychology. Here's a super chat because I simp for Bronca. Hannah S. Oh no, the heavy heifers are offended. Heart Bronca. Nora Stevens, Rackets is back. I love you, Bronca, even though I think you would be mean to me in real life or if I ever tweeted at you with my low follower count.
I'm not mean to anybody.
He's not mean. It's just SOP. Why is this so hard for you guys to get it per SOP? Get blocked. Facts Matter says 1 drop of blood in his car is weird. Should be way more blood, even if dude's Mr. Clean.
They actually speculated that the one drop of blood came when after he looked at the bodies and touched Maggie's body, that he probably had blood on his hand, and drove back up to the house to get the guns, and that's where the blood probably came from.
Also remember that this is in June 7th of 2021, and he's driving a 2021 Suburban. He likely had not owned the car very long at all. That's a relatively new vehicle. But it's also, remember, there's 1 drop of blood where they tested. The way they test things, they don't even test entire steering wheels. They test parts on a steering wheel where it'd be likely for blood to be. So like 10 and 2, maybe 3 and 9 or whatever. They're going to test in places where hands are likely to end up, not necessarily the whole surface. Iceman 1014 says, hey, Nick and crew, great to have you back. Didn't realize how much I missed your comedy in my life until you were gone for a week. Also for Andrew, I bought the self-defense course for one of my friends who just got a CCW in Cali. Really looking forward to hearing how it went. Also, my book arrived, and I just bought Steve's book as well. Cheers to all. Damn. There you go.
They'll love it. They'll love the course. Everybody does.
Miscellaneous, does this windbag get a rebuttal after the defense? Well, the state does, whether it's Waters or not doing it. But yes,
I'll bet $5 it's Wilson.
Britt says, stay-at-home mama here. Love Bronca and his ideas on relationships. Also, Joe did a great job while you were gone. I know he did. Jessica Busa,
he did.
Joe did a great job while you were gone, but I definitely missed the Bronca Burns and your asshat comments, Nick. Keep up the great work.
I was doing Bronca Burns on Joe's channel.
Not hard enough, I guess. Andrew Gibbons says, cool to see you, Kurt, Steve, and Andrew in Vegas, Nick.
Always hard.
Forgot to bring whiskey this time, but hopefully I remember to bring some to share in Nashville. Claudia Ely says, when evidence is entered with an objection, does the jury get to know which one has an objection when deliberating, or if it's to preserve for appeal? No, if evidence gets entered, it's just entered. If the jury remembers the objection, they can, but there's not like a list of this was objected to. They don't get to consider that.
No.
Bramante 15, if you want to see the Vanderbilt Law School while you're here, let me know. Rachel Guernsey says, Blanca was a Marine and knows guns. She may not have motive, but neither did Alec Murdaugh, and she was there right before and after too, just as likely. Melissa says, thanks to Steve, I went down a rabbit hole after learning that I am an INTP. Now I wonder what all the other lawyers are. I think I'm INFP. I can't remember.
You're talking about Briggs Meyer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm like 51% introvert, 49% extrovert.
I'm an ENTP, which is the beta. So
I just hate people.
Karen De Silva, thank you for the donation.
ASSHO.
Torsty0908 says, if he did it, it's because they intended to leave him. Thank a farmer. I think where the shotgun shells were in relation to the body was that it was a left-handed semi-automatic shotgun based on ejection. Sapphire B, Blanca tested Maggie would give all the money to start from zero. IDK anymore says, Alex didn't do anything wrong and Russia is the greatest country on earth. Thanks. Lex Lobos, pretty sure I heard Waters slip earlier. It's not me. Yeah, okay. I'm thinking we know who the real murderer is now. Tanny Simmons, what do you think the chances are of the real killer watching this trial from the gallery? How about watching from the judge's seat? Also says Cretan Waters is the lead guitarist of a cover band in South Carolina, Sole Purpose. Sounds as dull as the effing closing argument. Nana X8, I hate hearing Waters talk. Bradley Kershavel says, Waters looked this jury in the eye and lied about his closing not taking forever. Nana X8, expose all the lies told by the grand jury. Roro Mad, defense should admit outright that Alex lies about everything, so all we can rely on is forensic evidence and then attack the weak forensic evidence. Bobby 00, well, the flaw with that is not everybody else lies about everything. So then you're just only undermining your own client's testimony. Bobby 0081 says 10,000 votes in the poll and only 821 likes. We can do better than this. Smash the like button. Tara Rayner, Rogan lied about sleeping when Alec Murdaugh was calling him and making 9 calls to Paul. He told Time last seeing them, no, not where. Agent owners lied to create probable cause. obese guy races to clean to leave. Karolevsky Barozzi says, supposing Alex had decided murder-suicide to save his family from social humiliation, are we to believe he couldn't score fentanyl to do it kindly? They seem to be able to do that. But again, saving your family from social humiliation by murder-suicide literally exposes your family to social humiliation forever. Like it's a weird sort of concept to me.
But then why leave the last son alive then?
Right. Yeah.
It's like if it really got to that point, then why the exception?
Exactly. MS Krim, 2 minutes to clean up everything. Richard Kickstand, Waters.
And just consider, by the way, that he was willing to kill himself to leave money to Buster, but hated Alex so much, but hated Paul so much that he actually blew his brains out. Like what a dynamic relationship he has with his sons.
Right. And no testimony that at any point he has anything other than a very loving father. Like, so weird.
Yeah, and the evidence they have for that is look how he tried to save him with the boat thing. The boat thing, he did everything to try to get the son out of that. Right?
Yeah.
That's somebody he hates.
He actually breached, arguably, even according to the state, implying that he tried to improperly use his badge to get in to talk to the other boaters, the other kids who were on the boat with Paul. I would think that the defense should use that and say, so you're saying that he's cared about Paul so much and protecting Paul so much that he violated his charge as an officer of the court and breached his ethics in order to protect Paul, only to blow his brains out 2 years later.
MS Krim says 2 minutes to clean up everything. Richard Kickstand, Waters ends closing by saying 69 for 69. Florida Dad, these are the slides I make for ADR when I waited till the last minute to put them together. Full disadulation. I'm joining very late, but if Alex wanted sympathy, why wouldn't he just admit to his drug struggle instead of murdering his wife and son? Defense strategy. Yeah. Again, he has so many ways to get a 1 month extension, and he'll know this as an experienced civil litigator, that the idea of murdering his wife and son is more and more preposterous. He doesn't need anything other than his dad, who's been living at home, took a turn for the worse and was moved into the extra care, right? Like that we know hospice, wasn't hospice, but he was moved at that time. He could easily request and say, hey, I'm working on this stuff. My dad was just moved. He's taking a turn for the worse. He's been a major influence in my life, and that's kind of taking. They're going to give him a month.
He's a major influence in my life. He is like one of the most famous people in the county. His dad,
right?
Yeah. He's
if he wants a delay, he's getting a delay.
Yeah,
yeah. It's not not even difficult. It's a civil trial. Like they'll delay. These things take years at a time.
Years.
Like you could just say you have COVID or COVID-like symptoms. That's it. Boom, you're done.
Matthew Maddox says the rare Chewbacca prosecution. Keely Sexton, I don't know what we're yelling about. Brick Tamlin, Anchorman. Sapphire B, Waters style so abrasive, and Morticia is a wannabe. Chase Thompson, why doesn't her cell phone show the steps of her running to her baby then, if that's how it happened? Angel Australia, let Bronca echo. We've already heard him pee.
Sorry.
Josh Greenbean says, so Waters is saying he cleaned up in 4 minutes. Miscellaneous, look how Waters struggled to get up off his knees smoothly, yet big-ass Alex was a tactical master with 2 different long guns while on his knees.
And people complain that Andrew doesn't stream often enough.
Oh, zing. Fuckist says, Dreyfus Jaws quote, they caught a shark, not the shark. 100-star chili, my 88-year-old neighbor gets Oxy 10 and takes 6 a day. She has more energy than me. Matches burn. Because this is somehow more interesting than the trial, how does lunch work in jury duty? They give you lunch. Is it bring your own, or it depends? They get you lunch. 100-star chili. It would serve them right if Alec Murdaugh walked into the financial crimes trial and pleaded not guilty. Sejong the Great. How and all you other shyster lawyers rejected my theory, but the Supreme Court AG showing up tells me state does not want to pursue the money crimes for fear of friendly fire. This is a crucifixion. Okay. Denise Antu, the lawyer that said he doesn't feel any way about Alex, obviously felt some way. Plop123 says Scoobity boop. Dragon's Treasure says, also, every dollar will go against BLM and the trans community. Help me bring them all down. Matches Burn has a bunch in a row. I'm going to read all as one. He says, Waters is squatting because he's embraced his inner Slav. Sadly, he can't wear an Adidas tracksuit in court. It's racist against Slavs to disallow that. Branca rose out of the swamp, shirtless, tie on his head, covered in camo and mud, like out of Apocalypse Now, 300 blackout in hand,
Did I?
hunting down Paul's and Maggie's that night. He says he agrees with Nate that Alex will be convicted, not the reason, but the kennels is getting annoying to hear. Jury will convict him because he was railroaded. Jurors too dumb to get out of jury duty. Branca, release the sedative gas. Juror, nothing's different. And he also says the only thing Kinsey's testimony proved is that Kinsey is a chuckle fuck. Laura McCullough says they're trying to push this to Friday, taking defense's time. If they go to deliberate Fridays, we all know what happens. Matthew Leahy, so did nobody catch that Maggie's last message to her phone was received at 9:31, wasn't read until 9:42, so she doesn't read her text immediately. Jamie Green, he did ask him about dinner. He answered that he and Mag talked about Paul's swollen feet from his blood pressure problem. So there was testimony about what was said at dinner. Apparently, Chessbone. Members
Speaking
of the jury,
of what was said, I just want to point out, and you guys both missed it because you were in Vegas. On Cross, he kept getting pressed about the last conversation he had with Maggie, and I was speculating with Legal Vices. It's very likely he didn't want to go down there. He said, I didn't want to go down there, and then suddenly he ends up down there taking a golf cart down there. It's very likely that they got into an argument, a brief argument about something, and he was like, because he finishes up by saying, yeah, so then I basically put the rooster up on his boxes and got on my golf cart and jetted out of there. And he got hit on this and hammered on that, and we were speculating maybe he actually just had an argument with her. But it wasn't like the sort of thing. It was like your classic husband-wife type of like, and his final words to her, instead of like, I love you, it was, you're the best marriage ever. And then blam, she's killed. It was like something like this, like, bitch, this is why I didn't want to come down here. And he jetted off on his thing. But you can't say that to the jury. You can't say, if your last words to your wife before she's shot is, this is why I didn't want to come down to these stupid kennels. How do you say that? Instead, he's left saying something like, I don't remember what our last words were, because that's better, right?
Honestly, Joe, your wife deserves better.
No, that's probably true. That's probably true.
You may just not remember what his last words are because he's on opiates.
That's true too.
And
or
those last words
a husband says mean things to his wife, and
that's what I'm saying.
He shot her to death.
Precisely. Right? Oh no, I definitely don't think he killed her. But I'm just saying, like, how do you say to a jury, yeah, my last words to her were, you're so annoying, bitch. I can't believe I came down to these kennels for you.
Right. You had me at 300 blackout.
That'd be awesome. Let's see. Chessbone, members of the jury, Alex is not great at judging time, but neither is Mr. Waters, as you've seen this entire trial. Melonhead Orion says there's a new video by Law and Crime that has a walkthrough of the crime scene. Looks like it's from today. Tin Man says Alex Murdaugh is so good at hiding evidence because he's a prosecutor, but he couldn't do that for the money crimes and could do that for the suicide attempt. Tara Rayner, drive to and from is a difference of under 2 minutes. DCV Titan is Waters Slavic. Crafty J, the Netflix documentary has made me intensely skeptical of all true crime documentaries I have ever seen. With that, guys, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Nate.
No, I said, I was in agreement with the super chat.
I have to wrap this up. My kids have activities tonight. I will get to the rest of these super chats tonight on my nighttime show. I apologize for not getting through all of them, but it's because you guys have been so wonderfully generous. I will be, tonight is What the Fuck Wednesday. We'll be covering some weird stuff. We might be talking about 30 years of Waco, probably in What the Fuck Wednesday. And yes, I will be addressing the stupidity of the drama/copyright issues involving clip channels, and a big hefty dose to everybody involved of I fucking told you all this is going to happen. Now there's allegedly doxing and all sorts of other shit going on. This is why drama in communities is cancer and why communities themselves are cancer. It's all going to be addressed tonight. And yes, the drama is separate from the copyright issues. And no, it's not clear or simple questions that we're going to be answering. And I think people have tried to make all of this very simplistic when it really isn't. So we'll be going hard in on that tonight. Open your minds for some penetration.
Good night, folks. Have a great time. Hey, thanks for having me, Nick. Joe,
yep, absolutely.
Nick.
Thanks to my panelists. Guys, check them out.
Gentlemen.
All of them. I love them all. With that, guys, I'll see you tonight at 11 p.m. Central. And we'll all talk very soon. See you later. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an odd bag of Balmore of Lafroig. The spirits blow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones